Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, but I got one to mo. Yeah, yeah, Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How you feeling?
Ayanda ba. Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
And there it is right there, Eyendeba. So we're looking to start reducing the introduction phase. The Tinubu music and all of that is past now because our events have since superseded. So it doesn't really serve any purpose anymore. So we're looking to abandon that. But we're going to be introing a new set of music shortly. Some music from the north. I'm just checking it if he has any copyright limitations, and then I'm looking for music from Yoruba land as well. So it's going to be a Wazobia sort of mix, more traditional than political. So that's the direction of travel. And similarly, in that vein, the direction of travel of the platform, as I was hinting yesterday, we're looking to start moving away from the heavy diet of, until the court phase kicks off, there is nothing left really to discuss. So the news today is slim pickings. So we've only really picked a few items to wrap conversation around. But one of the spaces that I'm hoping that we'll spend a lot of time on will be the goings on in the Sudan, and what, especially as it applies to our own people. Because yes, we feel for the Sudanese, but we feel more for our own people. So the fate of our people in the Sudan and their journey back home. So we discussed that hopefully at some length. But as well as discussing that, of course, we still do. No, that wasn't what I was intending to do. As well as discussing that at length, we'll still do a bit of diet of Nigerian politics, because of course that is the bread and butter of this platform. So we do a bit of a diet of Nigerian politics. And this lands somewhat like a bombshell. So we'll see what this means. Tinubu's foreign doctors arrive in Nigeria as president-elect sneak into Lagos for follow-up medical care. So that tube that was protruding out of Tinubu's arms, that seems to have set the place alight with the narratives around Tinubu's health again. We thought we had gone past that with the campaign phase, but it looks as though that's now, that thing hanging out of his arms, it just needs some explaining. I'm not sure that his team has spoken to that just yet. And in the absence of, in the presence of silence, then that vacuum is filled by conspiracy theory. So the conspiracy theory space will go wild, of course, but is this conspiracy theory is the question. Tinubu's foreign doctors arrive in Nigeria as president-elect sneak into Lagos for follow-up medical care. So exactly what is going on there, we'll find out shortly. And of course, for balance, you cannot speak Tinubu without speaking Peter Obi, because that seems to be the two spaces that is duking it out for the Nigerian presidency at the moment. So we go to Peter Obi only because we go to Peter Obi rather only like we never left him before. Because of course, when we get to Peter Obi, he's only ready to, is a bit like that somewhat unstable guy at the roadside chanting the same mantra all of the time. You know, that somewhat unstable guy that keeps saying, they are coming, the aliens are coming. So that's somewhat like the mantra that we hear from Peter Obi. We say that we go to him for breaking news, but the news that breaks from Peter Obi seems to be a regurgitation of news that has always, or is it news or even fallacy? What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. I will go all the way to reclaim my mandate from Tinubu. So this is Peter Obi's Labour Party Labour Day message to the workers, that as hold steadfast and fear not, I will reclaim my mandate. Let me not go in that direction. He will reclaim his mandate from Tinubu. Is the promise that Peter Obi continues to feed his adherents. So we have to call them adherents now, because there's really no other term to call them apart from adherents. So Peter Obi continues to feed his adherents the diets that they know how to feast on. So from that, we'll go on to this. This now introduces us to the space that I'm hopeful that the conversation will wrap around. Humanitarian situation in Sudan has reached breaking point. United Nations warns as death toll surpasses 500. So be afraid, be very afraid. In a moment, I'm going to show you the African map, and then you'll see reasons then to be concerned, just how immediate this might be to our own shores. So here it is. Humanitarian situation in Sudan has reached breaking point. United Nations warns as toll surpasses 500. So exactly what is going on there, the sense we know what is going on there, but what sense of foreboding and what direction of travel, all of that are for discussion. So hopefully we'll spend our time with the Sudan as well. So we'll spend time in the Sudan as well. And then I'll be inviting the panelists who are slowly assembling. I'll be inviting the panelists to bring forward what piques their interest in the news cycle. So it's an open floor sort of a session that we're running, and that seems to be the direction for the future as well. So for the panelists to, because of course I can set the agenda, because people have things that have caught their interest in the news cycle that they would like to have conversations around. And so that's to the panelists, and even more to it to the audience, to the people in the comment section. So a lot of that, plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join on the studio. And of course, your invitation to buy your host a cup of coffee that is always there. So let's take a micro break with the Kegites, and we get straight in the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, of course, the Kegites. Let's kick it off, as we always do, with the Kegites. Egbelemu.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe. So let me remove this coffee thing from the screen, just so. What I will do is I'm going to let, there's still quite a few spaces on the screens, by the way, if you want to come join us. But what I will do is I'll let the panelists that I've assembled already onto the screen, because my system seems to have this tendency of dropping off now. So should that happen, then the space would not be left unoccupied. So the majestic Hassan joins us from Borno. The elegant Zeta joins us from the Scandinavia somewhere. The excellent Ola joins us from Canada. Our father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, joins us from Tennessee. Almost certain in a car somewhere, Bishop joins us. Location unknown because he's always on the move. So almost certain that he will be in a car. So Patoski, we knew him as, but now he's come as a Patrick. So there is Patrick. And then King Charles joins us as well. So good to have you all. Good to have you all. So good to have you all. So, and by the way, like I said, I'll be inviting you also to tell me what piques your interest in the news cycle today. But before I invite that, let me quickly skim through what I do have assembled. So these are headlines the session. Tinubu's foreign doctors arrive in Nigeria as president-elect sneaks into Lagos for follow-up medical care. So that space, we thought they'd beaten this space to death. Pardon the metaphor, pardon the pun. We thought they'd beaten this space to death, but continue to beat it, they will. Sorry, can everybody stay muted for a moment? Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu is in Lagos to take a medical rest and see some of his doctors who had arrived in the country to give him follow-up medical care, correspondents gather. Some members of the medical team who treated Tinubu in France are already in Lagos, southwest Nigeria, to give the president-elect a follow-up treatment, which is the care given to a patient over time after finishing treatment for a disease. So a lot of it obviously speculative. This involves monitoring a person's health over time. Sorry, can you mute yourself? I'm hearing feedback from, sorry. let me just yeah, that would be you, Patrick. Yeah, thank you. So let me take it from the top again. Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu is in Lagos to take a medical rest and see some of his doctors who had arrived in the country to give him follow-up medical care. Correspondents gather. Some members of the medical team who treated Tinubu in France are already in Lagos, Southwest Nigeria, to give the president-elect follow-up treatment, which is the care given to a patient over time after finishing treatment for a disease. This involves monitoring a person's health over time after treatment. Tinubu last week returned to Abuja, Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, after weeks of medical treatment in France. As speaking to correspondents on Monday, a source said the president-elect, who recently moved into the Defense House in Abuja ahead of his inauguration in May, flew to Lagos on Saturday to see his foreign doctors. So there it is. I'm not sure. Okay, let's just take it to the end. Tinubu sneaked into Lagos. How can you see? It's the choice of language sometimes that it does. The choice of language of any piece that you are reading, it gives you a clear signal as to the political leanings of whoever the author is. So Tinubu sneaked into Lagos on Saturday. How is that a possibility that somebody like Tinubu will be able to sneak into Lagos? What does that even mean? Tinubu sneaked into Lagos on Saturday. He is taking a medical rest to see some doctors who are in Nigeria to follow up on his treatment. Then he will fly to Rivers State to commission Yemsen Wike's project. Although his director of media and publicity, Bayo Ononuga, insisted he was on vacation in France, correspondents had exclusively reported that Tinubu fell ill after the March 18 governorship and state assembly election and was flown to France for medical treatment. I don't know. Let's just see. You see, I always pause because there's somewhat of a sense of deja vu when you are reading these things sometimes, and you wonder how much more conversations can be had around these sort of spaces. The obedient space will tell you that it's at death's door, and the people who know better will tell you that it's not. But this is it. This is the revolving door that is the Nigerian political space. Despite the denial, correspondents also reported that Tinubu's ailment was so severe that for 5 days whilst being hospitalized abroad, he could not speak and had to be intubated. Intubation is a procedure required to help save a life when the patient cannot breathe. I'm not, you see, the first thing that we all have to concede is that Tinubu is not in the fullness of health. There is every indication that he's not in the fullness of health, but there is no indication that he's at death's door the way they continuously try to present it. There is no indication that he's at death's door. The guy just had one of the most grueling campaigns that the country has ever seen, and he soldiered that all the way through, mounting at least 2 rostrums in some instances on some days. So I'm not quite sure where all of this is. It is a process where a healthcare provider inserts a tube through a patient's mouth or nose, then down into their trachea, that is the airway or windpipe. And then it goes on into further details. But I think we get the thrust of it. The thrust of this piece is that Tinubu has snuck into Lagos. How possible that is? Even when he wasn't president-elect, I don't think he could step out of his front door without being bombarded and swamped by people. So quite how he's able to sneak into Lagos, the president-elect. But that's what they're saying. But the main thing that they're telling us is that off the back of that tube that we saw protruding out of Tinubu's arms, now there's a follow-up with foreign doctors now being imported for his health. So the narrative really is to tell you that this guy is not in the fullness of health, and really then to have, what they are painting essentially is a Yardua situation. So this is where the storyline, this is where they're leading it to. A Yardua, Goodluck Jonathan situation is where this presentation is leading to. So a Yadua good luck Jonathan situation, but this guy, if he had it his way, none of that will happen. I'll go all the way to reclaim my mandate from Tinubu. This is Peter Obi, still at that roadside chanting the same mantra. A few weeks to the swearing in of President-elect Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, at the just concluded polls, Peter Obi has assured his supporters that he will go all the way to reclaim their mandate from Mr. Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC. Earlier today, I interacted with the Anambra State Labour Party stakeholders in Oka. The meeting was quite animated and constructive. Part of our discussion centered on the way forward for the party. I reassured them of my readiness to go all the way, explore all available legal options to ensure that we get our mandate back. I appreciate all their support so far, as I assured them of mine, Mr. Obi said. The Labour Party presidential candidate made this statement in a tweet shortly after meeting with Labour Party members at his home in Anambra State. So, Mr. Obi's statement comes as preparation for Tinubu's swearing-in ceremony, scheduled for May the 29th, is on the top gear. On March the 1st, so there it is. So that's just it right there. So it's really, we can have conversations around that or not, but really, I don't know. This guy now is gone full circle, but then is now back on the same spot. So how much, there's this thing, they say drop the dead donkey. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase, drop the dead donkey. A donkey is a workhorse, a farm animal, a labor animal. So you can use the donkey to plow and trade and carry and fetch. But once the donkey is dead, there's no point beating it anymore. It has nothing else to offer you. So drop the dead donkey. I'll drop the dead donkey. It's getting tedious. Drop the dead donkey. So there it is. Drop the dead donkey. But that might well be an unfortunate metaphor for this one now. Humanitarian situation in Sudan has reached breaking point. United Nations won as death toll surpasses 500. So death toll surpasses 500. I'll just give you one paragraph of this because you all know the backdrop. And I have a video clip also that speaks to this space. So we'll watch that at length. And then we'll wrap conversations around it. The United Nations has warned that the crisis in Sudan has brought the humanitarian situation in the country near its breaking point as gun battles and explosions again rocked the country's capital on Monday, despite the latest truce formally agreed between the warring parties. So I'll give you just that paragraph. And I'll leave that there. I'll give you that paragraph and I'll leave that there. But I want us to watch a bit of this clip as well. Yes, I'd like us to watch a bit of this clip as well as I invite the panel in. So let's actually let me let's just wait about a few minutes.
Nigeria's ambassador to Sudan, Safi Olaniyan, has appealed to Nigerian citizens trapped in the ongoing war in Sudan to exercise patience with embassy officials as they work hard to ensure their safe evacuation. In an audio message released by the ambassador, he lamented the stalemate in the current efforts to evacuate citizens caught in the crisis in Sudan. Explaining that the fault is not from the Nigerian embassy, he cautioned especially students not to attack embassy officials and their families in retaliation.
I'm reaching out to you at this point on the issue of the buses that is creating tension everywhere. I just want to let you know that the embassy is not in charge of the bus contracts. We have not received any money from anybody to hire buses. We are only arranging the logistics. Those who are arranging the buses are the Ministry of Humanitarian as well in Nigeria, as well as NEMA. So our own is to get the necessary instruction that this and this has been arranged and that we should give instruction to the students to meet at so and so place. And that's, you are aware, we have been doing. The present arrangement that appeared to have broken down was also midwifed in Nigeria. We are in contact with them to correct whatever is not right with the contract, because students cannot continue to live on the street. I want to assure you that we are as vulnerable as you are, and we are not going to leave until all of you have been moved to safety and to Nigeria. So I am urging you not to take any action like I am hearing that you are planning to attack the family of officers. The officers and myself, we are all as vulnerable as you are. We have no food like you. We have no water like you. We have no light like you. It's not that we are living in a different world. This is war, and it's not tourism. So what you are experiencing is what we are also experiencing. But I'm assuring you that everything that needs to be done is being done. And within a very short time, the issues will be resolved. With regard to those who are at the border of Egypt, the issue is for a security clearance to be issued for us, for the evacuees to be able to move across the Sudan border into the Egyptian border. All that need to be contacted in Nigeria are being contacted, for them to contact their counterparts in Egypt for this clearance to be issued. It is unfortunate it has not been issued, but be rest assured that within a very short time, all these things will become a thing of the past. Once again, I urge you to be calm and await the necessary development. Nobody is sleeping. We know that you are there because we are also here, and we are not going to leave you to your own fate. We are in this together, and we are not leaving until you have all left for safety and for Nigeria. So we are all waiting for the actions of the humanitarian ministry as well as NEMA in respect of the buses, and we are waiting for the actions of the authorities of Nigeria and the authorities of Egypt in respect of the clearance that is required to move the buses across the borders. Once again, my name is Ambassador Olaniyan. I'm with you all the way.
Right. You heard Ambassador Olaniyan there. Some very kind, forthright, but sad words as regards the condition in Sudan.
Yes, absolutely. And I must commend Ambassador Safi Olukayode Olaniyan for his empathy and his very wise and measured.
Okay. Let me pause it there for a moment. That video goes on for about 20 minutes, but we'll revisit it in the course of conversations. But let me kick the conversation on with Bishop, who I'm betting $100 that Bishop is driving at the moment. So Bishop, you are driving that too.
You're 100% correct. So
yeah, of course. Good to see you, Bishop. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My apologies yesterday. I think I just got blind of what do you call it now? Of network. I just went off. You know.
Yeah, we were waiting for you to come back, but you never did. But there you are. You're back now today.
I joined eventually, but I just joined to listen because the network was really messing up. Good evening once again. Thank you for this opportunity. And let me quickly say that please do like and share. I did some things a few days or about 5-6 days. I was watching taking the record of people that were actually online on this program and the number of likes. And there was one particular day that was very pathetic. There were just 6 likes as against 153 people at a particular time. So please, I'm encouraging you, please do like and share. And if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. Thank you once again.
You know what? If you want them to do that, you have to tell them you are obedient. If you tell them you are obedient, they will do it. But sadly, there are a lot of 80% of my audience, they are obedient. And I wonder sometimes if they just bought out of spite that this annoying man, you know. But you know, we are friends now. Obedience, come back home. We miss you. But there it is. So Bishop, there it is. Good to have you. But do as Bishop said. Click on the like button. It's at no cost and it helps the platform. So why not to do it? So to it then, and let me kick it off. What got your attention in the news cycle today, Bishop?
Yeah, at least the head point, what you just pointed out, and the thing you just played now. I listened to the address of the ambassador, and it was very touching. And let me point out something that is very significant in what they have done. All of our embassy staff in Nigeria are still on ground there, including their families. All the other countries, the first thing they did, including America, Britain, Canada, the first thing they did was to remove their embassy staff. That is very significant to note. All our embassy staffs are still on ground, trying to see what can be done that our people are, safely evacuated. Of course, it will not go smoothly. Like the gentleman there said, it's not some kind of a picnic. It's war. It's actually war that is going on, and it's raging heavily. Every minute they keep breaking what do you call it now? The ceasefire agreement. Sometimes it doesn't even last up to 3-4 hours. Somebody will preach it, and there will be attack, and there will be counter-attack, there will be air raids, and nothing is certain. Nothing. You can even pay for a bus now, and they are ready to move, and then there's an attack, and everything is scuttled, and you go back to square one, because we're not the only one that's been affected by this. But one of the cheering news I heard yesterday night or early this morning was that the president himself, had to speak with the president of of Egypt, that they should grant nationals, a passage, and that has been done. I'm aware that 3 of our Hercules, that is Charlie C-130, were on standby, and the one actually left to champion the evacuation of our citizens. It's a sad situation, especially when you find yourself in a situation whereby you are completely helpless. You can just wish for the best and hope that things get better, and continue to pray, both for the Sudanese and our nationals that are there, that will get them home safely. One thing I would just need to add is that Nigerians, both the diaspora and the ones that are there, they should
you are breaking off.
Okay, am I back now?
Yeah, you're back now. Pause for a moment, because the journey back home for those Nigerians in Sudan is said to be a long and tortuous one, a long and tortuous journey. So watch this. Let me play you a few minutes of this.
The Egyptian authorities have highlighted strict conditions to allow evacuated Nigerians transit through its territory. The conditions are provision of details and schedule of the aircraft, capacity of the aircraft, pledge that the Nigerian nationals will be conveyed directly to the designated airports once they depart the border, provision of comprehensive list of the evacuees with passport numbers, as well as valid travel documents, such as international passports. Now, other conditions by the Egyptian authorities are presence of Nigerian government officials at the points of evacuation and standby buses that will immediately convey the evacuees to the airport, among others. Meanwhile, the Nigerian ambassador to Sudan, Safiu Olanio, has earlier blamed the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management and the National Emergency Management Agency for the hiccups being experienced in the evacuation of stranded Nigerians in war-torn Sudan. Arise News analyst Dayo Shubowale joins us now to discuss this development. Mr. Shubowale, thanks for joining us on Newsday. Welcome to the program.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, okay, so what do you make of the evacuation attempt so far and the rather stringent conditions given by Egypt to allow the students, the Nigerians trapped in Sudan, transit through their country?
I have an ambivalent feeling towards the red tape that the Egyptians have thrown in the way of evacuation of Nigerians, but I'm not surprised. I will use an analogy for you to read my mind. You know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, African students rushing out were discriminated.
All right. I just wanted to highlight, like I said, it's going to be a long and tortuous journey back to Nigeria for those students. So you heard the conditions. The only border that opposed to them is the Egyptian one, and it only took the intervention of Buhari for that border to open. But for them to even pass through Egypt, you see all of the conditions that have been put in place. And to cap it all, one of the buses that was actually transiting these people, it set ablaze. It was in flames. So, Bishop, a long and tortuous journey back home for our people. Bishop.
Take it one after the other. I don't think it is a long and tortuous journey. That's my view. That's number one. And I say this carefully. The conditions, number two, the conditions that the Egyptians are setting out is not difficult. There is a background story to that. At the moment, Egyptian prisons is busting by the seams with Nigerians, undocumented and with different kind of crimes that they've been trying to resolve. And they are very sure too that if some of these people made it to Egypt, some of them might probably not want to leave. And that's why they are saying, you know what, we can grant you a passage, a corridor, a safe corridor, but you have to abide by our rules. So what is expected? The boss had brought them from the longest of the journey, dropped them at the entrance, let there be other buses that will pick them. You know, normally those buses were actually gotten from Egypt. So those buses should be able to go through if they can document everyone that is there. Before they enter, before they pass them through, let our aircraft be on ground. Oyema promised 3 aircraft. We have 3 C-130s. So if we have 3 aircraft and he actually opened, you know, through an open invitation that other people can join too. I mean, we have other airlines that can, even if it's just 1 aircraft, they can contribute. So if we have about between 6 or 10 to 10 aircraft on the standby, that is the 3 from Oyama, 3 of the Air Force Achilles, and we have some 2 or 3 others. Even if we have to hire them, and let's hire them and pay, so that at every point our citizens are crossing into Egypt, there is a plane that is going to take them up immediately. They don't need to stay. They don't need to put them in hotels. They don't need to put them in guest house. They don't need to stay. As soon as they are entering, so I don't think that should be a difficult thing. The important thing is that they have granted them waiver, so they are entering without, just with documentation, not necessarily going through the process of giving them visas. So, and our embassy staff in Egypt, I'm sure they are very much involved. So I don't know when people say it's difficult. I don't see it as being difficult. It's a war situation. Hundreds of other countries are actually asking Egypt. It's not that it's only the Nigerian that wanted to pass through Egypt. There are several other nationals that are, because almost all the airports and the airfields in Sudan have been destroyed. Even the ones that are not in Khartoum, they've been destroyed. So, and it's a no-fly zone at the moment. It's a no-fly zone. So I don't see these conditions are being too stringent. Oh, of course, it's not like a stroll in the park. It's not like a butter and bread. Definitely not. But I don't think they are insurmountable. That's my view.
All right, brilliant. And the blame game between the embassy and the humanitarian and disaster affairs department. So everybody passing the blame onto each other. Your take on that?
When I listened to the man at the humanitarian ministry yesterday, it's a very confused state of affair. And they said that they were hiring buses for $30,000. I shudder. I said, what do you mean? How much is the bus? No, but early this morning when I heard that one of the bus was hit and actually got up in flame, I realized that if you are going to give an insurance to any vehicle that is going into that place, probably you'll be charging like 3 or 4 times the premium, because the chances of being hit is very high. So like the bus was destroyed now, who pays for it? Even though I still believe that amount is way too much. And we should understand one thing: many countries are not providing these services of ferrying their citizens, their nationals. Some of them say, okay, if you can make it to this place, we'll assure you we'll be there. But many of them are not making the kind of arrangements. So Nigerians many times want to benefit in the midst of chaos. Maybe there are people, of course, humans, Nigerians, that are now, sharp practices here and there that is causing the conflict and the blame game. But one thing is certain. Like, for example, I read a lot of tweets when this woman in Nigeria in Diaspora Commission said that, oh, we have gotten this. And there are a lot of abuses. I saw a video that a young man was speaking, that he said that they were not carrying Igbos in Sudan, and people were responding to it. And it's shocking. But number one thing is that it is not Nigeria Diaspora Commission. What's her name now? This lady,
Abikadabiri, yeah.
Not the one in charge. Onyema, who is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and supervises the ministry, and the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs that is supervising NEMA. So it is extremely between the NEMA and the External Affairs Ministry. That is the Foreign Ministry, Foreign Affairs Ministry, that is coordinating the rescue. But because of the confusion, because of all the things that is going left, right, and center, it is very difficult to predict. For example, you say, okay, let's meet at 6, but if 5 minutes to 6, the air raids began, everybody will scamper and the rest. So they should find a way. Let them find a way of coordinating and evacuating as many people as possible. And we need to appeal to our citizens also. We need to conduct ourselves at this time. It's not like we're having a tea party. We're talking of war here. It's war. I was reading something from one of the countries yesterday night. Which country was that? Was it Canada or which country? I was saying something about their staff, about their something. They evacuated their embassy staff, and they are saying that they are citizens, So it's a terrible thing. I don't think there's anything that anybody can say that can be right now. As they used to say, Kusia Wijari at this point. All we need to do is just to be prayerful and, show a little bit of empathy and compassion to the people that are organizing the thing and the people that are caught in the crossfire. Because whatever you can say, it's a terrible dilemma.
All right, brilliant. And finally and briefly, what will be your assessment of how Nigeria has handled this space, especially concerning our citizens there? So if you were to grade them out of 100, what score would you give Nigeria's handling of this matter?
Well, that's okay. Let me give it a try. But there are factors that we will look at it in comparison with what has happened to other nationals there. For example, the decision that our embassy staff should stay to coordinate the evacuation is a thumbs up. That's number one. The number two decision that we should organize for buses to evacuate them to the border, the intervention of the president to speak with the judicial president to allow those people to pass, the availability, the number of aircrafts. I saw those, our Hercules yesterday, being loaded with food, medicine, water, and the rest, because we know it is a terrible, terrible situation. So even though we would have wanted it to be at El Dorado, but it's not all the time. So I will give them the pass mark. Maybe I might be too subjective if I'm rating them in maybe 60 or 70. That would be subjective.
Right, 60 or 70. All right, brilliant. So 60 or 70. And also, I'll be inviting everybody to do that as well, to give an assessment of the Nigerian handling of that affair, and then give a rating at the end of that. But before I pass the conversation on, I'll be coming to King Charles next, because he seems to be a new voice to our space. But before I go on to King Charles, Bishop, so this, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Groundhog Day. So the movie Groundhog Day is essentially themed around a guy that wakes up and every day seems to repeat just as the previous one. which is the story of all of our lives, by the way, because we live repetitive lives. But Groundhog Day, we're back at it again, Tinubu's health. But now, what's now emerging is that I think we can all say that Tinubu is not in the fullness of our good health. It's not in the fullness of good health, and you don't even need to be a medical doctor to form that lazy conclusion. So, but then you have to account that he's a 71-year-old man as well. So it's not in the fullness of health. And then he came back from France with that still protruding out of his hand, which is an own goal on his part and the part of his handlers. So there is that. But then a follow on from that is now the news breaking now that his foreign doctors have now been brought into Lagos to give additional and ongoing care to whatever seems to debilitate him. So this narrative around Tinubu's health, it is something that is not going to go away. But how is it to be handled? Because the way they are building it up to Yaradua, Goodluck Jonathan narrative. So Tinubu's foreign doctors in Lagos, what says you, Bishop?
Well, ordinarily, I would have just said, just let me pass. Let me just not dignify that space. But well, it's a platform that we are here. I will just say one or two things about it. I think it's sad. We have been here before, and we'll be here. We had people that told us that they saw Buhari was brain dead, and that they have 11 pictures of a certainty that, and they said he was dead and buried in a shallow grave. They told us Tinubu was dead too at some point. He went to breathe. As far as I'm concerned, Tinubu had not told anybody that he was sick and he was in the hospital when he went to Spain, to France. And the fact that he came, they said something was broken. I did not see it. Maybe I have not paid enough attention. But even if it is, now, one of the things we need to realize that most people above 50 in this present age are battling with one ailment or the other. It could be one thing for one person, it could be something else for another person. And in America, we had a president that was confined to the wheelchair. It did not affect his performance. But this one that we begin to hammer, and this, if this is the direction we're going to be going in the next 4 years, then I'll say it's a shame. And that's the only thing I can say. People that are wishing people dead and are rejoicing about the ailment of others, I just pray that they will never die. Let them live forever. And let them never fall in. And their relations will never fall in too. But it's a shame. It's a real shame.
Do you think the Tinubu camp, do you think they should just come out clean? And do you think they should make his health record known so that we are aware of what is actually contending with?
So let's assume that they say, oh, he had diabetes. And so what? Or you have hypertension. I've been on hypertension medication for 10 years. I do my job, I do my things, but I'm on medication. I don't have diabetes. Some people have, terminal ailment. What do they call them now? They're very serious. And I know a few persons, and they're still living their lives. So if he has health challenges that he's managing, and he was able to go through that cruelly campaign seasons, and some people are busy. I mean, it's not fair. We have old ones. I lost my dad. I knew how, when he fell ill. Even at his age, far more than older than Buhari or anybody, then many years ago, he was still my father. I won't want anybody to expose him to such ridicule of making his health the subject of discussion and ridicule every day in, day out. Like there's nothing we want to talk about again. The man is there, he's healthy. They told us the other time that they rushed him to where they rushed him, and the man came back. As they used to talk, now he take his leg, waka come back. We saw him in the plane. The fact that they spin it and say there's something protruding from his hand. I really want somebody to tell me how easy to have a needle with that thing, and the way all the activities at the airport, waving his hand and doing the rest. But I'm waiting. If he did not say something is wrong with him, are we going to force him to tell us something is wrong with him? I think we are just.
Let me interject. Sorry. I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, no, let me finish. I think we're just majoring in minor, and we're how do you call it now? And it's a shame. Yeah, go ahead with your question.
Yeah. The first question: do you know what killed Yaradua?
Yes,
because I know what
yes,
was
we know.
what killed
And
him.
some long jargon name like that. Yeah, what's the question?
I mean, he said you know. That's what I'm saying.
No, sir. Sorry. Don't do it in bits. Take him to where you want him to be and let him
Okay.
address it. Yeah.
Yeah, you made a statement that we don't need anybody coming out to bring out health record, and you're talking about hypertension and all that. But
Yes.
the truth is that we've been here before, and if we've not been here before, maybe it wouldn't really be a big deal, right? I mean, if we didn't have the case of Yaradua, I don't think it would be such a big deal because we've been here before, and it's more like we don't want to have a deja vu again. Someone can have a cancer, you know that, and it has a time limit, and
So
that
what
person probably is probably gonna live
excuse me.
maybe.
So
No, I'm
if
coming. I'm coming. You're saying that even if he has this health, but we don't know the health condition. If it's something that would end him not living that long life, that's just what
so
I'm saying.
so
If that is the case, then what is the point of the whole thing? If you're gonna live maybe 2 years tops, what is the point?
I think that is even I think thinking like that is even very I don't know how to
No,
classify it.
no, no. It's not.
It
It's not. You made a statement of
is
hypertension and all that stuff that it doesn't matter. You can still live on it, but there are
I,
still some sicknesses that you
I
can't live on. Do you
listen to me.
understand me?
Can I
Yeah,
interject?
listen to me. Hold on, madam. Sit down for a second.
Bishop, let me take it from there. Can I?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, people in this platform, una good day. First of all, let me start by saying I know most of you on this platform live in the United States. Do you have Joe Biden's medical record?
I know that's where you're going to, and I wanted
No,
to,
no, no.
no, Madam Sister,
Let me
I even wanted to
finish.
put that in there before you even come in, because I know that is gonna come out. Like the first statement I made, if we hadn't had this situation before, it wouldn't actually be a problem. That is
Okay,
the statement I
okay.
made.
Let
Do you
me.
understand me?
That's why I said let me take it from there. Bishop, can you give me a little time?
Go
Can
ahead.
you?
I mean already. Go ahead. I muted myself already.
Okay. So nobody knows Joe Biden's medical record. I don't think country presidents do put out their medical record. And again, this one you're saying, you think United States have not lost their president on the seat? Of course they have. And for you, your information is not only diseases, sicknesses that keep presidents on seat. So why make it an issue? It's not only that a president is sick. Because he's sick, there's every probability he will die. Some
So,
presidents
Madam
die.
Zita, just to debunk you, his health record is actually out there. I just googled it. You can do that yourself.
Really? And they gave you the
Yeah,
accurate
you
bros.
can do that yourself.
Anyway, I
Yeah.
don't need to argue with you on that. Just forget it. As I said before, no presidents give you his record to the citizens. But if you say they do, I don't want to argue with you on that because I don't like arguing. Secondly, it's not only sicknesses that keep presidents on their seat. It's not only sicknesses. So why? Look, woman, this is an issue I told you several times that I don't like going into. But since you brought it again, let me just chip in one word. People die. Whether they are healthy or not, they die. So why will you say because somebody is sick, he's going to die? Or why would one say because we have had somebody who is sick on that seat and he died? Just one. And because of that, any president that assumes position in Nigeria will die because he is sick. And therefore, he must tell you guys his health status. What is actually going on? Old, young, sick, healthy, still die. So why this sick and die? Why are they putting sickness to death? That's the question nobody has been able to explain to me.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, answer.
Okay. Why? Like I said before, when Yaradua died, Yaradua was dead a long time ago, right? And there was so much, uncertainty in the country. The country was almost in a mess. We all remember that situation, that they kept saying that he was alive, and that even brought about,
Where did you get that one from?
Can you pause? Can you pause? Please,
let
please.
me
Let's
Where
actual.
did you get that one from?
let
Yes,
me
where
let
did
me
you get that?
finish now.
Yaradua died long time ago.
Let me
Let me
And you
answer
finish
you.
kept
now.
it a secret.
Answer
You
you.
forgot that
Hold
man
on.
is a Muslim.
Hold on. Let me
See
answer you.
this paper. I abandoned
Yes.
this conversation.
Don't use a harsher word
Bishop, please
than.
take it from there.
I think it's not right.
I
I think
don't
it's on.
speak on fallacies.
Come out to say Yarada was dead a long time ago. I don't want you to use the word that actually describe exactly what you have said there. I think we should limit this thing. Don't let us take it to this extreme. Yaradua
Okay.
died
Let me
24 within 12 hours for burial. Yaradua is a Muslim. That he's
let
dead.
me
All this propaganda and what do you call it now? Theories that was flying about, but that people don't respond to some of them. When they told us, major people told us Buhari was dead, that he was brain dead. So don't say Yaradua was dead. Don't say what you did not know, please.
Bishop, let me say something. Nature abhors a vacuum, right? And when you leave a space, people are gonna fill it up. That's just the natural truth.
Yes,
When that thing happened,
yes.
we were asking, we want to see our president. This happened months. We all remember this. I don't know why we are pretending we don't know what happened then. This
No, no,
happened
no,
for months. We were
no.
asking, where is our president? We need to hear from him. Nothing. Nothing.
Bishop, please give me a minute. Just a minute. I
Let
will
me
go beyond that. You see one thing there. Let us not be trying to create unnecessary political hypothesis what doesn't exist. Even the writer of our constitution knows that there can be some case whereby there will be emergency, there'll be some things. And the reason you have vice president, that we are not
I know
following,
that though.
that we are not following the constitution I supposed to be, I supposed to follow it, does not mean that we don't have the process in place. Why should you be afraid that someone is going to run his time out on the surface of the earth if God says he's going to be? So why should we be afraid that someone is sick? What you should
No,
do more
we're
is,
not
if the
afraid.
president is sick, you should spend more energy on saying do the right thing by allowing the deputy to step in place. Forget about all this idea of, oh, the president is sick. No,
No,
it's a
no, no.
wrong,
The idea. No,
it's a wrong reasoning,
let me
and
say
it's a
the
wrong
idea.
mentality to think that way.
It's more like we're reading. A lot of people are basically living under the rock or something throughout this Nigerian space. We already know what Nigeria is. What I'm saying is, we all know what happened in Yaradua's time, and we know that the country was almost leaderless. We know a lot
Forget
of
about
money.
what
Let me
happened.
finish
People
now.
still came out and still make
I'm
it work.
answering. I'm
No,
answering Madam Zita's
you are
question,
still
right?
coming
That
back to
is
the
why.
same thing.
No, that is what
People
I'm
Let him
said it,
answering.
finish.
and people
Let
got
him
it
finish,
right.
please.
Ola, let him land. Let Des
I'm
land.
trying
Land.
to answer Madam
Land it
Zita's
quickly,
question.
though. Yeah.
Okay.
Des, yeah.
Yeah, we know how much was stolen during that period. We know. And we were like, what's going on? So now it turns out that the president was there. We didn't know when he died. They said it was okay, fine. Now another president is about to emerge, or has already emerged. And we have all this, like one man said, the tube in his hand, with this one, this one. And this has happened before. And we don't want to get back to that problem. That is why I'm saying what when Marazita said and what I'm saying and what is the money that it will cost Nigeria, and people that will loot us, and we
Oh
don't want
shit.
that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Des,
Des.
we should
Okay.
One
focus
man,
more
please.
on
He
making our
answered my
constitution work.
question. One man, please. Can I speak?
Yeah. Go on, and then back to Bishop after that.
Des, have you heard of American president called Grover Cleveland?
No.
Okay, fine. He was a president. He was sick. He had cancer. You know what it means for somebody to have cancer of the throat? That means his speech was impaired. Okay. They took him with the naval ship into the ocean with all the necessary equipment for the cancer surgery. This is a global platform. They did the surgery there. How many days did he stay? You find out yourself. How many months did he stay in the high sea, in the ocean? You find out that yourself. Then he has what they call signature mustache. I'm talking about cover-up now. I've told you his health challenges. Let me tell you about the cover-up. He has what they call signature mustache. So after the throat surgery, all the opening and everything, it affected the mustache. They have to recreate that mustache to put it back so that he will come home looking the same. And I asked, the only journalist that knows it to publish that thing was arrested. His license as a journalist withdraw from him. Go and find out. Rover Cleveland.
Well,
So
how
you
many years
see,
was this
hold
around
on,
the time?
let me finish. You see, when you guys come into this platform and you throw things as if Nigeria is one of the most terrible countries on earth that is about to experience or is experiencing what most countries have not experienced. I'm talking about the man was the president long time ago. Not in the recent times, but it happened with them. The cover-up was there. The health was there. The health challenges was there. He was impaired. He was taken out without any address to the citizens. The surgery was done. That if he had died, that's when the citizens would have known. But they didn't. They hid everything. They did it. It was successful. They brought him back, and he continued ruling. But today, and by the way, let me tell you something you don't know. The youngest president America has ever. Do you know why I'm mentioning America? It's because you're in America. I won't tell you where I am. I won't tell you the story of where I am because you might think I'm lying. So let me tell you America, because from what I heard from you on this platform, you are in the United States. The youngest president America has ever had. You know him? You know him?
Go on, tell us.
Of course,
was it Kennedy? Was it Kennedy?
Thank you. His name was Kennedy.
He was assassinated now.
He was the youngest president America had. Forget about the assassination. We are talking about health challenges now. He had a terrible health challenge before he contested for that president. In fact, that was the reason people who know that he had that health challenges voted for him, because he claimed he got it through the war when he was working as a military young boy. The health challenge, I don't want to say it because this is a global trial. Go and find out about it. Sometimes incapacitated him from being the president of America. They never stopped him from ruling until he was assassinated. Okay, continue, Bishop.
All right, let's get back to Bishop. But Bishop, as we come back to you, there is an argument.
Can I get 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajahn Lekoko. Yeah.
Look, the fear being expressed by death should not be regarded as unnecessary. But the recent experience with the past, the recent experience with what happened to Yaradua concerning his bad health, and what happened to Buhari as well, who couldn't form a cabinet for 6 months. And what we are seeing that is going on with Tinubu as well should give us concern. We shouldn't say that with what we have seen with Tinubu, that we should not raise our voices and show our displeasure at it. You know, it's just sad that we must have leaders who are sick. What are we proud of in the first place that we have sick leaders? We can't defend this. What are we defending? What are we trying to do? People that are feeling this fear, they are Nigerians. And they can talk. You should not stifle their voice or their voices.
Okay, thank you, Ajani.
Hold on, let me finish. This is not impressive. It's not impressive at all. What we are reading, say the import doctor for him and this, how long must we continue to do that? How much will we continue to spend this scarce resources on one person because it's a president? What is that, for God's sake? So we look, when Buhari was young and was healthy in the Haiti, we knew the way he governed that country with action. And we saw the way he governed now as an old man that was unhealthy. So Tinubu has promised so much to take us out of the present, humongous problem that we are going through in that country. If he should suffer more health problem, he won't be able to take the country on the right track. He won't be able to do it. And lieutenant can show in the public that we want to do the right thing, but when the leader is not there, they will be doing all sorts of things and be looting. So Dev that is showing his displeasure at what we are hearing, I think it's not doing anything wrong. So people should not stifle his voice and look at him as if he doesn't know what he's saying. I believe in the heart of every one of you. You don't like it as well. You can throw back at this, but what we have seen is not. We shouldn't have leaders that is sick.
That's your view.
Can I respond? Agalewo, can I quickly respond to you? See.
Hold on for a second. Go ahead.
Okay, see, Agalewo, see, today is not the first time we'll be seeing president leaving the office as a dead man. And may God not call the life of Tinubu short. Amen. See, Murtala Mohammed was our head of state. When he died through the coup, immediately they replaced him. The process was there to replace him, right? When the same thing happened to Abacha, it didn't create any problem. It was replaced. When it happened to Yar'Adua, even though people wanted to use that opportunity to manipulate, to do a lot of things, the process was there to replace him too. So the thing is this, it is not about the personality, because we focus more about the personality rather than focusing on the institution and the processes that should strengthen the institution. All these things are around Tinubu is just some kind of political game, political calculation to, political correctness. That is all about. What if Tinubu got to the office today and he became sick tomorrow? A healthy man got to the office and he became sick tomorrow. So what are we going to say? Are we going to say, oh, okay, let us remove him? We'll look at the process. If Tinubu get to that place and is not able to perform, there are processes to remove him. That some people are using the office to do some criminality. It's not an excuse. It should be that we should follow our processes.
The political interest of the South is at stake.
One man.
Hold on, Zita. Let her down the Coqueland.
The political interest of the South is at stake. Whether you like it or not, Tinubu, as a leader today, represent the interest of the South. Nigeria is a country where we have two regions, the North and the South. Obi contested on the basis of representing the interests of the South, and he failed. Tinubu won. If anything happened to Tinubu today, the interests of the South will be crushed at the toppest level in that country. We will come down below. How long will we continue to have this kind of problem? And with people saying that Yaradua did nothing happened to Yaradua. Yaradua, Sahara reporter reported it. Shore have said it on several times that he was on life supporting machines for several months. They didn't report to the country. Sahara reporter reported it, and he was saying it up to tomorrow. And nobody
These
ever
people,
came
they
out to
push
say
me to
it is
talk
lying.
waiting and no one talk, honestly.
So, for God's sake, when you have a leader, I am not saying that we don't really have his health record. This man spoke to us. We saw him recently. He's looking fresher than before. We don't know the state of his health. But if this report that we are hearing that they have imported doctor is true, I think that should tell us that that man is in a serious health problem. So this that is expressing this is the Nigerians. Nigerians should show concern about what is going on with their president. So what you say, I don't think it's too much for him to say. So people should not stifle his voice.
No, Ajali Koko, the truth is
Yes,
that,
hold on. Let's get back to Bishop, who has the floor. But on our way to Bishop, let me just add this as well, only really to concur with somewhat what Ajali Koko and Des are saying. Look, Bishop, Tinubu has an ailment that is carrying. I think we all know that. And it doesn't really matter. But because it's such a high octane topic now, I think they should give us some indication as to what that ailment is that is contending with is, so that at least we can anticipate what's to happen. If he has diabetes, it doesn't really matter. If he has whatever, is it a manageable something or is it life-threatening? So what are we contending with in terms of managing his health and being able to manage the country? So that question is on the table. And to remove it from the table, Tinubu has to address it.
One man, hold on, please, Bishop. One man, I don't want you to cut off this conversation. Please allow everybody to speak on this conversation. I don't want you to say it's okay, please. I want us to discuss intensively on it today. Please. Don't say it's okay, we move to another topic. Allow us
it's there to be discussed. Yes, so let's deal with it. But what I am saying is that because it's such a high octane topic and it's been on the headlines pretty much since Tinubu announced his candidature, and as Ajali Koko rightly pointed out, Buhari spent half of its tenure in hospital. So Nigerians, they are on edge now about the state of health of their president. And Tinubu is showing signs of Buhari, maybe even worse, to come back from France and looking. Is that not what we're saying? To come back from France, looking like somebody that's pumped up on steroids with clinical tubes protruding out of his arm, and we're hearing foreign doctors being flown in. So, I mean, this has to be addressed, surely, Bishop.
Well, for starters, let me correct Ajale Koko. The information that Buhari did not form his cabinet for the first 6 months because he was sick is absolutely not correct. That is untrue. That's not true. He did not form his cabinet for different reasons. Buhari was not sick when he came in, and it was not ailment that made him to form his cabinet. Now, having said that, I think it's very ridiculous that we could subject the health of an individual to speculation and what they call this to or something. The man said he's not sick. Does he look sick?
He does.
I don't see him that looks sick. With the growling, even people that were younger did not run that kind of campaign that he ran. If after he ran the campaign, he went and he came back. If he had come back in the night, they would have said, they smuggled it in. Maybe they brought him on wheelchair. Maybe they brought him on the stretcher. The angle of which majority are attacking his health is from the angle of despise. It's not for anything. It's not because they are curious or they are interested in the health because of the president. No, it's born out of pure hatred. And that's a fact. It's more particular with a section. And if you want to eat it, let us eat it as straight. People die. This from Easter Monday till yesterday, till about a week ago. I've lost 3 persons, pastors. The oldest of them was just 53 or 54. One was actually 38. Islam that died, he lived in Oyibo. He's a pastor. He's a young pastor. His name is Timothy.
Can I interject, Bishop? Just a second.
It's like a son to me. So if you say Tinubu that you saw that came back and was entertaining visitors over visitors till as late as 2 a.m. in the night, becomes a picture of somebody that is sick to you, then we need to be a little bit objective. Now, my argument is not that Tinubu is not sick, but there is nothing that has shown that Tinubu is incapacitated enough not to be able to discharge his lawful duties. Nothing. Since he
sorry, Bishop. Did he look pumped up on steroid when he came back? Tinubu, did he look pumped up on steroid?
Hold on. After that cruelly 6 weeks, 8 weeks campaign, he goes and he gives himself a good rest and he eats well. For those 4 weeks that he was away, he will look fresher. Just 4 weeks. You can look different if you give yourself 2 weeks of complete rest. After such a cruelly, sometimes they having meetings till 4 a.m. and go and refresh and bath, and by 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. already they are already on the road. You were saying it that sometimes he was matching 2 rostrums in a day. Then they were having meetings upon meetings upon meetings since he came back last week. Do you know how many people have gone to visit him? Did you see any one of them when they were helping him to walk, either to go up the staircase or to come back?
Bishop, can I interject, please?
Yes, please.
I think you are not tackling this thing, because when I came to this platform, I made a comment. I said health and age. Nobody has control over it. But I think you are not tackling it from the angle I want us to tackle it. That's why I said, can we discuss this intensively today? I made several comments the other day, but I don't think it sank in. Baba Jali Koko, if Tinubu is very sick and they tell you that Tinubu is very sick, what next?
What do you
Baba
mean?
Jani, are you there?
What is that? I can't understand that question. If it's very
Like
sick and they
you
tell
said, it is good for us to show concern that he is sick. We should know whether he is sick, whether he is good to go. And I ask, if we know that he is not good to go, what are we going to do next?
Now, the Constitution facilitates for that. If it's the Constitution, if the president is too debilitated.
I'm talking about our judgment, because the law says that it is only a doctor that will pronounce him that, right? Now we are talking generally for people who are inquisitive, or rather, let me not use the word inquisitive. Let me use the word show so much concern about what is going on in Nigeria. And they want to know. And they find out that the man is sick. He has a terminal sickness. So what next? The doctor has not pronounced, so we are just saying knowing. So what next?
They want him to resign.
No, I'm just asking now.
No, that's what I'm saying now. They want him to resign.
I don't know where you are going. You are taking us on a long journey. You are taking us on a long journey. Yeah,
let me take you where I'm going to. I don't take people on like long journey. I make exception to that, one man.
Oh, sorry.
I don't talk much, not to talk on taking people on. I just asked a question, and you people are not able to give me the answer. So let me go where I want to go. First,
right.
I think you people are making this so much concern. You claim to have a mere talk to demeaning, rob, and dump dungeon on your fellow humans. Because if it's actually a concern to Nigeria, we know where to take it to. Let the House pass it as a bill. Before you contest for the president of Nigeria, you must go for a checkup. And let it be determined that you're qualified. Why am I saying this? I worked in a place that when I traveled, I came back, was the time that we are doing resume or resign. And they came with me with it. And they asked me, Zita, he has been away for 10, 90 to 1 million days and this. He's supposed to be in the country. I said, but he has a vice. They said, why would he be sick? And you know what? The people talking to me sitting, I said, do you want us to discuss this? They said, yes. I said, in this company, some of you have gone for a brain surgery. Some of you have gone for open heart surgery. Some of you have gone for, because it passed on my table anyway, I wasn't calling names. Some of you have gone for a kidney transplant, and some has gone for liver reduction. And what did the company do? These sicknesses I have discussed now are terminal. And you can be out of work for like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. It's not easy to recover. It's not a fast recovering sicknesses. And when you came back, not only that the company was paying you when you were away, they kept your job. Let me finish one man, because I told you I have been here before. When you people tell somebody he's sick and therefore he will not work, it makes me feel you are telling me that. That's why I jumped in. Okay? Because I've been there before. So they kept their job, and when they come back, not only they are still on that job, they are earning that fat salary. The company will remove some of the job description and spread it across the department so that they will have less to do and still get paid. Now I repeat, if Nigerians are actually truly showing concern of who leads them, they want a perfect, healthy person to be the president of Nigeria, take it to the Congress. Let there be a bill. But the bill will not, I know they're listening. They're always listening. The bill will not be only on the president. The bill will cut across the whole Nigeria. If you are sick, no job for you, even when you can do the job. So can we do that? Stop all this show of concern.
All right, Zita. And really, and Bishop as well, and really to the conversation. There's a backdrop to. Let's first address one thing. The concerns being raised is disingenuous and is political, because this Tinubu's health is actually being played up by the obedient space. So we know that there's that politics to it. They are the ones flashing it up in order to make political capital for their principle. So we know that. So we hold that to one space. But there's a backdrop to this narrative that gives it some sort of energy and life. So if we look at the backdrop, since Obasanjo, we've always struggled. After Obasanjo, we've always struggled with the presidency and health. So we know Yar'Adua's narrative, who we were told that Obasanjo actually got security reports about Yar'Adua's state of health before he was actually foisted on the Nigerian state, but he went on to foist him on the Nigerian state anyway. Now, when Yar'Adua became heavily debilitated by health, the country was in a constitutional quagmire. Should the power transit to the deputy? For how long? Is he acting? Is it substantive? Is the president too debilitated to take the position or not? Is he dead or alive? Now, within that vacuum of Yar'Adua's health, heavy looting, especially by Rukai, his wife. There was even a time that they said his wife should be the president because he had the presidency and he should stay within their region and their homestead. So we had all of that.
She became.
No, she did not become. But I'm talking about we're talking about the country being held in abeyance for a period of well over. Hold on.
That thing was just a
Hold on now.
political
Hold
shenanigan
on.
going on in the
Hold on.
country.
Let
What
me
was
land
supposed to be done was done.
let me land the point. Let me land the point. So there was that Yadua phase, and that space, it hemorrhaged a lot of money from the country, billions of dollars stolen from the vacuum created by Yadua's health. So now we had Goodluck Jonathan as a mini break, and then immediately we hop on to Buhari, and the same narrative repeated but expanded. There was no governance for 8 years, largely because of Buhari's lack of capacity, but more to it because he was incapacitated by health. So billions of dollars, countless billions of Abba Kyari, Abubakar Malami, just looting free a country without a president. So now we're now with Tinubu, and that thing is cropping up again. So you can see now the concerns, they are legitimate. We know that it's not 100%, but what is the nature of his ailment? The public demands to know.
One man, I have Bishop, just hold on. One man, I have already told you, if you guys are really concerned, where to take it. But let me say this. I like speaking in parables. Goodluck Jonathan was very healthy, right? And he was a young man. Very healthy to you, right?
Well, he had no health concerns. I don't know his I'm not his doctor.
Yes, he was healthy.
He was very healthy.
He didn't show any sign of yes.
Man, these people. Anyway, never mind. He was
there's nothing you can tell us about him. He was
no, don't worry. I'm not even ready to
He's still in good health till today.
Information to people.
But he's still in good health till today. He's still in good health till today.
I agree with you people now. Am I arguing? I don't release information to people who don't have use for it. That is, by the way, we've cleared that he's in a very good health. Accepted. Was there looting? Nigeria almost was looted out of the world map. That's a healthy president.
But there was governance. There was governance, though. There was governance. There was governance under Goodluck Jonathan. Was there governance under? There was. There was
governance, and under Buhari there was no governance because
there wasn't. No, there wasn't. Yes, did we witness governance for the last 8 years? Did we witness governance for the last 8 years? We did not.
I think I have to abandon this discussion.
But hold on.
You know, I can't just believe. Hold on, I can't just believe that humans should come to a global platform and start discussing how a human being who run his campaign.
It's not a human being, it's a president. It's not.
Wait, let me finish now.
It's not Sule. It's not Sule down the road.
You
it's
like
the president.
taking words from my mouth. Let me just finish.
Okay, carry on. Sorry.
A human being who run his campaign never slumped, never fell. Actually was going to almost every door in the north begging for the vote because of all the dungeon you people were dumping on him. He ran that thing, finished his campaign, went into the election, won the election. Even when they were expecting him to drop dead, he went on holidays, came back. You either see a stitch or somewhere, or you see what is actually going on. That people will sit down and start imagining that somebody who is talking, who has not even shown any sign of incapacitation, is sick, and therefore he will not be able to perform. What is actually going on? If I may ask, what is going on? You mean you come to a global platform, you bring a man for 8 months now, if I may say the least, has been running his campaign, went into an election, won the election, came back, waved his hand, was greeting everybody, was happy, attending to everybody. You people are still making up that he's sick, he's incapacitated.
Let me finish because I've been all right. Okay, carry on. Yeah, carry on. But look at your screen as you're speaking. Look at your screen, but carry on.
Yes, that's what you people do. And you know why? That is exactly why I told him to be careful. Because when a force sometimes is great not to be impregnable. When he becomes pregnable, when he gets impregnated, The force, the way they are created and the way they are trained, they make a cover up. Do you know why they make a cover up? So that they will not allow the public that they can be impregnable. They make up a story. So if they don't do that, they will get more attacks. So that's why I told him last week, watch your back. Because this is exactly what they did to Buhari. When he got there, what happened? The first 8 months, he was okay, going about his business, selecting his cabinet. Today, some people have said,
Zita, no, hold on. Answer this as you are speaking. How come this picture has not been addressed? But carry on. How come
why
this
would
picture
they
was not
address
addressed?
it? If I am to be them, I will address this. Oh, actually, you were this is getting so bad. So actually, you were expecting them to address it. You must really be 100% healthy. Really?
If Madam Sita, just permit me for a second. This thing, they call here that they pass here. Do you know it's not IM, it's actually IV? Do you know it's intravenous? That should be something that they use that is supposed to be. Can they put a needle intravenously into your hand and you will engage in all these kind of activities? Let's just be for once.
Bishop, whether it's IV or whatever, it simply means that hospital is involved, right? That is what it simply means.
Saying it is there.
You're trying to misdirect. You're saying it's IV.
What is IV now? If it is IV, is it not hospital? Is it not treatment? Is it not something through the vein? If they put a needle in your vein, in your hand, that way, can you carry out all those activities? It's just common sense.
Bishop, you don't even need to argue this because anybody can doctor picture now. Give me the video and I will believe you. Don't give me this one. I've seen Donald Trump singing Nigerian music today.
The video is there, brother.
No,
the video is there.
go and bring the video there. We can discuss.
We've seen the video. We saw the video. Yeah, we watched it here. We saw it. It's real. It's not doctored.
It's not what was on the video, but let's click that.
No, it was. Sorry, to Niger, send me the video again. I know you're listening. Send me the video again that you said we saw it.
No. Okay, having said that, I think I want us to move on. For me, my conclusion is this. I think it's what's the right word now? It's very depressing. You said something that made it clear a little bit that it's the obedience space. I think we're dissipating too much energy on this. And the man has not shown any sign of being incapacitated in any way. He's engaged in more activity than many younger persons. There are 40, 50-year-olds that cannot do what he did during the campaign, electionary campaigns. And he came back, he has still shown. Maybe he went away because of the volume number of persons that were coming and lobbying, and he wanted to be away. It's not out of place. But to now be spending so much time.
And sorry, when he came back, he did not show signs of somebody that was that has had a course of steroids. Did he show signs of that?
He did not. Except you want to tell me that he did.
Did you see how puffed out his cheeks were?
Yeah, I told you now. If you take a good rest for 2 weeks and you eat well, you will pop up. 2 weeks of good rest. Sleep, rest, sleep, rest, sleep, rest. In those days in Nigeria, there was one drug they introduced that time. They call it Cipron. If you take Cipron for 3 days or 1 week and you eat and sleep, you will add weight. I don't know if anybody here can testify to that. I did not.
I know Cipron well.
Yeah, they used to call it Mawu. They used to Mawu.
I used it for 2 weeks and I got a poor belly and I don't like that.
Yes.
What I'm saying is this: if our concern is born out of our anxiety, but it is not born out of concern for him, that's where it's paining me. Let me say something briefly about Buhari. Buhari was arguing us. There is something that I witnessed, that I experienced in the US about Buhari before he became ill. And I keep saying the only person that can convince me that Buhari's ailment is just natural is Buhari himself, until he tells me face to face that his ailment was natural, that there was nothing.
Are you saying it was poisoned? Because I heard that conspiracy theory. Are you saying it was poisoned?
So what have I been saying here since? When I said the force is impregnable, but when you get pregnable, they make up a story. I don't even know the other answer.
US, I met someone a few months after Buhari in 2016. Buhari was not sick when I met the gentleman. And he was, I told him I'm from Nigeria, he's white, he works in one of the oil fields in Texas, and we got discussing. I think I put this thing out on my Twitter handle somewhere. And we got discussing, and I told him I'm from Nigeria. You know, all these people, this idea of, oh, you speak good English? I said, no, I speak English from my country. I did not learn English from here. They will ask you whether you learned English when you came to America. Any others, by the way. So I told him I'm from Nigeria. He said, president. You know, the man said boldly, the president is likely to die. I was curious. I said, what do you mean? He said he's stepping on toes. And his exact words were, for a long time, oil exports from Nigeria to the US, that half of the revenue were going into private pockets. And Buhari had sent a request for 10 years that all the oil sales are receipts. And that's a difficult thing to, because it's going to throw a lot of people into jail. That information. That shiploads of crude oil were going into individual pockets here in America. A lot of big people were complicit in that something. So, but I did not. I took it with a pinch of the salt. They are going to take care of it. Because the man I met for the first time, I was got chatting because we drove some distance.
Sorry to interrupt you, Bishop, but I heard that narrative as well that Buhari was poisoned. But go on, land your point. But I had a different theory around it. But I'll land your point, and I'll tell you my theory.
He was poisoned. I did not know what happened. So shortly afterwards, it started. The ailment was sudden and was so severe that some people were so sure he was dead. I'm not talking of ordinary people now. I'm talking of very powerful people who were so sure that he was dead. I don't know what happened to him. And I will be lying if I have any inkling or idea. But I am saying it's the only thing Buhari himself that will tell me that his ailment was natural. I believe strongly there was an attempt on his life. That is me. I don't have any evidence. I will not stand before any court and say I know who did what or did what. But I believe very strongly. Because the confidence of some of our citizens about his state of health. Remember?
I'm sorry, Bishop, let me come in for a microsecond, only to that space. But I also heard the theory that Buhari, that they attempted at his life, Buhari. But what I heard was that it was actually the Oshibanjo Tinubu axis that's actually attempted at his life. And just to then have him replaced by Oshibanjo. And you recall that in the first phase of the Buhari administration, anytime Buhari even went out of his office to go and use the bathroom, he will hand over to Oshibanjo and hand over the powers to him. But then that suddenly stopped. Anytime he left the country, after a period, anytime he left the country, no matter how long, he never transited power to Oshibanjo. And I think they had the signal or the understanding that his sudden ailment, but he was always never in full health anyway, that his sudden ailment was an attempt at his life by the Tinubu Oshibanjo axis, and that formed the relationship all the way through. So that's what I heard. Yeah.
Let me correct that narrative. When Buhari was sick, Buhari spent a total of about 8 months. The longest one was the one he spent about 5 months and 3 weeks, or about almost 6 months. That was the longest one. That was the one that was really bad. He handed over power. The second one that he spent about 6 weeks, or about almost 2 months, he handed over power. But the constitution says if he is spending more than 21 days Some people were even arguing at the point that it's supposed to be 21 business days. That's official days. But let's take it at 21 numerical days. All other trips, they have not exceeded 21 days. So if he's not spending more than 21 days, the one that was closed, there were official engagement, and you will not hand over power and still going to be acting as official engagement as the president of Nigeria. So these things, sometimes when we don't put the entire narrative out there, so if he's not going to spend up to 21 days, then he does not need to hand over power. That's number one. If he's going to spend more than 21 days, but engage in official activities, even if it is just for 2 days, in between that, maybe he spent 25 days, it's still officially the president. There is no need for him. That is what the Constitution says, because they debated it in the floor of the whether it was the Senate or the House of Rep. They discussed it. So unfortunately, there are so many narratives that people just throw out there, because there are no counter narratives. They become true, and people keep flying with them, and they keep recycling it and recycling it. I don't know. I think the idea of maybe this one that you just said now, I'm just saying it for the first time, I think it sounds a little bit ridiculous.
Let me interject 1 minute. You see, what is that? What is Bufu? Who is that?
No, it's a bishop. Let me meet him. Yeah, go on.
You know that his health almost threw that country into a political catastrophe. Remember the coup that was planned, that was carried out against the National Assembly by Daura, that was fired by Oshibaju. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was that lines up with what I just said. But carry on, yeah.
That guy, it was due to Buhari's illness and his away from the country for his medical tourism that engineered that. How? Look, in Nigerian context, where people at the top of charge of power are so lawless and like to use power not in line, not in compliance with the law, but for their own selfish reason. When president is sick or out of office for some time, some people can do anything that could set the country backward. And that was what happened during that time when Daura, or what is his name, refused the representatives of the people to go into their chamber, but only for the vice president to fire him. And when the vice president did that, it was since then that Buhari never handed over authority to Osinbajo anytime he was going on a medical leave. Do you know that one, man? You know we have been following.
No. That's what I said. The Buhari space, they had the anticipation that Osinbajo was trying to seize power, and we saw the moment that Buhari turned against him. We saw it.
Since then, he never, anytime he's going out of the country. I mean, how do you want to be outside the country and you don't want to hand over power to them?
And it's very dangerous when
Hold on.
I know. I just responded to what you said. I thought you finished. You landed.
No, I've not finished. I've not run down. Let me run down. So Look, how on earth a president is outside the country and he doesn't hand over to the vice president to carry on the job?
Don't run down.
It is not right. We should have leaders that obey the law, follow the law, and act in the best way the law direct them, to carry out their responsibility. So since then, he never handed over to Oshibajo whenever he's traveling out of the country. That is a complete rubbish. And it was just because of this power tussle or power to me all the time. I want to be in charge. I don't want to give explicit space. I don't want to give a chance at all to my subordinate, my next in command, to even smell or carry out any action. It's just bad. It's just bad. So just
Ajanle Koko, remember how they moved aggressively to punish? We discussed this here. I remember how they moved aggressively to punish Oshibanjo. They took portfolios from him, all that humanitarian and disaster management. They all came under the purview of Oshibanjo. They moved it from him and gave it to Sadia Farouk. And then there was even a time that they were removing his personal staff.
Oh yes,
putting all of the back of Buhari's ailment and all of that. Now with Tinubu now coming back home with tubes attached to him, I don't think we are even though we know that this space is being propelled by the obedience, I don't think it's beyond the realms of reason for questions to be asked.
No,
especially yes.
That country belongs to all of us. Everybody should be concerned. If these reports that one man read to us is actually true, we should be concerned and we should,
But the problem with Buhari is not because of his health. It's because Buhari has his own agenda. He was very okay. Nothing wrong with him. It was A and Eddie when they started removing the portfolio.
Okay. It was his health problem that took him outside the country.
By the time they were removing personal staff, personal staff and all those things, he was in the country, L and Haiti. Nothing happened to him. So Buhari had his own agenda. It's not because he was sick. So that what we are saying is this. I keep repeating it. Make our institution work, not the person there. Make our institution to work. We can't be saying the same thing because we've learned from Yadua, we've learned from whosoever we want to talk about.
No, Ola, what I was making reference to was when Buhari was outside the country for almost 6 months, when Oshibajo was in charge. And that was when Daura planned coup against the National Assembly that refused National Assembly members to go into the chamber. And then Oshibajo took an action to fire him. And after that, when Buhari came back, they dealt with Oshibajo seriously. They changed all the staff. They took some responsibility off him. And a lot of things a lot of changes were carried out in his office.
But you are strengthening my point.
Yeah,
we should make sure that Oshibajo should not be stripped of his power. That's what I'm saying. We should focus more on that instead of Buhari. Because Buhari didn't even do anything when they were now removing all those power, and Buhari was okay then. So we should focus more on saying, okay, next time nobody should be able to strip Oshibajo of anything. That should be our focus.
It was Buhari that did that took that action. It was Buhari when he came back.
Hold on. Before you interject, Zita, let's bring King Charles into the conversation. I think he wanted to come in. King Charles, let's hear from you.
I just want to make a sentence. Just a sentence.
All right, go on. We want to hear from King Charles. I think it's a new voice here.
Baba Jani Koko. What if I, Zita, tell you that 18 of them that contested for that presidency have one health challenge or the other that may incapacitate them if they go into Aso Rock and do a external job? Will you believe me?
Yeah, but one person won now, so that is by divide. That is by divide.
Will you believe me? Baba Jali Koko, will you believe me?
Zita.
I mentioned my name in the sentence I made. I said, what if I, Zita, say on this platform that 18 of them that went into that election have one health challenge or the other that may, let me finish. I'm
yes,
talking,
that
some
may
people are
incapacitate.
listening.
Yeah, go
May
on.
incapacitate them if they go into Aso Rock and do external job. I asked Babajali Koko, will you believe me?
Yes, Zita, but that is by the by, is what I said. That's by the by. Now, if whoever amongst those 18, if they have a debilitating health condition and they win that presidency and they are manifesting in the manner that Tinubu is manifesting now, questions will be asked.
The wait.
Is that not the case? Questions will be asked. So it's not especially Tinubu, it's the fact that he's going to be our president. That is where the questions are being asked. But King Charles, did you want to come in or we move the conversation on? We want to hear from Hassan as well. King Charles, unmute yourself. All right, let's hear from Hassan. Hassan.
Before Hassan, can I quickly just respond to Adani?
Okay, carry on. I don't think Hassan is ready anyway. Carry on.
Number one, the issue of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. Before then, it was just a department in the office of the Vice President. When it was elevated to a full-fledged ministry and a minister was appointed, how on earth do we think it will still remain under the office of the Vice President? That is one. Number two, staff of the presidency. There are no staff of the office of the Vice President or the President. Every appointed by Constitution were appointed by the President in the presidency. They will not deploy them to wherever they want to deploy them. The man will request, I want A, I want B, I want C, but all of them were working in the office of the president. That is the presidency. So this
sorry. Let me add this to it as well. There was a period in time when the Buhari team, when they were flogging Oshibando, there was a period in time that they said any decision made by Oshibando at his level must be submitted to Buhari's desk for approval.
At his level as a vice president?
Yeah, yes.
Of course. We know that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, this is the only president that has exercised the most power from the days of Alex Ekweme till the days of Atiku Abubakar, till the day of Nemadi Sambo, till the day, okay, that's the last one. This is the one president that has so much more power. The vice president of Nigeria is like a spare tire, just like the grep. That is the law. So it is as assigned by the president, and it is this Buhari that has given his vice the most assignment and responsibility to function and power. That is a fact. So when
Bishop, you are missing the political aspect of that. See, when they started removing Oshibajo's staff, those were the staff that he identified himself that he wanted to work with personally. You can bring a staff to a company. Wait, you can bring a staff to a company and the company will just employ. Yeah, you can call it. But the fact remains that I'm still the hiring manager. I'm the one that hired this. It's coming to my company. But you now remove my staff and you now impose just on me. It's another thing entirely. So that place and the fact that you are saying no, they gave Oshibajo responsibility. Let us be very mindful of that one too. Let's look at the political angle of that.
It was to humiliate him.
Exactly. That's humiliation. We can't defend the action of Buhari at all. No, don't let's go into politics of that. See, what they did was so shameful. You understand? Because he was just suffering from firing the Director General of DSS and taking some action to correct some abnormalities. And those people that think, oh, they are the one that are the carcass to the internal carcass to Buhari, they said, okay, we are going to show you. No. They really humiliated that man. And if that man had not acted wisely, maybe they would have impeached him, or at the end of the day, even take him to court for trying to sideline the president. They can even say it's put something like treason. That is when your commander in chief is on the throne, you are trying to insubordinate. So let's forget about the politics of that aspect. And prior to that time, if in the credit of Obasanjo, he gave Atiku that power, free hand, to run things that time. But unfortunately, Atiku wanted to use the power because through his power, he has some kind of relationship with the governors. That he was even trying to sidestep his boss, and to the point that we had a rumor that his boss started prostrating to him just for the second time. So to me, they humiliated Toshiba. Those are the things I'm saying we should be correcting, not focusing on an individual. What Buhari did, we should find a way that such thing should never repeat itself. That if Tinubu cannot do anything, we should Shettima should be able to perform in full capacity based on the constitution, not that some kind of group of people will now gather themselves and start now undermining the power of Shettima. No, we want Shettima to be an effective, a potential president whenever Tinubu is not available and cannot discharge whatever it is supposed to discharge. That's what we should focus on, not because of his set. All this to me is just ridiculous, and we should be discussing it, but it's individual opinion. But
no, we have to discuss it because given our history, we have to discuss Tinubu's health. Let me send the link. Let me send the link for I think we've just dropped somebody. Let me take the window to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. I wondered if I wondered if people had lost their wallet over the last couple of sessions. No super chats, but it looks as though people have now okay. I think whoever dropped came back in. So that's the link. But let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. He says Cyprone was a steroid common now. So that to a space in the conversation that we've gone past. But thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. So now Ken joins. One man, can you check those panelists that are not active and remove them so others can come in? Yes. Yes. We'll do that in a moment. But thank you. Thank you, Ken. And of course, let me use this window to acknowledge Ayo as well. So you already know where we're going. Ayo actually did the super sticker yesterday. The buy the coffee, not the super sticker. Ayo actually did the buy the coffee yesterday, but I don't think we actually acknowledged that. So that's Ayo from yesterday, but not the thought that it wasn't acknowledged. He goes on to do as he always does today again. So thank you, Ayo, for all that. So thank you, Ayo, for all that. I want to bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. So Prince Daddy, Tinubu's, let's check. Is Hassan there? Hassan, are you there? Yeah, yes, we'll hold on to Hassan because it's a developing voice on the platform. So we'll give him a moment. But let's see if Prince Daddy is there. Prince Daddy, are you there? Or what's happening? People have gone to cook. What is it? You are there, Patrick. But Patrick,
no, I'm here. I just interject. Yeah.
Patrick, this is not going to go away. This narrative around Tinubu's health, it is not going to go away. So it has to be addressed frontally, which is just the way. And by the way, there's so many ailments that he can have that would not impede him from being able to administer the Nigerian state. But let people know, just looking at our backdrop as a nation, what we have been through under this Fourth Republic, we've already gone through the Yadra, we've discussed that. We know that, it's state of health, and let them at least give us an indication if it's something that is going to impede him being able to administer the Nigerian state, because the public demands to know.
Okay. Let me just chip in this, and then we can discuss other issues. I will ask. The U.S. just published the health state of health of Joe Biden. And I just feel that the political awareness in the US suggests that the population of the US citizens are mature enough, politically mature enough to be able to handle that kind of information. You understand? If you say tomorrow that Joe Biden has cancer, it's not going to cause panic. They are not going to, some group in the US will not say, oh, they marginalize us. Look at it, they have brought a cancer man. Nobody's going to say, oh, this and that, you know, because they are politically mature. Now, if you say tomorrow that Tinubu has a disease, and even though the disease will not incapacitate him, and you say, oh, he has a disease caused so and so, it will not incapacitate him, he will function well. Do you know the political gain that the people are going to make out of? Do you know the story, the lack of maturity, the kind of panic, the issues
okay.
that can cause?
Sorry, let's use an example, Patrick. Let's say, for instance, just as an example, let's say Tinubu has diabetes, and he has been, and by the way, Obasanjo has diabetes too. So let's say Tinubu has diabetes, and he has been managing that for many, many years, several decades. And then it comes out then in public to say, this guy has diabetes, which he has been managing for several decades. It spikes up and then is managed down. So what do you think will happen? It can be spinned into a positive for that diabetes to then be addressed as an audit of just how many Nigerians have it and what the Nigerian medical position is positioned on that. But if we don't know the nature of his ailment, as Des was saying, nature abhors a vacuum. So
let me address that. You see, you have just spoken like someone who lives in a politically mature environment. You're talking about how the medical institution can make gain, and these guys are not going to think that way. They're going to say, "Oh, look at his eyes bulging out. That is an expression of diabetics in his eyes, in its terminal state." If the man is so, they'll say, "Oh, the diabetes is what is affecting." Look at the last time he spoke, his diabetes is the one that is causing him to have impeded speeches. You understand? They will just make anything out of it. Look at what they have made out of the fact that he's a Muslim and that his other guy is a Muslim. Look at what they have made out of the fact that he went to visit someone and they put some, they say, Tinubu we in his body. Some people believe that tomorrow. Look at the Nigeria, look at what they are making out of someone is Igbo and he cannot rule in Lagos. Look at what they are making out of it. The Nigerian political community, the Nigeria as a practitioner of democracy, they are not mature enough to handle such information. We will get to that. Let's not be in a hurry. We will get to that. But as it is today, if you say that, anytime he goes, they'll say, he's dead. You know, you will see some quack doctors come out. You will even see some real doctor come out and say, no, this guy has this, he has that, he has this. I have a very good friend of mine. She has a doctorate in pharmacy. And when she saw Tinubu's handshaking and everything, she started saying all kind of stuff. Oh, this man has Parkinson. Oh, you people don't know you don't know the implication of Parkinsonism. I had to start asking around, and I asked my own brother who happened to be a doctor. He now said, oh, that thing has no effect on his brain. That Parkinson doesn't really have to do with this. I said, but look at Muhammad Ali. He said, no, that Muhammad Ali had a lot of trauma to his head. So that must have been what was responsible for that the Parkinson will not affect his mental capacity. But look at what they were trying to make out of that. So as it is, it's like just exposing yourself politically. If you go ahead, if the law does not permit you to do that, you say, oh, you want to show that you are mature. Let me close that chapter with this. Jesus talks to his people. He said, there are some things I would like to tell you now. He said, but you cannot take it yet. You cannot swallow it yet. You cannot understand it, or you are not mature enough to handle it yet. He said, but when the Spirit comes, he will teach you. You know, at that point, you would have been mature enough to handle it. If you do give that, publish that health this thing now, Nigeria, look, people like, with sincere, with due respect to them, people like this will just make a mess of it. People know nothing about medicine will make themselves medical analysts and make a mess of it. So, just like we are trying to do
Matthew,
now.
let me ask you a question. Yeah.
That's why I say with due respect to you.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
not
understand what you're
attacking
saying.
your
Yeah.
person.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. America, it's a different case. I mean, I feel like America system is such in a way that even if the president is, like you just said, the in Nigeria the president has the all power there. America, if something happens to the president or whatever, we understand that the next person there can still manage it, right? But come to Nigeria, the truth is what one man said is true. If it's something minor, diabetes, maybe ulcer, all this kind of stuff that can be managed, a lot of people wouldn't really have any political, talking about it. That this man has ulcer, this man has diabetes. Nobody will be. It's not even a thing to talk about. But when it's a case that maybe he has something like a brain tumor, that may, affects
Is that
maybe
the
the
speculation in the obedience space? Is that where
no,
you are
no, no.
now?
This is just me, one man. This is just me. Maybe he has a brain tumor that will not affect the speeching, affect amygdala of the brain and all that stuff, and eventually you die, or maybe leukemia, blood cancer. Eventually all these diseases that can eventually kill you within a certain period of time. Then that is a serious issue that will say, okay, now the constitution comes in and like, no, you're not capable of handling this job.
All right. Round off that space, Bishop, and then I'll take the conversation on to Zeta in the absence of Hassan. Because
It's as
there's
simple
a
as that. So I don't know why you
Would
can
you let
continue,
me
Sean.
interject if the opportunity comes, one man?
yes. If you want to interject to this conversational space, you can after this lands. Des, carry on.
One man. I'm just saying we should always talk about the truth. I'm not a person that people will say I'm talking from obedient side. I'm not like that. We all know that. I'm just saying based on the truth. It's just as simple as that, one man. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, before you come in, enigmatic. I see you there. Check your phone. I sent you a message and respond to it. Sorry, carry on.
Is it me that carried or somebody wanted to interject?
No, I think Dewale wanted to come in. Dewale come in and then round off that space in a few short sentences, and then we move on. Dewale, let's hear from you. Dewale, I don't know what's going on. So Dewale has muted himself and has now refused to talk to us. So Bishop, back to you.
So what I want to say in summary is this: there are lots of stories out there that with time they begin to get a life of their own. Oh, this is what is happening. From small rumor mills, and the thing gets recycled and recycled. Oh, in Asuro, Buhari and Osinbajo, they are not greeting themselves. Oh, Buhari is there. They wanted to marry one woman. Osinbajo said no. There are a lot of these things. I had someone that was a little bit close some years ago, and I was kind of very loosely privy to some little conversations in Abuja. It is not all the speculations that you actually pay heed to, but when we discuss things, I think let's focus on things that are verified or verifiable. Sometimes when we dissipate energy on mere rumor and speculation, and the one that is even very touching is that some people will make this thing to look as if, oh, they were there when this thing happened and they saw it with their eyes. No, when we are discussing unverified story, let us state that it's unverified. This issue of fighting in Asorok was so bad. There was a time they told us that they have banned Tinubu from coming to Asorok. In the first time of Buhari, that they have banned Tinubu from entering Asorok, that he cannot enter Asorok.
No.
There was
No, that was true actually. There was a period that they shunned Tinubu.
No,
It was only when they needed him for the second term that they made peace with him again.
He stayed off because he knew what he was targeting. He said so. That anyhow, that's by the way. This guy, the one that was in PDP before, this guy, what's his name? Femi Fadekayode. There were some stinkers he wrote about Osinbajo that time. You think that Osinbajo was the worst thing that happened to Nigeria? There are some people, quite a number of things. Majority of them are just fabrications and lies and lies and lies. And let me end it by saying, we all know that Wole Soyinka survived cancer. Charlie Boy is doing Thanksgiving. Did he do it last Sunday or next Sunday? Thanksgiving because he survived cancer. There are people that, when they manage the only thing I pointed out, has Tinubu showed any sign of incapacitation since he came back?
Bishop, what are you? I'm sorry, Bishop. I'm sorry. Cancer, medically, cancer can be survived, but there are type of cancer that can't be survived. That's why I pointed out leukemia.
Let's not go into cancer.
Yeah.
Let's not go into cancer. Yeah.
Just use they're the ones that come out and say, look, they survived. Wole Soyinka used his mouth to say it. And Charlie Boy, it's still there in print. What I'm saying is that from the electioneering till the election proper, till Tinubu's
please, Wama, let me interject, please.
No, hold on. Let him land. So just let him land, please. Yeah. Go on, land, Bishop, and then yeah.
He's coming back. Until now, has he shown any sign of incapacitation? I'm asking because I just want to know. I'm curious. Has he shown any sign of incapacitation? All the time they were saying that one guy came on.
Hold on. You can't say that and get away with it. So Tinubu is heavily choreographed. It just makes little snippet appearances. When have you ever seen Tinubu at any stretch addressing anything? We just see little videos of him, 2-3 minutes, entertaining guests, a couple of minutes speaking at his front door. It's heavily choreographed.
What about the town hall session?
Before the elections or after the election?
Oh my God!
No, after the elections. After he came back from his
he's the president-elect now you want him to be speaking all over the place and they will be picking everything he says. How many times? No, but one man, wait, let me land now. How many times do you see Buhari talking to everybody like that? This guy is the president in waiting. You can't just be. You see the way the governors are greeting him now. We can greet him and bow his head. The guy is so powerful. Anything he says can mean anything. One speech from him can set the country on fire.
Please,
so you want him to be addressing
Jonathan's election.
That's not a standard now. You can't use Jonathan. Jonathan is a blunder now. You can't use Jonathan as a criteria now. Don't bring Jonathan into it, please. Let me finish now. I'm interject. I just interjected. Don't interject somebody that interjected. Just wait. If not, we will not
interjecting the interjector. Yes.
Now, if not, we will not make progress now. You see, people have people have choices. This guy is now president in waiting. He has more important things to do than going beyond. He's not seeking publicity now. He's not campaigning. Going beyond, arise, how are you? I am okay. There's no problem with me. And he will stay there 30 minutes. He doesn't have such time now to be going and doing all that. He's now the president-elect. So any appearance he's making, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's gone. That's the point.
All right. How do you mean?
No, Nigerians like now. You they whine us. You want him to be behaving like Adi dancer.
Be appearing everywhere. Be dancing and jumping.
The bar we have set. I don't understand.
Hold on. Let's hear from War Peace. But Tuola, I was only responding to what Bishop said. That have we seen any sign of debilitation from him since he came back? We've not seen enough of him to see anything. But War Peace, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank everybody, and I greet everybody here. Well, there's a reason they say this platform is one of the best because we all have our own view. We talk about things that's going on in a rightful way. But it surprised me, like a person like Bishop Patrick. I know he's an APC man. Whatever happens to APC, we know say it's wrong. But I'm surprised why people are speaking like this, emphasizing that nothing is wrong with Tinubu. This is the problem we are facing in this country. Nigeria has so many shades to their problem, and we will try to use one to justify the other. And people will always say, don't compare Nigeria with America. But when it comes to something like this, you start comparing Nigeria with America president that was sick, this was sick. When those presidents were sick, did they hide it? They're making known to the public. That's why people say, don't judge them with their illness. But when you are in Nigeria, you hide your illness, you say you are not, and people, okay, let's check it out. Let's check it, your illness. Let's check if it's true. You start complaining. Don't judge people with their illness. It's so funny. If Tinubu teams have come out ever since I said Tinubu have a kind of just headache he has is February 3, people will take that for whatever we are saying right now. That okay, he has this, is then he has been managing it. Don't go into his health issues. He has not hid anything about it. But you guys are saying he's sound and perfect. He's Oliver the Travel, how will I call it? That he can climb the mountain. Now let's say let's test his health. You said no. Because everybody has health challenges. It's funny when Bishop is talking, and some people is talking here. In this report,
quick observation. A quick observation.
Hold on, my dear. Hold on, please.
Let him
hold
finish.
Let me
Calm
finish.
down. Let one piece finish.
I don't like this. They say it's not broken, and you don't fix it. Nobody is saying it should get out of there or should not stay there. We are raising concern that we saw what happened between Yaradua. We saw what happened between Buhari that we're just living right now. We are blaming Emefiele, not to blame Buhari because we know that guy is dead. But we wants to shift blame to Emefiele because the guy is not, Buhari cannot act because of his illness. Now, we don't want such thing to happen. We raise concern, like Ajeko said. If he's out there, we not say that's going to happen. If he's out of that power, that means South have lost that power for the next 4 years or not 8 years again. The point of showing concern that okay, this guy sees this sign, see this sign. It's left for his team to tell us it's not that serious. Yes, he has just 1 or 2 things. It's not that serious. So that the people, everybody's mind will calm down. But everybody is saying that he's not sick. It's not that. It's not that.
All right, I think we've lost world pace. But yes. So shall we move?
He came back free. Hello.
No, you're back now. There's a lot of background noise from you, by the way.
Yeah, I just came out from my house. Yeah, so when Buhari left Nigeria, he was free when he was sick. We all saw it. Before the campaign, he was very free. When he left, he was very free. When he came back, he was afraid that he came through the national airport. He had to land in first airport in Abuja. We also came to helicopter. He was so free. But after some months, he
they actually brought him in around 3 a.m. in the morning or something like that.
Yeah, we all watched it. Then, but with time, we saw he was recovering. Tinubu let so free, came back so fast with swollen belly. Even a non-particle.
It's steroids now. It's steroids.
So heavy. Doesn't have side effects. You have to. How do the liver contain with those steroids? You pump him so fast. For me, I would suggest if they would maintain him a little bit, then after the swearing, he can go for a treatment and come back. It's gradually, not just to make it to. Why must you want to impress the people? The people you want to impress so much, and they ask questions.
Hold on, please. You know what I theorize is that they were pumping him up for the inauguration so that he can be able to stand upright on the 29th. So all of these things they are doing is to hold him steady for the 29th. Because the world cameras will be on Nigeria on the 29th, and he has to put up a performance. So I think that is what is going on.
Yes, Muhammad, I have to agree with you with that because it will not have to stay 2 minutes and jump away from the stage. You have to stay. You have to do maybe an hour in that stage. So you have to prepare him properly so he can stand the test of time. Now, We are not saying it's a bad thing or it's not a good thing. We are not saying people will not take it as politics. In America, they still criticize Joe Biden. Trump still mocked Joe Biden. It's normal. There's a Democrat that won recently in the House. He has a stroke. He never hid it. But when he even went on interview, challenge, went on challenge, Twitter will know this, went on debate, the public was outraged, like, why do they allow the guy to go on stage? You know he's not that sound. Why must you do that? Why must you do that? That guy won on that ground. But in Nigeria, we tend to hide everything. Then when somebody brings it to light, you say, no, you must not bring it. You still beat the child, then you beat him again, the guy is crying. It's funny, man. It's funny. We should stop this. It's no more election. Election is over.
Oh my
The election is over. If Tinubu has anything he's facing, he should say it. If he says he's not facing anything, he should face the criticism too. It should not be mad that they are saying it. Yeah, coming.
Now, number one, I don't know that you are surprised by what I said. That's one. I don't understand what you mean by that. Number two, you got wrong. I never anything was wrong with Tinubu.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Bishop. But carry on.
I never said anything that nothing was wrong with Tinubu. I never said that. I said everything we are saying so far is in the realm of speculation, hearsay, rumor. That's what I said.
No. I know. Hold on. I don't think you can say that and get away with it because visually, the way he manifested throughout the slurred speech, did he wet himself or not? It was on. I can show you clips of Tinubu falling down. We've played it severally on this platform. So there is sufficient enough evidence to elicit the concerns. So it's not an abstraction. It's not some random. I know the obedience are amplifying it, but there's something for them to leverage to amplify.
Kind enough to let me land. Tinubu was walking, he tripped on his abada and staggered, and he was held.
All right.
How many times he was trying to run up the stairs of the aircraft? Those are the ones we see. I am not saying it's not. He's a 71-year-old man, but we forget most time that he's a human being first. And the gentleman that just spoke is speaking as if I have nothing to gain. But I'm saying we are treating some of these people as if they are superhuman. They are not. They are not. The light we are shedding, the light we are pointing at them, it's not because we are concerned, because we are interested in their health. No. It's born from a completely different people. So if I expressed my views, which are my views, that is, you express yours, you are entitled to it. But I can't express my own. I don't know how that's the problem. We're still too
You're breaking up, Bishop. You can't even.
No, I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
You can't make out anything you're saying.
Woman.
Let me call you, Bishop. I'll tell you again.
I don't know what. Well, if I'm breaking up, I don't know. I'm actually driving, but I'm in town, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're breaking up. You're breaking up a lot. You're breaking up a lot. But what I'm saying, I will tell you again, Bishop. What I was saying, I'll tell you again, Bishop. The way you put your analysis, since I've been listening to you, is like we are staying in post-election or pre-election. Election is over. Now we are discussing how Nigeria will move forward. In everything you discuss, you always bring it back to put it like everybody's attacking Tinubu. It's still campaign season. It's not more campaign season. Now everybody's attacking Tinubu as the president-elect. He's not a public officer. Anybody can say anything.
What peace?
1 minute before you.
Is there anywhere in the Constitution that is written that the president-elect or the contestants must review their health condition?
So
I'm asking
hold on, madam. Hold on. Now, what I said, and I'm still saying it again.
No, answer me now.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah.
No, madam. I didn't hear your question because I was talking. I was saying, sorry, let me finish. So you were putting the question.
Is there anywhere in the Nigerian Constitution it is written that if they elect you as a president, you should make your health condition known to the citizens?
Madam, I'm not speaking about that. And Tinubu is not governing the only 10 panelists
Let me
here in
answer
this
answer
platform.
I
that.
Hold
asked
on,
a
hold on, hold
question.
on. Hold on. Let me answer Ms. Zita in my capacity. Tinubu is not going to govern 10 panelists here, which we have some who are super brain that if we sneeze, we will know where it's going to. Tinubu is going to govern at least more than 150 million people that is undereducated in Nigeria, that he has to speak to them in a layman perspective so they have to understand. Now, if in the layman perspective, then when Abiola was contesting, even a child in the village know Abiola was a billionaire in Africa then. And then when Abiola was contesting, everybody know everything about Abiola in and out. It's not by mocking. If Tinubu team says, sorry, when Buhari said he was going to do ear surgery, we had that before even he won. It was not a right to give it out, but we all knew what he was going through. And when he flew out for 3 months, they had things to stand on. Simple as ABC. You make it easy for the people. You are going to go by the people. It's simple. I'm not
So
saying if you
what
go
is the
there and start
question?
display. Huh?
What is the
Let me answer
question?
Madam Zita. Madam Zita, your question is
Hold on. Let's hear from Dewale. Let's hear from Dewale.
Thank you, woman. I've been hearing people, saying all sort of bala blue all day.
Bula
What is
Balu,
the
Buloba.
yeah, bula balu and bala blue all day?
That is Tinubu blue blah blue blah.
Yeah,
Not
this
us.
if
We don't need blue
all
here.
the discussion is about to bala blue and blue black. It doesn't even go anywhere. And I'm asking, what is this question all about? See, whether you like it or not, whether you and I or Nigerians living in Nigeria like it or not, on May 29, whether Tinubu has in all his entire body is filled with what do you call it? This thing in his under his arms and all that, his face on his body. He's going to be the president. Even if they put him on the dead sick bed, he will be the president. That boat has sailed long time ago. I don't know why.
Who is saying he's not going to be a president?
No,
This is the
I'm trying
problem.
to
The way you charge
remember.
into the
I'm
hold
trying
on.
to.
When you charge into the platform and you forgot your prince, you put your prince title aside to come rough with the people. Then we'll rough with you now. God, this is what we're talking
No,
to you.
please
Who is telling?
do rock with
Yeah,
me
I'll rough with
because
you.
I've been.
Who is telling you? Who is telling you that people will not be swearing on the 29th of May? Is that the topic on ground?
What? No, I'm trying to preface my submission. You
Then
are
just
jumping
relax.
the gun.
No, let's relax. Then refresh your mind and
I've
let's
been
put the
part
question
of.
to you.
Hold on now. I've been part of the discussion from the onset, so you can't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking
But
about.
your interjection right now don't correct with what people are
No,
saying. Nobody's
hold on.
saying.
You are
Walk
jumping
with
the gun, my brother.
let him make
Adewale
a
has not
point.
landed now.
You are jumping the gun.
You may even agree with him if you let him
You are
land. But
jumping the gun.
yeah, carry
Okay.
on. Yeah.
What I'm trying to drive at.
Adewale Julius Madema, whether they like it or not, which are
He
company.
will be the president.
Well,
That is just the point. Even
Play to support Adewale.
if his entire body is full of syringe
hold on.
and medication, even if there are passing drips on his body, he will be the president on May 29. Now, the time we should be asking this kind of question.
Hold on, Dewale. Is this what you are saying?
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I'll.
Is that what you are saying?
Exactly. Whether he's sick or he's healthy or he's not healthy, he will be the president come May 29. That is just the fact. Now, whether this being sick or not being sick question is no longer the question. Tinubu is sick. Everybody knows he's sick. Now, whether he's going to govern or not govern is none of anybody's business. The time that Nigeria could have asked the question or come out entirely and stop him, that time has passed. That is why I don't even want to give credence to this discussion at all. We should be talking about what is going to be the future. Now we are talking about Tinubu is sick. I mean, even a blind man in Nigeria knows Tinubu is sick. I'm not a medical doctor,
No.
but
Blind man does
so
not know. Bishop does not know.
we should not be revisiting this question. That the man, telling us how he's feeling.
Sorry,
What
Dewale.
do we intend to gain from
Even
him?
me,
What do we intend to
Adewale,
gain?
Hold on, Zeta.
seeing
Hold on.
you, I know you are not okay.
What do we intend to gain?
You are not okay. That it is breaking news. Carry on.
Let me.
Hold on. Let's hear from Dewale now.
What do we intend to? Okay, if the man comes out tomorrow and say, "Look, he has diabetes, he has headache, he has typhoid, he has cancer," what do we? Are we going to remove him? Are we going to say, "Court, please stop him. Don't swear him in"? What do we intend to get? The public Nigerians are going to gain from knowing his health condition? What? What are we going to get?
Let me answer that question. You said the campaigns are over and let's look to the future.
Yes.
But actually, the question around his health is a futuristic question.
Okay, what are we going to do about it?
Well, we can do a lot about it because if we know that his health concerns will not impede his capacity to govern, then we can look at the style of governance that is going to administer. But if the health concern is debilitating enough to impede or to impair his capacity to govern, then we have to address that as a space. That does he have the capacity to govern, or should the power transit to Kasim Shettima?
So how do we go about that?
Yeah, but
you have already decided that now. Woman, you have already decided that now. So you can't do anything now. You have already decided that if he has capacity to govern, he will govern.
Or not
if he is
incapacitated, there's nothing
we
can do.
Exactly.
Sorry,
you have already taken it. No, Adewale, sorry. Adewale, let me even back you up. We have even already taken a decision about that. That in case this man becomes incapacitated, we trust this Kasim Shettima well enough to take over from him. So why are we worrying ourselves? If he dies tomorrow, Kasim Shettima takes over now. So what's the problem?
You know the funnest thing.
Why are we worried?
I'm not even looking at it. I gave a submission earlier that Constitution will take care of it. But the thing is that we are flogging issues that have already passed. Whether we know now that officially know that he's sick under the Constitution, there's nothing Nigerians can do anymore. You can't approach the court. Even his competitors cannot approach the tribunal or court and request him being disqualified based on a health ground. That would not save. So whether the rumor is out there or though it's not out there, it is irrelevant.
But Dewale, you are looking at it from politics, but people are looking at it from governance. So
there's nothing we're going to do.
Dewale is looking at it from reality.
The man already said he is going to be teamship. Look,
teamship.
There's no one, not even any governor in Nigeria will come out and say, look, it's going to be, the power is going to be shared. We are going to be having a team governing. No, he already told you guys it's about teamship. That means he's bringing people to help him govern. Okay, don't expect to be seeing Tinubu on the national television every day.
Please,
as a matter of fact,
can I engage this guy? Let me engage this man now, please. Now, I just talking. He's not talking to.
Don't worry. All right, just yeah.
If I don't buy his opinion, they don't have the right to talk it over me. He's not talking to a baby now. We like this is what I was trying to stop him. He's bringing on that type of shade to set on that type of shade. We're not talking about policy here. That's why I said pre-election is over or post-election is over. We don't need that right now. We're talking about his health, and we have seen 2 cycles of this kind of situation, and people have reason to show concern. Showing concern does not mean he's going to stop swearing. Who's talking about swearing in? We don't like this. This time is over. Let's be talking about how Nigeria. Hold on, please. Even Jonathan, I said I was so healthy, but yeah, I don't know if you don't know. People that know, at 7 o'clock, maybe this I will know. At 7 o'clock, Jonathan is already in the bottle sleeping. That turned Nigeria upside down. From 7 in the evening, 7 p.m., every other minister takes any decision they want. That's why they say Jonathan regime was so corrupt. Buhari, because of he was not that how will I say capable of managing the country because of his health status. We had different ministers, Abakari taking his order, the IJs will take his order. When Yaradua was there, I was laughing when people were talking, Yaradua died very immediately. Yaradua was far gone long ago before the announced he was dead. The wife was controlling Nigeria. Ibori was one of the kitchen cabinet. They were deciding Nigerian fate. Ibori and Obasanjo, it took a lot of negotiation for them to allow Jonathan to become vice president. At one time, the Senate wanted to pass a bill that if the president died, they should give it to another man from that same region, not the vice president. We know what will pass through there. Hold on, let me land. We are talking about what we experience. You experience, we all experience it. 250 million Nigerians experienced it. So people are showing concern. Everybody already voted. He has won, fine. Now the health issue is coming up. We don't see President Rufai RTV shouting up and down. People now, the citizens are showing concern. You let people show their concern.
What is
Hold
that
on now,
concern
hold
going
on,
to
hold
do?
on. Let me
We
land.
are
Let me
showing
land. Let me land.
concern.
One
Let me
voice,
land.
one voice, one voice.
Let me
No, we
land.
are no.
No, hold on, hold on.
What please let us interject you because you are
Wait
saying
now. Let me land.
that
Interject me.
no.
No, hold on. What please? Let Ola interject. Ola come in.
See, we've heard you over and over what happened during Jonathan, during Abacha. Even you said because of Earth. Even we know that Buhari, even when he was also AD at 40 something, he even destroyed the economy. Okay, we agree that it's it. Now, Tinubu is there now. We are talking of governance. What are we going to do now that is there? Despite the fact that we experienced it before, okay, he's going to become the
Nothing.
president in May, from May 29. So now that we know that he's sick, it tells us that okay, I'm sick. You, what are we going to do? What if
Nothing.
he's so concerned? Then what's the
Easy,
solution? What are
see,
we going to
Nothing.
do?
if people know,
I have asked
that,
that question
hold,
before.
hold
They
on,
refuse
let
to
me
answer.
answer. Let me answer. If people, I answer people like I talk fast, people don't hear what I'm saying. When Elizabeth were on wheelchair, they never hid it from anybody. When which other guy? The guy just made Democrat guy. I just made a heart stroke. They never hid it from anybody. The problem of Nigeria is that we try to bring a cover-up story, and when the cover-up story fall flat, then we start accusing people why you exposing the cover-up story.
When
What piece?
Roosevelt won on wish year, they made it known to everybody. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
You want us to
yes,
go
and
to
we
the
saw it.
street
The
because
movie is
this
there.
is my
Even and
area.
spot it.
What are
Yes,
you
madam.
talking about?
Sorry, let's not go to American politics, but carry
What
on.
piece?
Yes.
Wait,
What
let me
piece, my
finish. Let me
brother?
Please,
finish.
no go
Let
there.
me
Now
finish
my
now.
area.
Let me finish now. Let me finish now.
All right. What piece? Land
Let me
it
land.
so that we land
Yeah.
it so we can move on. Yeah.
When it's the foreign leaders we see that have illness, we see even Mikel of Jenny that was having handshake, having this. I don't know how you put medical field people will understand it. It was in our record that she has some illness. Nobody criticized her with that. In Nigeria, we cover it up. When you say, "Oh, who told you he's sick?" Then if is not openly exposed that he's sick, we start accusing people. Why are you why are you mocking somebody that is sick? It's funny. No, everybody is sick. Even 2 years old is sick. If he has
Okay.
a ailment that's in his record that he has a minor ailment, it's okay. And people will
Okay.
ease off further of that. That's what I'm just saying. People will
Okay.
ease off further on that narrative. But when you hide it so much, people will be on that narrative. Simple.
Okay. Okay. What piece? Real quick. There's no politician that will come out publicly and said, "I'm sick." There's no politician under the sun that will say, "I am sick." Electorate, I
Brother,
am sick.
let them know.
Do you know that Ronald Reagan had dementia? For good 8 years, this man ruled America, despite that he had dementia. And yet, public do not know that he had dementia. He did. He didn't tell the public. There are numerous heads of state like that. What I'm trying to tell you is this. It's a matter of saying, we all know Tinubu is sick. Agreed. Now, him coming to tell the public we do public no good. We already seen it. The time will have put a stop to that for him not to become the head of the government, for this fear that we're having not to be there. That time has gone. So, whatever we are discussing now, it's not productive. It's going to be the president. We should be talking about his policies. What will make his policies? All about sick or no sick. It's just the fear of another northerner taking over from him. That is just the fear. But it won't even solve the issue because number one, he doesn't hold us to tell us how he's feeling. If he's having malaria today, that is my point. What piece? So it's not as if I'm trying to argue with you. I disagree with Babajelo Koko earlier when he was talking about him telling the public. Telling the public for what? What are we going to gain from it? Even a child born yesterday could see that Tinubu is not well. It's just a matter of knowing who he was before and who
didn't
he is.
say that. I didn't say you should tell the public. But what I'm saying is that his health problem should be a matter of concern to us as citizens. I haven't gone through sick president.
We'll be praying for him.
Buhari and what do you call him?
Yar'Adua.
Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua was brain dead for several months. He was brain dead for several months. And they hide it away from Nigerian people. And in that time, a lot of looting was perpetrated by his lieutenant and associate that surrounded him. The same thing happened to Buhari. Even the time of Buhari, we almost lost this democracy. Coup was planned against the National Assembly. We knew how Daura, refused to allow the heart of our democracy, the National Assembly members, to go into their chamber. Only for this guy, the vice president, to intervene, fire him. And when Buhari came back from his sick bed abroad, he started carrying out a lot of removal and action against the vice president. I mean, what are we talking about? We have to be worried that he's sick, because one thing, like I said earlier, the interest of the South is at stake, whether you like it or not.
So what should we do
Our
about
interest is at stake.
Even though we are worrying, what should we
We're
do?
in a country where the two regions fight. Then what are you going to say?
What are we going to do? What should we do now?
Hold on. No, what we can do is what we are doing. We got to talk, but you guys are trying to stifle the voices of people that are raising concern.
Because see, we need to be productive.
Tell us that, we should not show any concern. It doesn't matter.
So
let
what
us
is our
move on.
concern going to
That is
going
what
to
you guys
result
are.
into?
That is the position of you guys that are supporting.
Hold on. Before you interject, let's hear from Ekene who wants to come in. Ekene, good to see you.
Yeah, one man.
You no sleep still.
We don't wake him up. You don't have to move to
we are concerned about you. You need to publish your health conditions so that we'll know how you are feeling before you make any submission.
Even me, Steph, I was even very sick a few days ago, almost 2 weeks. I just recovered. So everybody is sick. Nobody's well. So, but
thank you for making it public.
So,
we won't vote against you.
The issue is that we play with a lot of things in this country, and this issue of Tinubu sick, the thing don't even worry me anymore. The reason is that when the time we are supposed to speak up, we didn't speak up. So what are we talking now? We knew that the man was sick right from the time the campaign began. So if anybody is concerned about Tinubu health, I thought the person would have started the time he declared his intention to run for the presidency and say maybe Tinubu is not okay for the South. Maybe Southwest should look for another capable hand, and maybe encourage Tinubu to support that person. But we never see such. Now we all believe that Tinubu can do it, have the capacity to do it, and everybody was defending him. And he has won the election. So I don't see anything to fight about. If we really show concern, or maybe we thought that we are concerned citizens, would have started it right on the day. Nobody is in doubt that Tinubu is sick. Everybody knows that Tinubu is sick.
You don't say anything to be concerned about after what we just experienced with Buhari.
What am I going to be concerned about? The man has been elected now. Concerned about what? For me to go and ask Rock to drag him out of my man, don't go there. What the hell? You want the police to shoot me, shoot aside. So there is nothing to be concerned about. Anything that happens there, the only thing I know is that if the man performs, no problem. If he doesn't perform, we'll see him. I know where I'm waiting him. It's not whether he's sick or not sick. After all, he said that he can do the job. So I will be waiting for him to do the job. So if he didn't do the job, then that is when I will criticize. For now, there is nothing to criticize. If we play with a lot of things in this country. We are playing with it right from the time of the campaign. The man Jagaban, everybody was hailing him. And they held him, he won the election. Then we now come back to discuss that Tinubu is sick. I saw the news today. They imported doctors from abroad. The news is everywhere. I didn't even look at it 2 times. I just overlook it. It doesn't concern me. For what? So if they like, let them import all the doctors in abroad to come and be looking after him. All I know is that what will be must surely be. So that is my own.
Business, they matter.
Can I interject a little, please? I'm surprised when I said something about Jonathan here. I got attacked like he was very good in good health. I am shocked that Nigerians didn't know that Jonathan was being flown to Germany several times for health issues. I just shipped in here something, and the way you people spoke about his health confidently, this is a global platform. I must say this, I'm shocked. I said, oh, he's in perfect health. You see, these health things, I'm just beginning to get irritated about the way they discuss about
Jonathan's health situation so bad, and was it so threatening? And what was his?
Baba Janikok, I think you have to do a little research about that, because whatever I said here now, nobody's gonna believe it. Because the way the discussion is going, Adewale has asked you people what next. I said that before. I said if anybody have problem and so concerned about who becomes the president of Nigeria in terms of health, I think we are taking it to the wrong place. The concern is not genuine if we did not force the hands of the Congress to pass it as a law. So Adewale has come here and asked everybody the same thing I asked the other way around, what next? And we are still talking about it. And I made a comment here. I said, what about Jonathan? And they said, Jonathan was in perfect health. And now you are telling me, was his health challenging, incapacitated? You don't know? What about the Lantern project, a contract he signed? How did it come about? I beg, I don't want to talk. You people should continue. When it's my turn, I will talk, I beg.
This topic, one man, this topic ought not to be discussed.
It should be discussed. So we're talking about Buhari Mark
no,
II,
a lot of
the
people supported him. A lot of people supported him in this platform to become president. So we should also give him the support now he has won, especially the people that gave him the support to become the president. Maybe go on a night vigil, pray for him, do a lot of things. God help him to do well.
That's what we are going to do.
So that is it.
For him.
So even myself, I'm praying for him. So I want him to succeed. So that is the thing. It's our country.
One man. We all have our gifts. We all have our gifts. Ekene is speaking from the prejudice side of obedient and obedient in a nice way. We all told you he was sick, and nobody. We all said he was not sick. I know you have arguments in your mind.
And by the way, you say Obi did not win. Obi has put up an appearance on Arise TV today, so we'll have a diet of that later on.
You know one thing, One Piece.
Yeah.
You know one thing.
That's what Okene is speaking from. I got it.
Yeah. No. It's not. It's not that. It's not like that. It's not like that.
No, I'm not forcing it upon you. I'm not forcing it upon you.
I know, but I supported my. Even right from the time, even when I've not supported Obi, I have Osibanjo on my mind, and I said it.
Let me break it down.
And I have my reasons. Yeah.
Let me break it down in pidgin. Oga Jalikoko, what the Kenya is doing, like, share will tell now. That's what the Kenya is
right now. That is
right
what
now.
the Kenya is telling us. I don't see him now. Now can't try.
You know what they call that? Sorry, what page? You know what they call that in on the streets of Lagos? It's umto. Is it umto?
You know One Piece. Real quick. Sorry to interject you. You know, on OVS platform, I said something. I said I blamed Tinubu handlers. You see, all these politicians, we are human beings. We are prone to sick or whatever. You see, there's no way when you are above 60, if God bless you to the point that you don't take one medication for one ailment, be on your knee every day and be thanking your God, even if it is just high blood pressure. You see, everybody knows how they manage themselves when it comes to health issues. That is why people you will think, there was one woman in my village then that we always think is going to die tomorrow, die today, die tomorrow. This woman lived for years, Most of the people that are expecting her to die died before her. That is the reason why health is personal. Even as a subject in Nigeria, we wish our leaders to be healthy. But you see, all these crops of politicians parading themselves, even coming to television wearing Babaringa and up and down. Some of them have ailments that are very, very deadly. But you know, you and I would never know. Reason being because it's personal. Now, all this concern should have been put to stop before this man emerged as a candidate. I don't even talk about general election.
I got the wallet.
Now,
You said it
if
all. Hold
tomorrow,
on. Hold on. I got you said it all. You don't need to explain this further. Like what I
I'm
was
just
saying.
saying,
Is the
okay.
hold on. Is the handlers is the problem here? Tinubu handlers.
No. For the mistake, for that mistake of that
Hold on.
video, I mean that
Hold on. I know, hold on. Whatever Tinubu is passing through before and after, the handlers can put this thing to rest easily. Because that is their job. Like, let me tell you something here. I've said
to
this so
tell
many
the
times. Yeah, one
public,
man,
to tell the public.
hold on. One man, I've said this so many times that my daughter is passing through ADHD. I said it here, and I too, I diagnose of it. Sometimes I slow. Sometimes I cannot correct what I'm saying. I've said it so many times, right? One man.
But that's you know.
Yes.
No, hold on. Yes, hold on. I've said it here. So if I'm telling sometimes I cannot put my point together, you will not mock me or think what guy's saying because you already know I've put my situation out here one time or the other, right? So you can manage my situation with me. Now, if the Tinubu handler, have put a snippet of what Tinubu have, it's politics. Just throw it out there, just to the dog, you know. Hold on.
It doesn't work that way.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. You're not a politician.
I don't say it's going on with hold on.
All right.
Let me just finish.
Okay, finish. Let Adewale have the final word on that, and then we move on.
Yeah. So if the handlers are doing a good job, like he has a minor sickness, like the other thing is he went for knee replacement, that will cover everything. What people are saying, and people say then stop all this. We have moved past that. Now it's time for governance. But now, yet every day we still painting this man like the Vinci portrait, which is not nice. People say it's not nice because we know this guy is not that sound, and we want him to do a sound job so everybody can support him. Nobody say they should not throw him in or not to remove him. When everybody speaks, you take it to the politics. We're no longer in politics section. That's just my point. And thank you.
That's the thing. No, we're no longer. This is the time for governance. So everybody should support the government. That's the thing. Let's move on.
It is still politics. It is still politics. You know,
it's still politics. But this is now time for governance.
I'm trying to respond to World Peace. World Peace and I, we are just ordinary Nigerians. Our anonymity is intact. Nobody knows who we are, even on this platform. Probably, maybe you must have seen my video one place or the other, but not like you really know me per se. But we're talking about the person who is going to become the president of Nigeria. If his handler, I blame his handler simply because of that optic, because of that picture that surfaced online. They all have people that manage their issue, to manage their image and all that, and to prevent stuff like that to get to the public. However, if such thing, if it is known to the public, okay, that this man has one ailment and is officially known to the public, that will be a nail in his coffin. But they won't do that because they wouldn't want the fallout. This is politics. They will use everything they could find against you, including your health.
Majority of his fans know right from the beginning. Even though the handlers will not do so, majority of, especially with the citizens.
I wasn't even expecting his handler to come out and say, "Tinubu
no, his handlers will not do that. But majority of the people that voted him know. It is not a hidden thing.
Of course,
it's not a hidden thing. So it's not a hidden thing. So if majority of the people that voted him know that he's sick and they openly voted him and come now to complain.
No, Bishop, I want to move on from that space.
No, but one man, just give me 1 minute. Let me just
but let Dewale
opinion. No, I'm not okay.
And then you have the very last word after Dewale, and then we move on to
to prolong the issue. Let me yield the floor so that you can make a submission.
All right, go on, Patrick, and then we move on.
You see, my own view is that we supporters know, and we are not complaining. So can they say supporters know why they complain? No, We know, I am one of his supporters, most of his supporters know that he's not in perfect health, just like most of us are not in perfect health, and we are not complaining. And we know that he could die anytime, whether he's healthy or not, whether he's healthy or not. And we have also weighed the option that, okay, if Obi died today, can Dati step in? If Tinubu dies today, can Shetima step in? Okay, if the leaders die, which would you prefer? I would rather prefer a Shetima than a daft Dati. You understand? I would rather prefer a Shetima than an Okowa. So we have weighed that options and we have taken our decision. So, and we are not worried though. The supporters are not worried. So please don't think we are worried.
That's
All
fine.
right.
That's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on.
All right, brilliant. So we can still visit it in the latter sessions, in the latter phases. But just to move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Zita. So Zita, are you still there? Zita?
Mama don't go walk.
Zita, she has gone to the, I won't say she's gone to the fridge, but unlike Dewale, she's not going to take chicken or she's going to take salad. She eats salad, but Dewale eats chicken.
I'm working on it.
Zita, are you there? All right. There's actually this clip that I brought to the thing, really because of her son, who seems to now be missing in action. And I was wondering if Zita could take it on. But in the absence of Zita, then hopefully, what about Janle Koko? Janle Koko, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So Peter Obi made an appearance on Arise TV today, which somebody sent in via Instagram. So what we'll be doing is a 50-something minute long. So what we'll be doing is we'll listen to the question and then listen to his answer and then see what we're making of it. So we'll do that with Peter Obi in a moment. But I brought this clip only really because of Hassan and some of the things he was saying yesterday about the Nigerian military and Bishop as well, about the Nigerian military and how we as Nigerians, we don't really take cognizance of what we have and how the international community views us. So all of that, listen to this.
Concerns. Yes, I've known the Nigerian army for the last 25 years. They're very professional, they're very serious, and they do good work. They intervened in Liberia to settle the civil war there in 1990. They intervened in Guinea-Bissau to stop the drug trade there. They're really good people. Boko Haram is their biggest challenge because these Islamic terrorists, they mix with the population. They're in the refugee camps. They're in the villages. And when you see teenage girls as suicide bombers, that's very, very difficult to cope.
What would you say, sir, to critics who say they've also made some pretty catastrophic mistakes? Civilians have paid the price.
That's right. But look at U.S. bombing of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. They've made mistakes too. They've bombed refugee
Or have
camps.
a domino effect. Can we have Chad, Cameroon, and Niger coming to the United States and saying, you know what, we need those planes as well to fight Boko Haram?
I don't think they'll do that because they don't have the capability of operating these aircraft. They have good armies on the ground, but only Nigeria in that region really has a decent air force.
And do you foresee any kind of hurdles?
That speaks to a lot of the things that Hassan was introducing to us yesterday, Ajanle Koko.
Yes. You see, woman, the issue of Boko Haram, the reason why Boko Haram, was able to destroy our security. I mean, reason why they poses serious challenges against our security formation and structure was because we fail in our intelligence gathering capacity. Just like that white man said, oh, they mix with the local populace and this and that. If we have good intelligence, network on the ground, we can easily fish them out and we can easily defeat them. But our intelligence gathering was very weak. And we have, within the military, at the top level, some officers that work in alliance with Boko Haram so that Boko Haram can continue to work stronger and they can use, that situation to make the state resources. So all these things that we saw, it's not that Nigeria. It's not.
Hold on, Bishop. Yeah.
It's not that Nigeria cannot really, but you see some of the officers compromise their professionalism for the reason of looting state resources. And that is why Boko Haram was able to press down for so long. I mean, it is... Even President Jonathan said it too. He said, we have Boko Haram in my government. Jonathan, the president and commander-in-chief of Nigeria, he said it. We saw a publication by Sahara Reporter that Buratai, the former chief of army staff, have account in foreign land that runs into millions of dollars. The defense he gave was that it was...
do you remember, sorry, Ajanle Koko, do you remember the story broke that he had not houses but estates in Dubai, and then he was saying that he bought it with his savings that he's been working for a long time.
I mean, and not only that, there were reports that...
One man, sorry, Ajanle, you're not fair to say that. You didn't say it well. He said he bought it from his snake venom company. Like, he has snake snake venom for medicine. Yeah, he said he bought it from them.
All right, let Ajanle Koko land. I want us to get quickly to Peter Obi's interaction with his clansman.
A chief of army staff managing our military structure, at the same time running another business somewhere. And not only that, we had some people that they said they arrested that were funding these people. Up to today, we have not seen any trial of the financier of these people. Look, it was a total failure by our military to defeat these people. It is not that Boko Haram is that stronger than our military, but you see, we compromise the professionalism of the military, the top echelon of the military, compromise the professionalism of the military, for Boko Haram, so that they can continue to milk the state.
Ajanle, can I ask you a question?
For the past 4 years, go and look at our budget.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, take a question from Bishop, from Patrick.
Patrick. Okay, Ajanle, since you know where the problem is now, one of the problems is that we don't have intelligence. Can you suggest 3 ways for us to improve our intelligence gathering? Just 3 ways. Because at times when you talk as if you used to work in DMI before.
I am not.
You spoke with specificity. No. Okay. So how do you know it was intelligence gathering? You say you are not. Now I told you suggest. You say I'm not a military officer. But also, how do you know it's due to intelligence gathering?
Oh, okay.
How do you know?
Hold on. I will tell you. I will tell you why I know. Look.
And suggest 3 ways to improve it.
Okay. Let me.
Because now you seem to know the job more than military.
Okay. All right, but I don't want to expand.
Please let him answer that question.
Yes, but
let him answer that question.
All right, answer, and then we hear from Bishop, because I don't want us to expand our space. I want us to get to Obi quickly, but Ajanle Koko.
Look, Patrick, if I should tell you anything now, that these are the way we can improve on our intelligence gathering, I'll be telling you rubbish, because I am not in the military. I never had any military experience and never been there, but we saw people that have managed intelligence gathering before. Commodore Adewumi, he came on the TV and told us why we are failing. Do you know what they did to that man? That man was quickly invited to defense headquarters for questioning. And he had to go with, what do you call this thing?
Falano.
Falano, so that he won't be detained. They slammed Channel TV with fine for allowing him to speak against the failure of the state. Look, even the tactical approach.
Don't forget them.
Hold on. Even the tactical approach in fighting this, what do you call it, the insurgency, was even poor. You see, they will say they attacked.
You just told us that you are not a military man. So how do you know the tactical approach is poor? Do you know the tactical approach you are using?
Hold on now.
You are okay to express your opinion, but you are doing it with like as if you are an authority. And people listening to you now will believe you.
Let me say with my own authority. I'm a citizen.
You don't have authority to say that. You don't have such authority.
Okay.
You don't have such authority. You are not a military man. You are not even served civil defense. You are not even a Boy Scout. You are not even a Boy Scout.
I have told you that I am not a military officer, but
not even a Boy Scout.
Okay, fine. So
man of war. He has said tactical. Don't use that word tactical.
So even the military, the tactical approach was even wrong. You will see, they will say they are launching attack against military, against insurgency, Boko Haram in Zamfara. All these guys will run to Sokoto, and they will say they go and launch, and this guy will be running from one state to the other. You know that the borderline, all these states, they linked to each other. You know, these people are running freely, and this problem, the problem enlarged under Buhari. It was Boko Haram that we had under Jonathan. He metamorphoses into banditry, mixed up with what do you call this, ISWAP under Buhari. It was only in the east, not east, that we had problem. Under Buhari, this thing enlarged into what do you call banditry, and with those criminal activity, those guys with their own criminal activity, they ravaged the whole of Northwest, up to the extent that in the Kaduna, where we have the military stronghold of the country, these people were operating freely. The airport cannot open 24 hours. Across NDA, schools that were there, people were kidnapped. Across the street from NDA, the private school that was there, children were kidnapped, were taken into military officers.
We covered this here.
We treated it here. Military officers were kidnapped. And they were kidnapped, they were taken to close by to the NDA behind their fences. You remember one man, they were saying that when they were doing the military marching in the morning, those guys said they can hear all the military command and all these things, that they were behind their fence where they had them in the bush there. And the military cannot get this guy. Come on, man. Anybody that is talking crap about this, trying to defend this indefensible, I mean, that person is just wasting his time and just trying to paint what they are not supposed to.
Sorry, though we don't want to continue, we don't want to drag this thing. So which person, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing
we can, carry on.
Okay, so which group said they can hear them?
Oh, they were kidnapped. Some kidnapped soldiers
said they could hear them.
Mama, did you forget?
I
remember. Yeah. We covered it here. We treated it.
They were kidnapped, and where they kept them in the bush was close to the NDA, and they can hear them in the morning when they are doing marching band and all these things, and they were wondering how come they cannot come and rescue here. It was the military there, some of their colleagues that have to donate money among themselves.
There was a particular officer that was held, and the rest of them had to donate money to pay ransom. The army donated they donated money to pay ransom to bandits. Yeah. So what faith they?
I understand. I understand what you are saying.
Go and listen to
most of us.
Adewumi. Do you remember?
I've listened to Adewumi now. I've listened to Adewumi.
Yes.
I've listened to Adewumi. Now, what I'm saying is that most of the things you said, a large number of us agree with them. But I am saying that we are not, because of that, those things you have said, going to write off the entire leadership. I'm not saying the military now. The entire leadership of the military. You understand? We are not going to write off. The Pentagon was invaded now. So that
when was that? When was Pentagon invaded? When?
Whichever. At what time? Wait now. Was Pentagon not attacked? Was the Pentagon not attacked?
When was Pentagon attacked?
During September 11.
It was not attacked.
Is it cyber attack or physical? Is it cyber attack or physical?
It was not attack. That plane was moving towards the Pentagon, but the Americans, the patriots in the plane, they rescued them down and brought down the plane before they got to Pentagon. So Pentagon was not that. Don't paint the wrong picture. Yeah, this is what you Batify does.
So what was it called?
No. Can
I quickly interject now? Now that you guys
are you saying? Am
I on?
Daniel Oko, let me just give you this. This is Naval History Heritage Command. He said the Pentagon was struck by American Airlines 77 at approximately 9:37 a.m. on September 11, 2000. The plane hit the E-ring of the first deck level between corridor 4 and 5. The plane path destruction ended up in the alley between C rings and B ring of Pentagon. So what are you saying now, Ajale Oko? I'm just reading from the Naval History Heritage Command website. So what kind of you just say something now, you are politicizing it. Don't come and give us. I know you don't like Nigeria. You want to say so many bad things. The military is so bad, they are so useless. Otoro Okoro, I've just disproved one of your lie now. The Pentagon was attacked. There's no truth in what you just said. Pentagon was attacked. It's on the website of Naval History. It's on the website of Naval History Heritage. Go to that website, Naval History Heritage and Naval History and Heritage Command. The Pentagon, the attack on Pentagon, and they just told you the part of the Pentagon that was attacked.
Do you know how large the Pentagon breathing? Do you know how
was the Pentagon attack? You say no. I just told you now.
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Everybody is confirming that it was attacked. He's just read you from even Kulata is confirming it in the comment section.
Now you just made it look like we lie here.
The main building of Pentagon was not attacked.
That part of the Pentagon that was attacked, that part of the Pentagon that was attacked was NDA Kaduna. It was not Pentagon. It was the Kaduna branch.
Okay.
Just stop taking the goalpost.
No, what I'm trying to tell you, no, I'm not shifting the goalpost. Wait, make I tell.
And they are still coming Pentagon today.
I'm coming for Adanle Oko.
And then
what I'm saying is this.
Hold on. Because you guys like to bring some narrative.
Adanle Oko, you have a way of painting a narrative that there's nothing good about that country. You have that. God. If you don't know, go and listen to yourself again. I'm telling you, I've said it to you before.
You know, take this personal.
Patrick, you are shooting the goalpost in the sense that
no, this is friendly.
One voice.
This is a friendly way. Adanle is like my mom, but for me, I'll tell you something. I noticed something here. Yeah. It's only me that really go for Adanle Oko. And we are already used to ourselves. It's like my mom.
There's another. Hold on, Patrick. There's another person.
This is the second person.
Simba is after Ajale Coco. I've been noticing it. Simba is after Ajale
Patrick, let me respond a bit. Patrick, let me respond a bit. Patrick, let me respond to
my
you
brother. I
again.
did hear you.
What Adelko is saying, and when you are shooting a goalpost as the Batify you are, when Boko Haram was attacking a military installation, it's not one of our installation. They were attacking all our military installation from Zaria. Kaduna was the height of it. They attacked all our outposts. They took over it. They attacked our little military outposts. They took over it. We said it was a little military outpost. They attacked Defense Force headquarters. They attacked there. They attacked the training, whatever they say. They attacked all from Kaduna, Kano to Zaria. So what Adelko is saying is not wrong. Now, you to portray it to just one is wrong for your guy, Patrick. The Pokora took over most of our
What I'm
military
saying, I agree with him now.
Hold on.
What did I say?
Hold on, let me finish. They took two anti-aircraft gun we had in Nigeria. They took it. They have to. Buhari have to cancel some of his flights until they have to pay a price to get one back. We still have we have one is still with Boko Haram. Till today, pay a fine to get one back, and you are saying that Nigerian military is what or what not what?
No, this.
All right, let's hear from Bishop. But when I brought this clip, I actually brought it as a positive. Only really because of what our Bishop and Hassan were saying yesterday. So I'm going to represent the clip. It's only about a minute. And then I want our Bishop to address it just on the strength of what this man is saying. So Bishop, listen again and then address it not on the Boko Haram narrative, because he wasn't especially speaking about Boko Haram. He was speaking about the merit or lack thereof of the Nigerian army. So Patrick, rather Bishop, listen to this.
Concerns.
Yes, I've known the Nigerian army for the last 25 years. They're very professional, they're very serious, and they do good work. They intervened in Liberia to settle the civil war there in 1990. They intervened in Guinea-Bissau to stop the drug trade there. They're really good people. Boko Haram is their biggest challenge because these Islamic terrorists, they mix with the population. They're in the refugee camps, they're in the villages. And when you see teenage girls as suicide bombers, that's very, very difficult to
What would you say, sir, to critics who say they've also made some pretty catastrophic mistakes? Civilians have paid the price.
That's right. But look at U.S. bombing of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. They've made mistakes, too. They've bombed refugee camps.
Or have a domino effect. Can we have Chad, Cameroon, and Niger coming to the United States and saying, you know what? We need those planes as well to fight Boko Haram.
I don't think they'll do that because they don't have the capability of operating these aircraft. They have good armies on the ground, but only Nigeria in that region really has a decent air force.
And do you foresee any kind of hurdles?
So to that, Bishop, when I saw that clip, it reminded me of what you and Hassan were saying yesterday, that we are very too quick to lampoon our army. So I'll go off the back of that, not the Boko Haram space especially, because it wasn't especially speaking about Boko Haram.
Thank you very much once again. Basically, this is what I know this, and I know far more than what is presented here. And these are the facts on the table. And our military has improved tremendously. The platform we have acquired in the past 5 years is unprecedented with any African country, not just Nigeria alone. I'm not saying that we have overtaken them, that the space of 5 years to have acquired that amount of modern platforms is unprecedented. Having said that, like I did say yesterday, I almost got emotional because of my personal losses yesterday. Having said that, are we where we want to be? No. But we are not where we were. And we have leaped forward. Ajalokuku said something about information gathering. The problem of fighting this asymmetric war when it started was very challenging. And it was challenging because we've never had it before. And just like the man said, you have indoctrinated and heavily sedated, drugged 11, 12-year-old children, girls with hijab, that they would just send and remote control and detonate their bombs. Their bombs were going up everywhere. And I want to add very quickly, and go and check the history of terrorism everywhere. Let's use Tamil Tiger. It took 50 years to be able to bring the Tamil Tiger to some kind of submission. There is no state that has conquered terrorism in 10 years. None, not a single one. Do we have challenges? Are there things we can still do? Now, when we make blanket accusations that rub off a whole generation of military men, like I did say yesterday, I think we're being uncharitable. The challenges we faced in Nigeria, what you don't know is that it is only one attack that they succeed at that we make noise about. The remaining 99 that were prevented, that were thwarted, that were stopped in one form or the other. We have seen a military man that rescued a potential suicide bomber and lost his life in the process. We saw a young boy of 17 that saw a potential suicide bomber and rescued the fellow to the ground, and the thing blew up. And both of them, that these are sacrifices that will make us to overlook some little lapses, because these people are human. Sometimes they get combat fatigue. They are not putting in their very best, not because they don't want to put. Some of them have PTSD. Till today, go and see the gun violence analysis in America. They are looking for somebody that shot almost 5 or 6 persons in Texas. They're declaring him wanted. The gun violence and data in America is crazy. There are attacks. How is it that they cannot stop all attacks? There are 18,000 police departments. Nigerian military can do better. But quite honestly, they have gone from where we used to be. Where we were underfunded, we were under-equipped, our manpower was completely inefficient. We had a time we were counting 60 bullets for soldiers, and they ran out of bullets, and they said it was a tactical maneuver to Cameroon. Now repatriated back to Nigeria. We're no longer in that aspect. DICON produces almost all of our small arms ammunition now in Kaduna. They are even doing more. So we are making a lot of progress, but we don't hear where they succeed in stopping these bad guys. It is the only one that succeed that our media tend to want to. We can do better. I'm praying that we do better. I really want this thing to be a thing of the past, because I still have men that are in active service and they are in the front lines. I want them to come back home safe and sound. So if there is anybody who wants this thing to end, I am one of such persons. I want this thing to end like yesterday. But that are they doing something? Man, those men are. I salute them. I pray for them every day, and I will keep doing that. Our soldiers are alert, and they are great and brave men.
All right, brilliant to upload. So thank you for that. So I really brought that clip on really off the back of what you, Bishop, said yesterday, and Hassan as well, who echoed the same sentiment. So I want us to get quickly to, because Peter Obi has, all of the controversies over the last few weeks that has been wrapped around Peter Obi's name, he's never really had a sit-down interaction anywhere. So he now has this sit-down interaction with Charles Naguru, apologies for his name, Charles Naguru or something. So he's had this interaction with Charles. So now I want us to react to the interaction, because he addresses a lot of the things that we have been talking about over the last week, 10 days. So he addresses that. So I want us to watch it and then react to it. So this is the format that I want to use. So we'll hear Charles ask him a question, then we'll hear Obi's response, and then we will pause it and then have just a little conversation around it, because it's a 50-minute interaction. So we can't be long and labored, so that's what we do. Question, answer, reaction, question, answer, reaction. So we do that. But whilst we're doing that, I'm not sure what's happened to the super chats. No love for the platform today. Not that there's ever any real love for the platform anyway. But super chat if you can. But if you cannot super chat, at least click on the like button. So that you do free of charge, and that are more important than the super chat. So click on the like button if you will. So click on the like button if you will. As Peter Obi breaks cover, he comes out of should I say hiding, to come and explain himself. So let's hear then the former governor of Anambra State.
Answers. And certainly these are seismic questions that need answers. Because of anyone being rigged out, but because Labour and the rest of the opposition are sore losers. And so the competing political sides are preparing to do battle in the courtroom. But with the outcome still very much in question, who will prove their case and light this country's path to democratic glory? Meanwhile, in the court of public opinion, controversy is billowing over Peter Obi, with questions about his arrest in London, whether he's a dual citizen, and allegations of treason against him, not to mention the nagging issue of that audio leak of what appeared to be a private conversation about a religious war between him and Bishop David Oyedepo, and of course the internecine crisis that seems to be tearing his Labour Party apart. Amid that explosion of multi-layered controversy, his aides have been scrambling to provide answers. And certainly these are seismic questions that need answers. But answers that should come from the man in the eye of the storm himself. Well, let's not keep his many fans on opponent waiting, because joining me now in the studio is the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi. Very, very delighted to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for inviting me.
And we know you've had a long day, because I saw you on the television at the Labor Day, the May Day celebrations earlier today, and you've gone from one meeting to the other. So we really appreciate your taking the time to talk to us. I like that. Now, there have been a lot of reactions trailing your apparent arrest in London by the British authorities. Some have said that you were being witch hunted by the APC, others that a petition was sent against you, and still others that you were being impersonated. Can you tell us the circumstances of your purported apprehension in London and what has happened subsequently, and sort of clear the air on that? Did you commit an offense for which you were being stopped?
Thank you, Charles. One is, I was never arrested. I was never detained. And I did not commit any offense. I was stopped for a routine immigration check because there appears to be a duplication of my identity. And all this lasted for maximum of 20 minutes. And I was treated in what I do with all due respect. Charles, I lived in the UK in the 90s, say from 1993 until 2005.
I remember meeting you in London, actually, in that period.
Yes. Charles, not just that I lived there. From that 1993 to now is a period of 30 years. I have never been questioned, arrested, detained in any country in the world. I've never even been, for any reason, found myself in any manner being questioned for any offense. I've not committed any offense. So it was a routine immigration check. And it lasted, like I said, less than 20 minutes. And I was actually given all the due respect by the border personality that interviewed me, who told me, your identity is duplicated, be careful. And actually had to walk me through the, what I can call the VIP process and everything. And I have a written document from British government.
I've seen that document.
Thank you. I showed it to you.
Clarifying the
That
situation.
he was never detained, and it was just a few minutes question and everything. And they were Nigerians because I arrived on British Airways. So they were Nigerians who were queuing up. Even Woods here was even worried that I was asked to just wait for a few minutes. And when that happened, I explained it to them, and they said nothing. But it's been traumatized and everything because it's me. People said I was detained, committed an offense. People said even committed several offenses and everything. Oh, his company was closed. He wasn't paying tax. Charles, for the years I lived in Britain, never have I had any day been questioned. And I can say it, my taxes, my days were duly paid. In fact, most times they have refunded me money for overpayment. I've borrowed money, I've done everything globally. Not one day did I default in any. If you find one default, then it's not Peter Obi.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that point about the arrest. And in support of the point you're making, I have seen the letter from the British High Commission making it ineluctably clear that it was no such thing. Nevertheless, as you said, there was a huge hullabaloo about that in Nigeria. I mean, was that a humiliation for you, or at the very least embarrassing that all this was being talked about you? And I mean, even the people who follow you were disappointed.
Charles, I would have made comment on it earlier, but these things happened during the what I call holy month, where for me as a Christian, it was a fasting period and period of the Ramadan. And I felt it is not time to make comments. I only answered one question within that period when I was mentioned with treason, because I felt it's a huge offense. And because it was actually mentioned where it shouldn't have been mentioned. Other than that, I just felt this is the clarification. And I've just shown you the letter.
Yes.
I won't go about telling everybody and showing everybody the letter.
Yeah, that is true.
It just showed you where we've taken our rascality to where people now come up with all sorts of things.
Well, some people said you were deported from the UK. but obviously not.
No, they saw it. I was routine check and I was allowed to go.
Right.
They even saw where I attended churches and meetings and everything. But that's where we have reached.
But I mean, what sort of questions did they ask you when they took you in?
Nothing. I was there. Nobody took me to anywhere.
Right.
I was just in front of a counter and I was asked a question and they said, there's something wrong with your identity. There's something wrong with your identity. Just give me a few minutes. And that's it. And I sat there for the few minutes. For about 15 minutes, he came back and said, your identity is duplicated. And if identity is duplicated, you've lived abroad as identity theft, duplication, which I would say must have originated from here.
Well, I'm glad, I'm glad you've clarified that point. But there's also another question being raised about whether you are a dual citizen.
All right. So that's a follow-on question. So before we go to that follow-on question, let's say what we're making of let's say what we're making of what Obi just had to say there. So there it is. The one thing that I want to say first it is beyond question that people within the Obi space, and certainly that Charles Ayagulu, he listens to our platforms, because everything that we said here is what they are putting to him. We said he was deported. I didn't hear anybody else on any platform saying that. But like Zita we says, we don't know where we're being listened to. But what did you make of that address by Peter Obi regarding his interaction with the UK immigration services? A lot of people felt he was detained, but he's now claiming that it was just a casual interaction. But he's saying that his identity was duplicated, and that area still remains vague. But what are you then making then of that question and answer? Who wants to come in first?
Let me say something, Mama.
Okay,
Yeah,
give the floor.
Oh, hold on. Let Adelekoko go first. Yeah.
Well, I think that he finally came out with clarification on what happened to him in Britain. But I think he should have done that immediately after he came back from Nigeria. That would have prevented the speculation that ran all over the spaces during that time. But he gave a reason for not coming out to talk, that he was simply trying to avoid politicking during the Ramadan season. So trying to show respect to Muslims that were observing Ramadan fasting. So, but to me, I don't think I buy that. Well, it could be true. What he's saying could be true. But I think when a leader have an issue, it is good for that leader to quickly come out and make clarification so that he will not put his personality into question, and he will not jeopardize his political base, political interest, and and his integrity as well. So coming out to talk after month of when it happened, I think he didn't calculate it very well. But it is still nice that he finally came out, to make the clarification and tell us the clear position of what really happened. So maybe next time, I believe they listen to us. A political leader.
Adelekoko, this idea that he couldn't speak during Ramadan, what does that even mean? That sounds of all of the feeble things that we've heard from Peter Obi, that sounds probably top 10 of the most. What has the you come out to clarify that wasn't what happened? This is what happened. But what has Ramadan? What has the fasting period got to do with that?
Period got to do with that. During that time, your file was it not during that time that his file is his petition?
I couldn't say for sure. Yeah,
or something like that. So I don't know.
Let me tell you what it means.
Yes.
He didn't want to tell lies during the Ramadan.
Is he a Muslim? Is he a Muslim? If that guy is Muslim, so I don't know what he's trying to tell us. I don't get it. He didn't do well. He should have, came out quick immediately after incident when he arrived in Nigeria, when the news was all over the street. He should have come to shut it down, to say, this is what happened. They had interaction with me for 20 minutes. And this was what was, happened to my, someone was out there carrying out some impersonation of my, identity.
So,
and, just close it. Close it.
So is it a must? Is it a must that he must come out quickly to shut it down? He decided to do it when he's convenient to do it. Is it a crime? Because I know most of his opponents, how many of them has come out to shut up their own space?
Look, don't let us look. When these politicians acted stupidly and irrationally, we as their followers should not act like them.
No, look, I think he's the only person that has always come out to defend himself in this political space. So nobody can deny that from him. I can always give him that, no matter what.
So he has
no matter the angle we are seeing it. He has been the only person that has come out to clear anything against him.
Well,
So let's just not twist it
But
and say he
no
would have come out
political,
with this
no,
and this.
no
So
presidential candidate.
Where did you go, Zeta? We were coming to you earlier. You disappeared. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, carry on.
I said, but no political presidential candidate in 2023 election was caused aside in any airport. So that's what
okay. Atiku was not called
Anybody can be
aside.
called
Tinubu
aside
was
now.
not
Come
called
on.
aside. What are you
Anybody can
saying?
be called aside.
He said Atiku was accused of many things. Have he come out to debunk anything? Even this health issue we're talking about, is it not his duty to come out and debunk it?
Okay. Does it make it right? Does it make it right for Obi to act in the same way of these people that you are condemning that are not doing right? Is it
The most important thing that is that he has come out to speak. I wish I know that he must surely do. And he has come out to speak. So why are you wasting? Why are we wasting it? Maybe if he had not come out to speak, maybe we can say he didn't do the right thing. But this interview, he's supposed to have this interview yesterday. I was even surprised when I came back. I never knew that it was today that he had it. I know when Arise announced it. So I waited. He couldn't meet up. He was boarding a plane there. So they now waited for him to say he couldn't meet up again. They now scheduled it for tomorrow, for this morning. Then it's later for me just to come back and see that. So many things you don't expect him to always be available, especially when this election just concluded. He came on our channels, he came on our Rise, and the opposition began to attack him. So he need to give a little space. For me, I understand that. So if they see him always,
we are not saying that for him to come out and clarify it is not good. But what we are saying is that it came out too late. It is not good. It is not good for our democracy. It is not a good action by our leaders when they sit on issue instead of addressing us and let us know what is going on with them, because we invested so much in them.
But Banyale Koko, he hold nobody. Anybody to explain to.
I don't know. He gave you the reason and you didn't accept it. So what do you want him to do again?
What do you mean?
I don't take it.
What are you saying?
The reason you said you didn't see it as anything. So maybe
look,
I don't know what else to tell you
hold on
that.
And then this is what we are doing, and we are doing wrong to ourselves. When you have
in terms of what I know, especially in this election.
When you see
you cannot tell me that I don't know him. I know him, and I can speak on his behalf in whatever reason. So whenever he does anything, I know he does anything wrong. Whatever he does, I can tell you that no other presidential candidate has ever defended themselves the way Obi defended himself. Yes, so I can give him that. So
forget
give him
about
that.
Others are condemned as bad people, but him that
give
is
him
Mr.
that.
Right, let him do right all the time. That is what we are saying. Is a Mr. Right, is the man that wants to change Nigeria, is the best candidate among them. Why is he not doing right? And when he has done anything wrong like this, and we question him, and we are throwing question at him that, look, he should have done better. That doesn't, you people should not defend him. This is what the partify
what I know is that he has done that. He has defended himself. So there is no other thing to talk about. I don't know.
Let's bring Zeta's voice in. And by the way, as we're bringing Zeta's voice in, can you help us out with the like buttons, please? If anybody wants to click on the like, if you haven't clicked on the like yet, please do that. But Zeta, I hope you heard that question and answer, but there was a lot more unanswered that was answered in that question. So he told us that they did not take him into a room, which is one. He said it was at the border counter, which is two. And then he said that his passport triggered something, and the immigration officer said to him, it looks as though you are being duplicated. Be careful. And then they gave him VIP treatment. So now, I wasn't there, neither were you, but I think between us, we've passed through several airports and we know what the interaction is with immigration service. If your passport triggers something to indicate that your identity is duplicated, then that already triggers that there might be a crime being committed in some form. So they want to first establish that you are not the fake person, and then they want through you to investigate how that came about. They don't say, be careful, carry on, VIP treatment. Does that cohere what you just heard from P to B?
One man. Ekene, are you there?
I'm there.
You say you know P2B very well.
I'm there. Just say what you want to say. I'm there.
No. I just heard you say you know him.
He said so. Yeah, carry on.
Yes, I know him. I know him.
How did you know him? You lived with him or you worked with him?
Just ask me what you want to ask me. Just ask me what you want to. He's my former governor, so there is no. I think
so
I'm
that's how
okay
you
with
knew
that.
him because he was the governor of your state. Anyway, that's by the way. One man.
I know him. I know his place. So not that thing to say.
One man. One thing was sure. He didn't mention that it was a Nigerian government, right?
No.
APC,
he did not. Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying this on Obio. I will come back to say a few words on Obi, but let me say this. You don't stop the personified, you stop the impersonator. I repeat, you don't stop the personified, you stop the personator. Because before you use the word, you are being impersonated, it means it has already been established. It's not something you are imagining or you are still investigating. The word you are being impersonified, it means that somebody, it has already been established that you standing before us is the real person. And
Madam
the other
Star,
person...
Real quick. Can I ask a question real quick?
Do go ahead.
How would they have identified the impersonator and the impersonified?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
That is what
How
I'm
would they have
saying now.
Yes.
He told us that he was being impersonified. Somebody is impersonifying him, right? Is that not what he said?
That's what he said. Carry on.
And I am saying, before that word is established, means they have found out that two persons, one is impersonating him. They cannot just see you and say you are being impersonated when they have not noticed that there is some other person somewhere that is impersonifying you. Anyway, you don't stop the impersonated. You stop the impersonator. Anyway, that's by the way.
But how would you know the impersonator? How?
I've just explained it now. If I am the one that is standing before you, and you have established that I'm being impersonated.
Sorry, Zita. The question that Dewale is asking, which is the question that I am also asking, how are they able to establish that the person in front of them is the real Peter Obi for them to then identify that somebody else is impersonating him? What was to suggest? What investigation was carried out to establish his identity before they are then saying it's been here?
One man, he is the one telling you people that they told him that he's being impersonated. So what do you want me to say again?
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't cohere. It doesn't rhyme with logic and experiences of crossing through borders. It just does not rhyme. the breathing.
The important woman, I really do not want to go into that space because I already know what happened. I care less whatever he says in a platform. You know, if it is Tinubu that is being called by the corner, and then according to the way they put it, called by the corner, told that he's being impersonated, and then released to go and do whatever he wants to do and go back. If he come to the television to say this, I think by now you guys would have been throwing rocks on him. So actually, let me be honest with you people on this platform. I really do not care.
They would have said they found drug on him. That was why they kept him aside.
Yeah, so I do not really care about what he comes out to clarify or not to clarify. I already know what happened, so I don't care.
All right.
Take me to another topic, please.
No, we are listening to it. Yeah, come in.
Thank you, Madam Sita. The reason why I asked that question, you and I, we've flown and we've passed through immigration before. These immigration officials, they have no idea who Peter Obi is. So answer I was expecting from you is that it's possible that they must have stopped the impersonator. At the same time, when Obi was passing through the immigration, they must have stopped him and put him aside to be able to establish his identity.
Did he just tell you that now?
No. That's the answer I was expecting you to say, because you said that the burden is on the impersonator instead of the person that was being impersonated, and that was the reason why I asked that question. You and I, some people have simple names. I'm coming. In the person of Obi, its name is simple, Peter Obi, and it's possibility that somebody will be bearing Obi or Peter or Paul.
Peter is a very common name.
Peter is
in Igbo naming, and Obi is just like Smith. Obi is like Smith.
John Thomas,
which is the most common Igbo name, Obi. So
in America, if you're a regular flyer, there's a way American does it. They will give you an identification number that is personalized to you and you only, because every time you fly, there's a possibility that you will be flagged. And once you pass through the TSA, that number is what you are going to give them that will be able to identify you. But him being a regular flyer who has been a resident of UK for a very long time, what I deduced from that interview, number one, I was trying to interject Babajale Koko earlier. He owed nobody any explanation. One, that's my own opinion. Two, this is one case that is remotely
a political figure.
Please, he might be a former governor, but as of now, he's a private citizen. Okay.
Look, as a political figure, it's not. Look, I agree, it's a private citizen, but this is a man that just contested for presidential election in Nigeria, and he's still contesting for the election.
Okay, but he's still a private citizen.
So we're still invested in him. A lot of Nigerians are hoping he will be declared as the winner. And you're saying that you should not address us. What are you
talking about? That is a personal thing. What I believe happened. Hold on, What I believe what happened.
He have a political followers. He should
that
address
is,
them.
He can address his follower at his own space, at his own time.
All right. So
he can do that.
By allowing speculation to strive and and
that's a good question. That's a good question.
And kept his followers in limbo.
Yeah, but that is a good question, Babangele. When there's no there,
if an American politician contesting for an election is detained in any foreign country, and when he comes back to America, you think he will not address them immediately?
That's why he's not an American now. That's why he's not an American now. I think what you are doing now, you are just thinking a politician should just be like Angel or Angel Gabriel or
When I was talking on security, that we failed in our intelligence gathering. You quickly came out to make reference to Pentagon was an attack. So, but now, when I was making reference that, okay, why should Obi not act like American politicians because we are running the same democracy? You say, oh, we are not in America. You say, this is
The
the
guy
double
is
standard
not
that
an
you guys face. I
American.
don't get you
No.
guys, man.
They are not related. They are not related. They are not
Look at you,
related.
not related.
We are
Now
looking
it's
at.
not
Hold on
related.
now. Let me explain why they are not related. You see, I think from your narrations, you have your own standard that you have set. You expect them to be like that. Your expectation is your personal opinion. It's not a standard. That's what I want you to know. You expect that how they should be like this. That's who holds, who gives you such authority or power to hold those people to those standards you are holding in your mind. Your standard in your mind, you don't even measure up to that your standard. So
all right,
this
let's
guy
not go
is
in
a
that
private
direction.
citizen like you. No, wait now, Ajaleoko. He has big skin, you can take it.
Patoski,
You are holding them to your own standard. That's your standard.
No, it's
That's your
democratic
standard.
principle.
Let your standard go and stay one side. Which
It's
principle?
democratic
Which principle?
that call
Which
on
principle?
them to address their follower anytime that
Ajaleoko,
any
which
issue happens to them.
principle? Which principle?
Democratic
Where is it
principle.
written?
That
Where is it
Babajale
written?
a question is valid. He hold it to his follower to address the issue because the rumor is in the public domain.
That's his opinion. That's his opinion.
But that first question that's being asked during that interview, I see him answering that question in a political way. As the undertone of those answers, his answer has political undertone because he's trying to walk the straight line but not sharing too much. That is what I deduced from that interview. Now, is it possible for someone to be stopped by the immigration? Yes. He said he probably flown maybe first class. I don't see him flying business class because he said he was taken to the VIP section, right? So for someone who fly VIP section, it is possible. I'm beginning to see maybe because business class, they usually let them out first before the regular what do you call the other class, the module class. So I foresee him being ushered in and being asked the question. But most of the time, the VIP don't usually be subjected because, him being a regular flyer, this thing must have been triggered before. But now coming up, shortly after the election, raises question. But I maintain that he does not owe anyone answer to what happened during his private travel to United Kingdom. Thank you. Are we there? Hello?
Yes, I'm going.
Yeah, I was just trying to explain what I deduced from
Zita is there.
All right.
I'm trying to be rational here.
All right. Hold on, Zita. Let's hear from Bishop on that space. And then I want us to get back quickly to because the interview is about 50 minutes. So we're doing a question answer. It goes on to speak to the Yes Daddy tape. So there's still a lot to come from it. But Bishop, let's hear from you, Bishop. Bishop.
Wait, you muted me. I was speaking.
No, I did. Yeah, just to hold you to the last minute. Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, let's hear from you.
Very quickly, I'm sure I won't spend more than 2 minutes. Number one, I believe what Peter said. And I made a comment when this thing came out, and I said, I will wait until he says something. I don't want to just give to speculations and rumor. Now, how much water does this hold? Then that's still left to some level of speculation, which will come out in the future. But for now, I believe what he said. The only single area I don't agree with, he says something too that shows some of his inconsistency. He said when the guy about the way people were, he said some rascal, the rascality we do around there or something. Now the same rascality was the same rascality Peter Obi did when he was sharing a fake WhatsApp video that made him to conclude that Tinubu is not well. The same rumor mill that he was showing people in a video that went viral and was never denied, and that and the man is not even well. He was sharing one. He said something again the second time. I'm trying to remember that, but I won't waste our time. And finally, on the issue of impersonator and impersonator, if there is a counterfeit, then there is an original. When Peter Obi's impersonator was interrogated, what did he tell the immigration officer that made them to release him? Because they saw Obi now, they had 15 minutes interaction or 20 minutes with him, and they were able to authenticate that he is the original Peter Obi. But when they accosted the impersonator, the fake Peter Obi, what did he tell them to make them release him? And now they now warn him that there's someone out there that is impersonating you. And to buttress what Zita said, for them to be able to confirm, to say there's an impersonator out there that is impersonating him, that means they have that fact that yes, there is actually an impersonator. So for me, until further things come out that is different from this, I think I believe what Peter Obi said, and we should let it lie.
Bishop, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
You are answering Bishop, and I am answering Bishop. My picture is in my passport with the name Bishop. Your picture is in your passport with the name Bishop.
Yes.
Even if we bear the surname.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to raise an eyebrow?
That is a nonsensical nonsense from the pit of. I wanted to interject there that people share the same name. There are 1,001 persons that have the same. In fact, some people share the same 3 names. If you have a passport, that is not an issue at all.
Thank you. So when it becomes
in this day of biometric,
hold on. When it becomes different biometric, of course, the passports must have different biometric. Okay,
please,
fine.
Bishop, yes, please.
When you raise an eyebrow, is if somebody is doing most times something criminal, right? If there is a criminal act with one of the names, that's when check comes in.
Yeah.
Or a crime or an offense. Let me not just say crime. Let me say offense. If one of those people that have the same name, although you are not going to have the same photograph, different biometrics, but one of them is doing something, I don't even know where all this is going to, but doing something that is an offense, is it not when an eyebrow will be raised?
Yes.
So what is the offense of the impersonator?
Okay. Thank you. Even though I wanted to just let this based on what he said, there are more questions now than answers. Number one, it is at the point of entry. So basically what they deal with there is passports. Number two, Nigerian passports now is machine readable. Very difficult to duplicate. Number three, it is individual biometric, except I don't know the passport that Peter Obi is using. So if there's an impersonator that presented himself as Peter Obi, maybe they have cloned his passport and they discovered that he was impersonated, that person definitely should have been arrested. And finally, if they told me at the point of entry that somebody is impersonating me, it will give me a lot of worries. I want to know what kind of place the person had been to. What kind of offense has he committed? What kind of offense is he committing? What is the kind of thing that they're looking for him for? That is me. The red flag will be, I mean, that somebody is impersonating me. I want to know what is he doing? What has he done?
Bishop.
Okay, Bishop, let me ask you another question.
Yes,
because this is my space.
I have a question for Bishop too.
Okay, let's Madam Zita finish.
Do you think if this
all right, but at some point we have to get back to the interview because there's still about 45 minutes of it, but carry on, yeah.
Oh man, and this interview.
No, carry
Bishop,
on now, but it's a long interview is what I'm saying. So carry on, yeah.
You think he impersonates Obi, that the person's name will not be out in the open by now. Do you think so?
Say that question again. I think that
I said, do you think if
yeah,
somebody ever impersonates Obi, that his name will not be in the public place now?
that's a normal thing.
It
That
is
should be the
possible.
Thank
It is
you.
possible.
Show your video,
Zita,
one man.
don't say what you were about to
It is
say.
possible
Zita,
that
don't
that
say
person's
what you're
name will
about to
never be
say.
revealed to the public.
I
It
think
is
I know where you
possible.
are. I think I know where you are going.
Abeguna, leave me, oh. I told you
I think I know
I
where you are
don't
going.
really care. I
Don't
don't know
fin
why
don't
I want
finish.
to play devil
Don't finish.
advocate tonight.
Just leave it like that, I beg.
Okay. Of
Leave
course,
it
you know I won't
so
It
stay
that
is
we
here.
don't have
Madam Sita.
problem this
Madam
night.
Sita. Madam Sita. I hear what you're saying, but it is possible for that person's identity not to be revealed. Number one, if our OB, I want to play devil advocate now, and I'm passing through immigration, and I've been stopped for secondary inspection, and they told me, look, somebody might be checking your identity. What's your name, sir? And I said, my name is Peter Obi. And they look it up. You know what I can do? I can also play smart and say, look, man, Google me up. Put my name on the Google and see who my name is. I can bet you my name will appear 10,000 times on Google. Now you can let me go. You have no choice because my name's splashed everywhere. So you can't say somebody on the Google and my
Bishop,
face does not look alike.
Adewale, let me tell you something. I like analyzing. I don't want to go to somebody said I should not go for that. But let me just tell a story. Somebody was named 100 most influential people on earth recently. The editor, she's not even the editor, she's kind of the signatory to the publishing of that thing. Just sign. And then the people who went out to do the investigation to gather those names are the social scientists. And that woman's name was brought out in the public. Rocks were thrown on her to the extent she has to drop her Twitter account. And I ask again, who is the person that is supposed to keep the name of the impersonator secret? Who? Is it the British government? How are they going to keep it in the global war of cyber? I don't look, one
But
man.
if the investigation is still ongoing,
Don't worry. I think I'm done with this conversation. I care less about what he said.
the
The only
investigation
thing
might
I know
still
is
be
I know
ongoing.
what happened, and I end it like that.
Okay, I think we should just move on. What's the next question?
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on back to the video because, like I said, it's long and there's still so many things that he said that I'm sure we want to spend time on. But let's continue to listen to P2B.
Theft,
Yeah, there is.
duplication, which I would say must have originated from here. But
Well,
that is for another day.
Yeah, I'm glad you've clarified that point. But there's also another question being raised about whether you are a dual citizen. As you said, you lived in London for a long time. I mean, do you have dual nationality, either British, American, or elsewhere? Because I was reading somewhere that you were conferred with the honorary citizenship of Dallas, Texas in 2022.
Charles, you know what that means? It means nothing.
Yeah.
Even one of the presidential candidates said that it means nothing. It just shows that, okay, well, if you come into this city, you're welcome. It doesn't even give you a visa. If you apply for a visa, it can't even help you for your visa application. It means nothing. Charles, I've never applied.
Right.
And I will never apply for citizenship of any other country.
Yeah, but
I'm a Nigerian.
Right.
But I believe in Nigeria. I lived in the UK for a period of about 12 years. I had a permanent stay.
So you were a permanent resident in the UK?
But I had indefinite stay,
right. Okay.
Which means I can stay there for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
But when I left the UK in 2020, 25, I went back to them and said, take your stay. I'm no longer having, and now go to the UK with visa.
And also to clarify the fact that even if you were a permanent resident, that doesn't make you a citizen.
Well, I'm just telling you that even that stay, I returned it.
Right.
I have never applied, and I will never, as long as I live.
Right.
My family knows this, everybody knows that. When I left the UK in 2025, I went back to them and said, take your stay. I'm no longer having, and now go to the UK with visa.
And also to clarify the fact that even if you were a permanent resident, that doesn't make you a citizen.
Well, I'm just telling you that even that stay, I returned it.
Right.
I have never applied, and I will never, as long as I live.
Right.
My family knows this, everybody knows that. I was born in Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. God created me a Nigerian. He would have made me an American, or a Japanese, or a British. But since he made it that I'm a Nigerian, I will want to live and die in Nigeria.
Nevertheless, Asari Dokubo, who is a well-known person from Rivers State, says he can prove that you are a citizen of the Solomon Islands, and that the conditions for buying property there is that you must be a citizen. What's your reaction? Do you own property there?
One, I don't know where is Solomon Island. I've never been such a place in my life. I don't know. I've never been there. I've no reason to go there. Few places I've gone in the Caribbean, places like Haiti. I was in Haiti when they had the earthquake. I was a governor. Then everybody who is close to me knows that I've been to most troubled places in the world. So when there was earthquake in Haiti, I went to President Jonathan. He's still there. I said, Mr. President, I'm going to Haiti. They had an earthquake. I want to go and help them to rebuild. He was even surprised. He said, Peter, what? I said, that's what I've done all my life. I've been to most troubled parts of the world. As I'm speaking to you, Mr. President, I've withdrawn my son from school. We're going there to Haiti. And I went there. A high commissioner then will tell you, I even met some police officers from Nigeria who were there. They will tell you, I even traveled with some of the people who, Bob Manuel, who used to be one of the actors, he saw me and said, I'm going to this place to help them rebuild. And I helped them to raise money then, over $200,000. So I've been to Haiti and I've been to Barbados. So other than that, I can't remember. I don't know where Solomon Islands, Charles.
Right.
I've never been there. I don't own a property anywhere outside Nigeria, except in the UK, where I lived.
Yes.
Other than that, any other place that there's a property in the name of Peter Obi, it is fake. It doesn't exist. And I don't need it. Why would I own a property where I don't live?
Well, I'm glad you clarified that point, but I'm afraid there are other things that need clarification. The Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, recently called for your arrest, accusing you of treason.
All right. So we pause it there, and then we go back to the treason space. So to that space, it was the dual nationality that they were speaking about. So firstly, he said he had a permanent leave to remain in the UK, but he never had a UK passport. I'm still suspicious of that, but nevertheless, but then he said when he left the UK, he said in 2025, because I scrolled back again because I thought I misheard him.
A slip of tongue.
No, hold on. I know it's a slip of tongue, but I'm going somewhere. So yes. So he said he had permanent leave to remain, but then he said when he left the UK in 2025, he went and returned that. But what
is that possible?
No, hold on now. Let me just land it, and then what I picked from that was a slip of tongue, as Zita just said. 2025, of course, still to come. But what that tells me is that he left he gave up his leave to remain in the UK in the 2020s. So round about 2021, 2022, thereabout. So I see that as a cynical move in preparation for its presidential campaign. So he did not give it, because he left the UK a lot longer than that. He did not give it up in the 90s when he was when he was administering Anambra State. He gave it up only a few years ago, which is to tell you that it was cleaning up his backdrop for his presidential tilt. And then he went on to speak to that Dallas thing that we labored over for quite a few hours a couple of days ago. Which he was saying was just a ceremonial thing that has no impact. So all of that, who wants to come in first?
Is that my space or open
one
space?
man?
Let Ekene come. Let Ekene come in first. Ekene, yeah.
Okay, what he said about 2025 it's a slip of tongue.
Yeah, we know.
He means 2005, and I know he became a governor about 2006 or what, something thereabout. So for him saying that he gave those things up in 20, I know what he's trying to explain there, because he knows the implication even before he became a governor to hold that citizenship. So I don't know what else to argue there, but maybe you people can argue what you like. So let me listen. If there is any other thing I will interject, I will interject.
Yeah, but the point is, Ekene, he gave it up for political expediency, not for patriotism. That's the point.
Well, he always tell you that he never wanted to live in Nigeria, right from the days before he became a governor. You understand? So it was when it was made on him to become the governor that he has to do away with all those things. You understand? So I don't want to go into details on how he became a governor or what made him to be a governor, because it will take a long time. So, but I know that was what happened in 2005. So he need to do all those things before he was able to.
But Ekene, please, one man, don't let us make some mistake. He doesn't have citizen of UK. He has permanent residence, according to him.
Yeah, permanent residence.
Permanent resident is different from citizenship. So he doesn't have citizen. He said he doesn't have any citizen of any country. You can have a permanent resident to live in that country, but you are not a citizen of that country.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but one man, let me ask you, those of you in the UK, is there a way you return your residency to government?
You know, that struck me as curious. I didn't understand what it meant, but I've never heard that.
I was a permanent. No, wait now, because in my own case, Ola will relate to this as well. I was a permanent resident here, and I became a citizen. I'm not planning to run for presidency in Nigeria, so no problem. But the point is that my permanent residency became void. So all I had to do, my card was even expired. So as at that time, all I had to do was just cut it up. That's all. You don't, they don't tell you, bring it back to us. I'm sure my son still has it.
No, Patrick, see.
Ola, what did you return yours or did you cut it?
No. I got your analogy. See, permanent resident card is for you to travel so that when you are returning, you don't have any problem. Once you are a permanent resident, whether you renew your card or not, it's never an issue.
So do you return your permanent residency? You know, the way Obi said it.
No.
Maybe in UK.
Hold on.
Yes,
Can I come in? This is my
space.
Patrick,
you can return it, and later you can decide to resume. You can say, okay, you don't longer
No. If you
let the UK people explain to us.
You can't abandon and resume again.
What I'm saying that you can intentionally return it or abandon whatever you want to do. You can go to the government that you want to cease being the resident of Canada. That one will take you away from paying tax and some other legal.
Okay, that's true. That's true. That's true.
But that depends on how you obtain the residency. If you obtain it through investment and all that, all those other space, that means if you abandon it, you have to come afresh. You have to have a new application.
No matter Adewale, no matter how you abandon it, once you're a permanent resident, the first thing, if you refuse to file your tax return, is a crime. So for you to avoid such, you have to officially go and tell them that you are no longer a permanent resident and you go through the processes. It is possible.
No, it's simple. You go through the immigration, you tell them I want to abandon my citizenship. They will take the green card from you and they will apply you. They will let you, come into the country. But right there and there, the immigration will stamp your passport and fill out the paperwork, and that's it. It's simple. Just one single
what
thing.
I'm saying now. It doesn't take time, but you can.
Let's hear from the UK people. Let's hear from UK people whether it's.
No, we have the same process.
You know what is said there. I'm glad it struck you, Patrick, because it struck me too. I don't think there's a ceremony for returning your permanent residence card or leave to remain, as they call it in this country. I don't think there's a ceremony. And more to it, I don't think there's a necessity because it did not have UK citizenship. So, which would not affect him politically, but he has the window to live in the UK. So I don't see how. I don't see how that. And I've never heard of it in my life.
One man, Ola, please.
Green card.
Ola,
why
Ola,
she was
please.
coming to Nigeria. So it's not new.
Ola,
what's that? Ola, what did you say?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okonjo-Iweala returned a green card when he was coming to Nigeria to become the minister. Yeah, so it's not new.
But the husband never did. The husband remained in the United States.
But the husband was not the federal minister, the federal government minister. So it was the wife. So
was it before the Saraki's case or after Saraki's case?
No, I think when she was coming, when Obasanjo was the
so there was way before Saraki's case. Of course, it's possible because at that time, there's never a time that this case has been tried in a court before, or if it has been tried before, but wasn't this? I mean, not being a government official, so it's possible that he did that just to be able to,
it was a residency thing, so that that thing will save you from paying tax because. See,
Bola,
it
doesn't apply like that with tax. Let me say something about tax. You see, you don't even need to return anything. All you need to do is stay out of the country for over 180 days.
You can still be admitted.
Wait, now this is what I'm saying. No, in respect of tax, this is what I'm saying. In respect of tax, especially in the UK, I did UK tax as a course. And I did UK tax.
And you're right in what you said, by the way.
There's residency rule. There's residency rule. If
a lot of the celebrities, they use that loophole that you just
they just go and stay outside. So if one man decides to go to Nigeria,
hold on, let Patrick land.
Wait, now let me finish. If one man decides to leave UK and go to Nigeria and stay like more than 180 days, he doesn't have to file his tax in UK for that year because he's not considered a resident for that year in UK. You understand? So he'll be returning it because he doesn't want to pay tax. Anyway, I don't know the interpretation. I think he just wants to show that he has done this. I even returned it. That's what I see there. He didn't return anything. He just left. That's all.
Patrick, Mama, if I can comment, please.
Yeah.
Because UK and Australia, we have the same system. There is no difference. Permanent residence here is a lifetime. Even it's here, they normally issue it every 5 years. Even if you forget to apply for the permanent residence, if your permanent residence due, they will not throw you out. It's a lifetime thing. They are just renewing it every 5 years. And I've never heard it in my life that somebody return his permanent residence. You don't need it. Just get out of the country. You don't need to come back. That is it. This is the first that
Thomas,
let me land, please.
the process is
Can
on
I
the
land,
UK
please?
website. I'm just
Can
sending
I
you now.
land?
Google it. Okay.
Ola, please, can I land? Thank you. So I've never heard it before. Maybe people can clarify for you to return your permanent residence. You are not a citizen. You are not, the country is not obliged to you. You are not a citizen. You can decide to get out of the country anytime. They don't care. So that is what I just want to put in. Thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, come in, Zita. But a lot of spaces addressed by Peter Obi is much spoken about British citizenship, the Dallas ceremony that we saw, etc. And then, of course, it's 2025, which we know is a slip of tongue. But Zita, let's hear from you.
One man, I told you they listen to us. Anyway, that's by the way.
Yes, a lot of what we discussed is anyway. Carry on. Carry on.
I don't even know why he's granting an interview in that space. It doesn't really make any sense. Being a permanent citizen, a permanent resident does not guarantee you the status of a citizen. So what we are talking about is dual citizenship. I think what he's trying to say is that he's out from that space. Maybe he couldn't manage the way he presented, but I don't really think it's something we should dwell on. That you are a permanent resident doesn't actually really mean anything. Just as Thomas said, you don't really need to go to the process of trying what does he actually entail, going to drop it to look for visa to, I don't even get it, but well, he has to explain something and he just did. Being honorary, by the way, the honorary whatever in Dallas, I don't even know why all these things are being thrown out. Are you angry that your fellow citizen was told, thank you, we love you, we appreciate you, and therefore you say he will not be the president? I mean, I don't get it, because they say a lot about Tinubu. I've taken my time to explain those things here. That if it is a pronouncement by the president, uttered by the parliament, pronouncement uttered by the parliament, told the president to pronounce, it comes in form of a passport. If he just said one state in the country or in that country, it comes in form of a card. I don't even know why he's explaining all these things. I don't know, maybe he's trying to impress his supporters, because that thing he's just said from the beginning to end doesn't mean anything to me.
He wants to impress us. He wants to impress the supporters.
Yeah, because he doesn't have any. There is nothing holding him against this last explanation. I don't even know why.
He needs to do that. Everybody is explaining himself in this country now. So he needs to explain himself. So that's my take. So once he explains, I like the way he explains himself.
All right. Hold on. Settle down, Zita. So Zita, what he was actually doing is it was because when the Tinubu Guinea passport story broke, then the opposing narrative brought out all of this Peter Obi's possible dual status. So they brought that up, his status in the UK, and that's Dallas something. So he's now trying to counterweight that narrative. So he had to speak on that. Yeah, go on.
But I told you people that 18 of them that contested for that election have something like that. Some even have 3. So why are they not explaining themselves?
All right, brilliant. Let's carry on. He goes on to speak about the Yes Daddy space. So that we look forward to that. But let's carry on.
$1,000. So I've been to Haiti and I've been to Barbados. So other than that, I can't remember. I don't know where Solomon Islands, Charles.
Right.
I've never been there. I don't own a property anywhere outside Nigeria except in the UK where I lived.
Yes.
Other than that, any other place that there's a property in the name of Peter Obi, it is fake. It doesn't exist. And I don't need it. Why will I own a property where I don't live?
Well, I'm glad you clarified that point, but I'm afraid there are other things that need clarification. The Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, recently called for your arrest, accusing you of treason. Do you see any links between your activities lately and any treasonable offenses?
Charles is height of rascality. Height of rascality. And it was even announced in Washington. I committed a treasonable offense, and I'm in Onitsha. And my minister went to announce it in Washington. This is what I'm talking about. We're not talking about waste in governance here. People don't want to understand. The amount it costs Nigeria for him to go and announce that in Washington can fix, I can tell you, I've been in government, can build a block of 6 classrooms in a primary school. I'm sure if you go to his village, there's so many places where children don't even have desks or classrooms to go to school. And instead of using that money to go and do it, he used that money to go to Washington to announce of treason of somebody who is not a child. He doesn't need to do that. It is rascality of the highest order. These are the reason why we want a new Nigeria where things will work the way it works in other clients. From there, he went to London, announcing the same thing. Well, I'm in Nigeria. He should have come to see me or invite me and said, this is the offense. How did we get here?
Yeah, that's a good question, but I'm afraid it will remain a rhetorical question at the moment. Some of your followers, just moving on from that, who are known as obedience, have recently engaged in a sort of caustic exchange of words with Professor Wale Soyinka, the Nobel laureate, and he said that they simply don't accept any form of criticism. And I think it was around the time when he made the comments about fascism and your deputy, Yusuf Baba Dati Ahmed. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Charles Prof is a respected, revered personality in Nigeria and globally. And I've always respected him. And he's a dear father to me. And for me, I was very, very sad that there was such a change. Some of the obedience, I must tell you, or people they, mentioned for the obedience, are not entirely people who are with us. The oppositions have also come into it and are using it at times.
You mean other opposition
parties? Other
parties.
opposition parties.
Right.
But that is not to worry about. But I was very sad there was such a change between a respected father but you have to understand this. These young people are people who have been so deprived by supposedly a system that is supposed to care for them. They've been pushed to the wall. Even me, Charles, the way they even react when I say things. But I could see their pain. I could feel it. Because I live in the same system, Charles, that they are living in. I said it in Enugu 2 days ago. I said, listen, I lived in this town. I went to JL in Enugu as a student, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and paid 2,600 and something naira for a Volkswagen car. And within 2 years, Umano Motors in Nsukka sold a 505 to me at 2,700 naira, sorry, at 6,800 and something naira in the same country. I remember Ozumano telling me that they have too many orders from so many lecturers So my own will be delayed. If you go and see people like Professor Wala, my lecturer then, they are driving new cars. It's some society where we lived, everything was working. All of a sudden, these young fellows now live in what you can consider a war situation. So at times, there's issues. I will make my own comment in it that Prof remains a revered father, and I'll keep respecting him for that. And of course, young obedience, I feel for them. I wish we can see what they're saying. I wish we can feel what they're feeling. The pain, chance I go around these young people, there's nothing the society is offering them.
Well, it's not just
Even when they
obedience,
try to do it on their own.
Yeah.
This is a place where if you carry today, you're moving around with laptop, you are arrested and labeled all sorts of names. This is a place where people are thrown into jail for even making comments. These are places where people, all sorts of things are made on these people. When people who have stolen billions of countries' money, done worse things, are moving around, being celebrated, being used as an example to them.
Well, on the back of what you're telling us, today is, of course, Labor Day or Workers' Day, and Nigeria marks the day amid rising unemployment, which kind of relates to the people that you're talking about, because a lot of the people who are most affected by unemployment are young people, and many of them are part of the obedient movement. What is your message about that?
Well, Charles, what message can you give them? Which country of our size that you know today is going through what we're going? We have almost 40% unemployment and 65% youth unemployment. When you talk about 1.3 million people being grouped as multidimensional poor, huge percentage of these are young people in their productive age doing nothing without knowing where the next meal will come from. And nobody cares about them. And that's what is happening everywhere. And again, if I try to say something, you will even see where I said, I will start fighting poverty from the north. And people say, oh no, he's insulting people from the north. Even when Nigerian Bureau of Statistics said that out of this 1.3 million people, 86 million is from the north. And I say that's where we have vast or cultivated land, and I believe that we can make more money from agriculture than we're making from oil. And the only way to put this people out of poverty is to invest in these resources and invest in them, in everything. So for me, I feel for them.
So that's how you think we should start reducing unemployment? Is it through agriculture as a first step, or what is your what are your thoughts on
you have
unemployment?
To move the country from consumption to production, and that you start the basic thing is agriculture, and you move it into manufacturing and into exports. The country is not doing anything. The country is not producing anything. The population is increasing. You're not doing anything. Just as a simple thing. And I can just give you a simple example. In 2012, we're about 162. 2011, we're about 162 million. Our export is about $130 billion. Today, 2021, we're already over 200 million. We're about 210 million. Our export was about 47 billion. So can you imagine, in 2011, we're about 130. In 2021, we're about 47. When our population moved from about 162 to 2010. In 2012, our export was about $145 billion. In 2020, as at that time, we were about 167 million in 2012. In 2022, we're now about 213 million. Our export last year, if I look at Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, is about 26.8 trillion, which if you convert it with 445 official rate, it's actually about 60 billion. So we couldn't even do half of where we are in 2012. What does it show? You're not doing anything. We have here an average container importation, just using container, not even using the containerized goods. We are now above 1 million. I think it's about, what I read last time, it's about 1.5 million approximately. Charles, several of these, up to 70 or 80%, go back empty. No other country. If you decide today that you have 1.5 million containers coming into Nigeria, and all of them must go back with some form of export. Put it on average of about $20,000 per container going back with goods. That's $30 billion. So if, for example, 50% of this goes back empty, you lost $15 billion for a country that needs every dime.
That's a very interesting point.
So we need to do something.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to stay with us because we have to take a short break, but we will be back. It'll give you a chance to have a sip of water.
All right, as Peter Obi has a sip of water, let's get back to the conversation. The one thing that struck me is that it seems as though Peter Obi is still very much in the campaign mode. A lot of his rhetoric is still wrapped around the rhetorics. It's still very much in a full-blown campaign mode. But there was something that he said there that struck me. It actually ties in with what somebody sent me via Instagram. And by the way, this Peter Obi tape that we're watching as well, somebody sent it in via Instagram. So that's why I always invite you to send stuff to me via Instagram. Peter Obi was saying that the unemployment rate in Nigeria was it was hitting the 40%. And somebody sent me this slide of what Buhari was going to be handing over to Tinubu. So the foreign exchange, the exchange rate, unofficial 737 to $1, official 461. The unemployment rate are projected to be 41%. The inflation 22.04. Poverty 63%, 131 million people. So when Peter Obi was speaking, I had thoughts of that. But when Peter Obi was, because the question that Charles actually put to him, it was around the question that Charles put to him was around the obedient. Sorry, who's that? Sorry, Patrick, mute yourself for a moment, please. The question that Charles put to him was around the way that the obedience went after it was really about the toxic obedient behavior. That was it. And he never responded, is really what I wanted to say. He never responded to that at all. He completely pivoted. And then he said, so the first question was around treason, and was saying that Lai Mohammed could have come and knock on his door in Anambra State rather than traveling around the world. And then it was being asked then about the toxic obedient exchange with Wole Soyinka. And what this guy said was that the toxic obedience were actually APC infiltrators, not actual real obedience. That's what he said, because I took note when he was saying it. And it did not at any point, because I listened carefully, it did not at any point condemn the way the obedience attacked Soyinka. And then the questions went on to him now getting the opportunity to go back to consumption production and his dubious statistics. Anytime that this guy speaks, you have the sense that he has you have the sense that he has a rudimentary understanding of economics, telling us that any container that comes in, he will force them to export. It's just some base level stuff. But to that space, who wants to come in first?
One man.
Yeah.
You want to say? Can I come in?
Yeah, go
on. I just want to ask a question. How do you people calculate unemployment rate in Nigeria?
A lot of factors
the ones
flow
that
into
are
that.
self-employed, are they included?
Unfortunately, they are not at the moment.
That's why I
You
said
know, they
Nigerians
factor
need to
in
be
the
identified.
populations.
Anyway, that's by the way. Secondly, Nigeria, I just wanted to say all this export of stuff. I don't know. I keep telling people that a lot has happened in Nigeria that most Nigerians, even some of them contesting for the presidency, didn't know. Nigeria is the third largest exporter of millet. I hope people could know that.
Well, we do now.
Okay.
Of what, Madam Sita? Can you say that again, please?
Where are they exporting? Where?
Millet.
All over the world.
Yeah. I think I read that somewhere, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. I know that.
And Nigeria, garlic and ginger is the best in the world. Do you know that?
From Kaduna.
I know that for sure, because someone wanted
And do you
to
know
introduce
how
me
many
to it
tons that
sometimes.
is being exported in a day? Okay.
I can't remember the figure, but very huge.
When India and Ukraine and Russia fell short, the world fell back on Egypt and Nigeria. Do you know that? Okay. One man, let other people come in. I don't finish.
All right. I want somebody to come in on that space where he failed to condemn the attack on Wole Soyinka, instead blaming it as ever on the opposition spaces, telling us that the obedience space was the obedience are choir boys, really, but it's this APC that infiltrated them. Yeah.
Let me comment real quick.
Woman, were you expecting him to condemn them?
I was for them to attack Soyinka. I was expecting it. Yes.
Can I comment real quick?
No, you cannot condemn them now. They are his followers. You know how to handle it now, so that we will not offend his followers.
He handled it badly.
You need to accept that. Yeah, so he handled it the way he's supposed to handle it. So I don't expect him to come and be saying, "Oh, the obedient do this, obedient do that." You need to do it in a proper way, not to offend each other. So you understand
thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother. You know, politics is a game of I lie to you, you lie to me, even though we both know the truth. Now, this man, Governor Peter Obi, is a trained politician, just like the rest of others. What I deduce in those answers that he gave, he tried as much as possible to parry that question. He dodged it because so that he won't say something negative that his follower will feel offended. And at the same time, he doesn't want to speak evil of the person or the status of Professor Wole Soyinka. We both know, every single one on this platform, that even before the general election, the obedience online And I also want to believe that some people started this trolling online. They were, I want to guess, because there was a documentary about it on the BBC, that people were being, put in a place and being paid to troll people online, and people, caught and get caught in that web of trolling. And it's about Nigerian welcome to online trolling, because it happens during the Trump era in America. Nigeria is just catching up. So what I could see in that interview, or in those answers that they gave, was that it was finding it hard to condemn those people that troll others online and using those terrible, terrible rhetoric online against the opponent, because he didn't want to say something that would trigger them. He knows. However, I found it very, very appalling that even though he's being held in a high esteem, and him being put in that pedestal of somebody who speaks truth at any time, I found it very, very difficult to tell the truth about the characteristics of these people that troll other online, that are using those devilish, rhetoric online. Fascism is the true definition of those people is fascism, because they demonstrated that, what fascism all about. And I expect him to tell the truth, at least for a second, him being a politician. But his struggle, he didn't want to condemn them. At the same time, he didn't want to speak evil.
But my brother, but will you take out the fact, haven't you had him call out disobedient, maybe in an orderly way, as in address them, let them not be violent, this and that? Haven't you had him say something like that?
Cautioning. This is a platform where question is being asked. It's not being said you should reprimand them. It's a question
but at least you cannot take out something away from it. At least after the general election, people were expecting him to come out maybe to say something violent, but he still come out to address them, everybody. So those ones, I think, is enough. So coming here now and you expect him to say what Obiden did is not good or something like that, you know what it means to him. He cannot say such thing.
So, but that also says that, what happens in Lagos and all those areas, Tinubu couldn't do that, because saying that is about saying, I admit that, this thing happens and it favors me. But that means he's a trained politician.
That is the thing. That is the thing now. But at least he has come out for in many occasions. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You know what would have
addressed these
what
things.
would have distinguished him among the politicians?
What I understand.
Look, I get
what
it.
I understand in this
He was
interview
trying to. He was trying to
balance the issue. Because you don't expect him to say.
No. He has been asked so many times, and this is not the first time he will be asked that question. He was trying to rationalize the behavior of this troller online. He himself knew that these people are like that, not like obedient like you. There's some rational obedience, right? But these people are just there permanently online, and I bet you these people would never even know the boundary of the neighboring state to their state. But these people are, constantly attacking others, especially when you have a dissident or you have, different view. They are always quick. It's like they get triggered to attack you. And when you have
let's take it that he played the politics there. So that was what I was expecting him to do. So that is
Adewale, let me say something. Just like you said, this is not the first time he was asked that question. And this same answer he gave was what he gave. He said they were hungry, they were provoked, they have been bastardized. But do you know, in this case, Obi, like every other time, has spoken from two sides of his mouth. The first thing he said in this interview was he denied them that, the opposition, those people talking like that opposition. Then the second side of his mouth, he defended them. So in a way, he's saying, if you say they are not obedient, so why are you bothering to defend them? Why are you defending the opposition that has infiltrated your obedient group? You understand? I think the man is just is tired, intellectually tired, even before the election. And the man is just using a scattered, he's using a scattered gun approach.
I don't expect him to defend them. To
wait now. Make I finish my argument now. He's using whatever it takes, a scattergun approach to present his position. It's not as if he has a very ideological position to present on that. He's just answering question the way it comes and as the thing come. It's not as if he's saying the truth. He's just saying what he think is okay for him to say at that time. That's just it. That's where and Obi is like that.
For me,
It
he
takes
said
somebody
what
who
he's
is really
supposed to say.
reflective
So
to
there is nothing
say
there that you don't know. He knows what he's saying. So
you
don't say
don't
that
know.
he's tired
You
or
don't know. You
he
don't
knows
know.
what he's
You don't
saying.
know.
You cannot
The
tell
guy
him to
is saying
come
rubbish.
and brutalize his opponent
But he
on a
just
public
said
television.
those people are not
So
obedient, that they are opponents.
are there
So
not
why
people
is he
like that?
defending them?
Are there
Why
not
is he
people like that?
defending his own? He's not
There
used to
people like
defending
that now.
opponent
Oh,
now.
definitely what he said might be true because there are some people like that. What are you telling me?
And
Is it
so
not about stuff?
why is he now?
Is it because
So why is he
seeing it? So what are you?
why is he defending them?
There might be possibility of some truth on what he's saying. So you cannot say that what he's saying is out of he didn't know what he's saying.
See,
Yeah.
one thing I know you said you know obedient, but to me, I don't defend a politician in totality. Obi is a politician, and most of those questions he answered them politically. So you see, because they're the supporter, you don't want him to come out all the time to throw them under the box, no. Because if you start
No,
throwing
I responded. I was trying to make that point for it because he said that he don't know what he's saying. But I'm trying to let him know that he knows what he's saying. For him to know that even in what he said, there might be an atom of truth in what he said. You understand? And I don't expect him to come out there and say obedient are this, obedient are that. People that canvass vote for you come out on public television to begin to say something. So what are you telling me that he don't know what he's saying? He might know what he's saying.
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko. If we're able to push the likes to up to 100, that would be great. We're nearly there, but if you've not clicked on the like button, please do that. Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
Ekene, yeah, true. You are right, rather, that Obino saying is defending indefensible and is lying. Look, he has not done himself any good. He rubbish his image in the eyes of Nigerians that are open-minded, Nigerians that are independent in their politicking, that doesn't take side. Listening to him, that it was those that are not obedient that doing that. I mean, it's for God's sake, he did not hurt himself. He should have done better than that. He should have come out. I mean, he should have said to his politician, to his supporter rather, that they should respect people like Wole Soyinka because he have a high degree of respect for him, and so as people around the world. He should tell them that respect Wole Soyinka. Do not don't support me. If you have respect for me as my supporter, you should respect person like Wole Soyinka. That is what you should have said. But to try to defend them and to try to parry the question and not clearly advise his supporter not to do that again, I think it doesn't show leadership. It shows that he's the one.
So are you saying that he didn't give Wole Soyinka enough respect in that interview? Did he say anything bad about Wole Soyinka there in the interview?
He did not say anything, but the
Then
question.
what else do you want him to say? He didn't say anything bad about the man. He gave him his maximum respect.
The issue is not about him on Wole Soyinka is about his supporters.
Supporters.
It's about his supporters.
See, I've said this in many occasions. It's very impossible for you to control the minds of millions of Nigeria.
This is
Everybody is
not
left for his
controlling.
opinion.
This is not controlling.
Do you
These
understand?
people,
They are all the same. Yeah, I'm obedient. I might be seeing it in a different perspective. Other people may. I see other people. I see many people the way they respond to opponents. I know how I respond to my opponent. You understand? So it doesn't mean that I cannot go and be telling them, you respond to this person like this, respond to this person like this. It's not possible. It's for me, maybe the ones that are following me, for me to be showing them the example, the way we need to respond to opponents. And they might be following in that line. Many people might decide not to follow. You understand? So you cannot come and you tell me that you can control the minds of millions of Nigeria just because of you want to please opponent. Maybe for him to say so that it will please the opponent.
it is
It
not
doesn't work like that.
opponent. It is not. I'm not saying you should please opponent.
That is in form of what you are trying to portray. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as he has given Wole Soyinka a maximum respect that he needs to give him, because I never saw him, even when they asked him about Asali Dokubo, he never said anything. He never said anything bad about
Asali. It's
Asali.
not about him. It's about the supporters. The question is not about him. It's about the supporters. Look, the way this guy is acting is showing that he does not have control of his obedience that are toxic. Look, a leader must be very, very decisive when he talks.
See, as far as I know, a politician must always maintain his base. A politician must always maintain his base. You understand? So what I know, as far as he didn't, because I saw many of his what the spokesperson come to the same interview and spoke against Wole Soyinka, even when they asked him about. So I took those ones; they are not serious. You understand?
Okay.
So, but him as a principal now come and they asked him the same question, and he didn't go in the same direction of the way of the spokesperson. Shows that he has a different mindset from those people.
Look,
you understand?
And
you don't expect him.
Just listen. You don't even want to address the question. The question to him was on his supporter, not on him. We appreciate the way he showed respect to Wole Soyinka in that interview. But what about the supporter that disrespect, that were toxic and show, a total disrespect to Wole Soyinka? What did he say to that? He didn't say anything. And that was what the question was centered upon. They were asking me question on the supporter that disrespected Wole Soyinka, that threw all sorts of abuses on Wole Soyinka. He did not address it. That means that he liked it. He liked the way they were abusing people all over the places. He liked it.
If he likes the way that they are abusing people.
Hold on now. Once you defend everything, hold on, let me finish.
As far as I know, I've been following him all throughout the campaign. As far as I know, I've been following him throughout the campaign.
You are interrupting me. You are not interjecting.
Okay.
Let me speak. This, like Patrick said, this is not the first time that they've asked this same question.
No, I said that.
Who's this same question? Who said that?
I said that.
Oh, you. Okay.
Yes.
This is not the first time. This is the way he has always responded when they put to him about his supporter abusing people. This guy will stylishly, he will never condemn them. And it does not show a good leadership when he's acting this way. He should be able to advise his follower not to act irresponsibly and abuse elders. Wole Soyinka is one of the elderly statesmen, is one of our best whatsoever. And why are you interrupting me now? Why are you interrupting me? He did not even say anything. Wole Soyinka did not say anything against Obi. Even in that interview, Wole Soyinka show in his statement that is supporting Obi some kind of way, because he was
He
rooting
was.
for
He
a
was
new
supporting
candidate.
Obi.
He didn't say it directly, but he said he told Tinubu not to contest, that you give chance to new people.
Yes,
And he
you're
said he
right.
told
Yes.
Atiku the same thing. You know, and who is the new person there? Is the Obi that it was referred, and he talked about Shogbalu, or what is the Mogalu, that is
Morgan.
started in some years back, but that one did not go through. But this time, he said he was rooting for new face, new person. So he did not even say anything. But just because he mentioned the way this guy, this vice president, was the way he was making anarchy. I mean, statement that is capable of inviting anarchy, and all over.
So when he said that it saddened him the way the issue are going, what do you understand in what he said in that aspect? He said the thing that he's not happy about the issue, the way before he began to give his narrations about the whole issue. So what else do you want him to say? That he said that he's not happy.
You know,
That is saddening him. The way I cannot
hold on
see.
one second. Hold on one second.
Yes.
Hold on one second.
Let me respond to Ajani Koko first.
Let me answer
See,
you. That's
Ajani Koko. Let him respond to you, and then you come back.
See, this issue of Obi not talking to his followers, is it because he used to come to television every time to address issue? Because I know, I have seen some comments even from opposition. You understand? Even direct to him, calling him all manners of name. So how many of those other presidential candidates have they asked about how they attack him or something like that? Is it because obedience are more youth or something like that? See, let's face the reality here. Let's face the reality. So, the man has come. He has put out his defense, and he said that he's not happy about what is happening between the obedience and the Wole Soyinka. And he now gives his explanation. So any other thing you are trying to expect him to say, I don't know what you are expecting to say. All I know is that he must give his followers some privilege in that aspect, because these are the people campaigning for him. You cannot take out that part.
Ekene, do you think?
Yes.
Don't you think he would have put out a subtle apology?
Okay.
I'm not saying a whole apology, but something very subtle. That was what I was expecting from him anyway, but never mind.
So,
anyway, the apology we are talking about, all I know is that this is an interview. He has given enough that he has to give. He said he's sorry. He's not happy of what is going between the obedient and the Wole Soyinka. And for him personally, he has a very big respect for him. So, and they now begin to address the issue. So I don't know what else he would say to please anybody in that aspect. You understand? I don't know what else he would say to please anybody in that aspect.
Look, so, he said he's not happy what was happening, right? That statement is not directed at anybody. Then he said further, he said the people that were responsible, that are called obedient, abusing Wole Soyinka, are people from the other party. So he has given a defense to those obedient that were abusing that they are not the one that did it, that are people from other party that were doing that. So
how many of the political candidates has come out to put out a statement and said, see, my supporters, don't do this thing this way. And at least I can count on many occasions Obi has done that. Even after this election.
It's not like those people now.
No, listen to me. You have to, the one he has done, you have to give him credit on that. You don't just have to want the man to just kill himself because he's contesting an election. You see, let me say this. After this election, I know the tension. A day as an after they have declared the winner, I know the tension in this nation. And people were waiting for him to speak. And the many people were thinking that he will say something, let us go and protest this and that.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. He would not be able to do that. He wouldn't.
I know, but at least there are some politicians that can do that. You cannot tell me that there are not politicians that can do that. There are politicians that can do that.
If he had called for anarchy, he would have been arrested.
Yeah. But there are politicians that can do that, and many politicians have done that in this country. So what are you telling me? Are we not in this country?
They will
Forget about other politicians. We know that.
Yes. So you have to give him what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that for him not to be going in that line, you still have to commend him on that.
Is that hold on? What we are saying is that you people have positioned him as the best and a new face in our politics that is bringing the best for us. That is not the same as other politicians. But the way he's acting like the other politician.
I don't know what else you want him to. I don't know what else you want him to add. The only thing I know about politics is this. Like when we came here, I told you people, once you like somebody, you've liked him. Once you want to vote for somebody, you vote for him. And there is nothing you can say that I will say here to make you change your mind about your candidate. And there is nothing you will say. Just take it like that. Just take it like that.
You don't see anything wrong in what
just take it like that.
You don't see anything wrong in Obi.
If he has done anything wrong, I will tell you.
Done anything wrong, you want to defend.
If he has done, as far as he has been coming there, speaking to his supporters, speaking to his supporters all the time. Even he came for this interview. You still complain that he came late. Why many people have not even come at all?
All right, just a couple more comments on that space, and then we go back to the video.
I would really like to have a rejoinder real quick.
Yeah, go on.
You know, Ekene, I understand what you're trying to say. You know, I secretly wish Obi wins the election. You know why? Because I consider myself to be a moderate Democrat. You know, I'm also a progressive. I wish that we have a new dimension to our politics. But you know, the more I'm trying to lean towards that area, of course I couldn't vote. The more I get a little bit, you know, having this, what do you call it now? Not interested because of the kind of languages that you encounter, whether online or the comment section, even one-on-one. See, I would have loved, because what I see in Obi, this is not the first time I would know. I mean, I will see Obi making speeches, public speeches, and all that. In some occasions, he has been able to differentiate himself from others, but most of the time it's always more or less like it's like them, like, you know, politician will always politician give you the half truth. What I would have expected of him during that question is to say, look, what those people are saying, they don't know who Professor Wole Soyinka is. If they know, they wouldn't have condemned him in such a way. They were, you know, saying some abusive words to him. And on behalf of, you know, my movement, I apologize to them. They will learn and they will know, they will understand. That is not the typical way of politicians speaking, but I would have loved him to say that. That would have endeared him more to people moderate like me, who see that, you know, some great thing can still come out of Nigeria. But you know, to stand there and defend the indefensible. As a matter of fact, I took it upon myself when that thing happens. I spoke to it. Because I had to come online on that day. I said, look, this is condemnable. This is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. This is our treasure. This man spoke. I want to believe this man, I'm talking about Professor Wole Soyinka, secretly or even maybe to some people, support Obi because his interview with Akeredolu Ali, China's television, shows that this man did not want the two contestants. So who would have been his third choice? But of course, he wasn't even available during the election. So, but the obedience, not you, but some of those who I have no idea. Hold on. But he answered the question. Of course, I won't hold him, for doing that because it's all about politics. He answered the question in a political line, in political way. He said what happens during that time was, regrettable. However, that he hold Soyinka in high esteem, but at the same time, there's a way. Some of these people, I want to believe, this is my opinion now, that some of these people that troll online have no idea what our history is all about. But he will have used that opportunity to enlighten them. But politician is politician. I get it. I'm not going to hold it against him because, like you said, it's time to hold his.
Adewale, this is your own perspective. You understand? You have given your own thoughts. Maybe if you have been there with him, you have given him that sense of what to say, or maybe you have give him some info on what to say. You understand? So, but he has said what he need to say to his own capacity and what he need to say, which I hold him that he never insulted the man, because I saw many politicians, especially when Obasanjo said something concerning him. I know how even the men opposition, how they attack the person of Obasanjo, draw the man to the mud, a two-time president of this country. Nobody said anything against that. The man Obasanjo, will you compare Obasanjo with this Soyinka we are talking about? But people drag him to the mud in the course of this election because he supported a candidate. So let's call a spade a spade. Who came to defend me?
What did they say about
Obasanjo?
All right, guys. Let Bishop have the final word on that space, and then we get back to the video.
One man, please. You give me 1 or 2 minutes also.
All right. Okay, you go first, and then Bishop has the final word. Because we've not even gotten to the yes, daddy. That's the juicy space. But you first. Good to see you, Simba. You first, and then Bishop. And please, we're about 10 likes from 100. So if you can get us to 100 likes, Simba, let's hear from you.
Okay, generally, I just want to say some things to buttress what Adewale just said now. Because, this man, I think one thing he has to learn is to learn how to talk and talk less. Because during the course of the interview, he was talking about how he went to Haiti when there was earthquake in Haiti. I don't know the relevance of Haiti. And when he went to Haiti, what did he do for them? Because you left your state, Anambra, and you said you went to Haiti. I didn't know what. So I didn't even understand the relevance of, because what he normally does is to just whip up sentiment to look as if he's the best person on the earth. He's a saint.
What sentiment is that he went to Haiti to help a nation that had an earthquake and donated $200,000 to them? He donated about $200,000 to them.
I withdrew my son from the.
He said he didn't do anything to them. That what does it mean?
I withdrew my son from the.
There are some times if you talk. What do you mean that he didn't? That he did it? That going to Haiti means nothing.
It means it's irrelevant.
What do you mean?
So let me finish.
But you will still criticize him. You will still criticize him that what has he done? What has he achieved?
You have said your own. Let me make my own statement also.
When you make when we play this politics, even in this platform, in the person of your candidate, I never condemn his action or anything he has done, whether anywhere or anything, or say anything against. And I can say that wherever I am, that I've never done that. You understand? So when I see people dragging somebody that and he said this is what he do, and you say he's nothing, he's this, but you still want to find out what has that person done in the course of his life. But when he speak out and say he does this, you still want to say that he's nothing, he doesn't this, he doesn't that. See, let's be truthful in everything we are doing.
Portrayed. That's why we are generating.
What do you mean the way he was portraying him?
And the way you portrayed him.
What do you mean? He has said it. You cannot come here and tell me. You cannot come here and tell me that Tinubu built 100 kilometers of road. I will begin to say, what is it? What does it mean?
Yeah, people have
Just take
said
it.
it. If you don't say it, people have said it, so it doesn't really matter.
I expect more from learned people to be more
And that is
composed when they
why
are giving
that
the
is the
analysis.
same reason why we're
So
asking
that
this
is it. You
question.
cannot
Let me move on. I'm not
you don't
finished.
use yourself
I'm
to
not
compare.
finished. Ekene, maybe
When we come to
you will still have something to say.
when we come to
Let me
platform,
finish.
when we come
Let
to
me finish,
platform,
Ekene.
you put out a good
I'm not
narrative. That
finished.
is what
You
I'm
are
trying to
raising
say.
your voice. Let me finish. Because
All
you
right,
still have to.
let him land, and then we hear from Bishop, and then we go back to the video. Back to you.
Then, when he was talking about Nigeria exports, he singled out 2012. And 2012, we all know that because the main exports in Nigeria is oil. And that was when the crude was about 110. And he singled out that 2012 as saying, okay, this is with the amount of, yes, it's right. The statistics is right. But what I'm saying is that maybe he wanted to use that one also to show that he knows some statistics. But if you single out a year out of like 20 or 30 years, and because of something that happened in that year, and you are now using that one to rubbish every other thing of the economy, I don't think it's actually fair on his part. Because and he's very good at that. He's very just to
He has
go
given
and
his
wrong
narration. He's
statistics and
given
all.
his
All right,
calculation. He has
settle
given
down.
his statistics. Any
All
other
right.
person can still come and give his own. This is government. He has contributed his quota by talking. So any other person can still
Thank you for
contribute.
that observation. Simbi, thank you for that observation. I'm very happy somebody observed that. That you said he's always doing
Madam,
that.
it's Simba. Now, woman,
Simba,
get
sorry, Simba.
Yeah, Simbi, look at that. You want to Bobrisky him already. You want to Bobrisky you, Simba.
Simba, sorry.
Woman.
I'm
Yes.
happy somebody noticed that because a lot was going on. People were not noticing. Okay,
Woman.
Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah.
Obi was right about what Minister of Information did. He was right. I don't expect a Minister of Information to go outside the country to berate another citizen of that country in a foreign land. I expect him to be more diplomatic in answering questions because this is a domestic issue. But to go to the foreign land, another sovereign country, and begins to scold and berate another citizen of that country based on what happened, that is a no-no. You do not take your issues to the public. Yes, you want to launder the image of your principal, but you shouldn't do in such a way that you're trying to like, okay, this is not our family member, this is our family member. What happens is domestic and should remain domestic. However, you go out there and say, look, election was conducted, there's a winner, we move forward. But to begin to subject another citizen of the country in such a ridiculous or portray that person in a ridiculous way, that is a no-no. And I completely against that.
Dewale, Lai Mohammed was he was right to do what he did, and he had no choice because the obedience space they internationalized what was you are describing as a domestic something. Remember, they went to picket the White House. Remember, and then that op-ed by Chimamanda Adichie, that internationalized it, and Ohaneze Ndigbo, they also wrote an open letter to Joe Biden to try and stop Tinubu's inauguration. So they've put the narrative in the international space. So he had to run a counterinsurgency in that space.
Yeah, but it's like somebody rushing to say, "Look, let me speak my mind. Let me throw my family member under the bus." I understand that narrative that okay, someone has spoken before, and the international community is not going to, base their judgment on what the first person has said before. But there's a way you structure your statement. Whether we like it or not, Peter Obi is still in Nigeria. Atiku is still in Nigeria. So if anything happens today, the two of them have emergency in a foreign land. Guess what? I expect the government of the day to deploy aircraft or everything they could find, to make sure that they rescue them. So, however, a platform has been given to you. There's a way, okay? There's a way. Tomorrow you can't deny that these two individuals are not Nigerians. So there's a way you convey your message to the public, to the foreign people, and that would not throw them under the bus. Yes, election has been conducted, and it was conducted in this manner, and it was adjudged to be free and fair to you, based on Nigerian characters and all that. But at the same time, to now begins to berate your fellow citizen in a foreign land. I don't expect Secretary of State of America to go to England and berate the opposition to Biden, even Trump, to speak about Trump in a negative way. That is a no when it comes to diplomatic way. So to me, Obi was right, and I don't expect anything less, from him. But at the same time, what is it called? I mean, Lai Mohammed is not a diplomat. It's just a minister. It's just a politician. All right. But you don't expect Onya, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to speak in that manner. I would be.
Onyema even.
Sorry. No, it's not Onyema. Is it Onyema? I'm confused now. The names kind of sound similar, but you get the drift. You understand what I'm trying to say? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. I don't expect him, because he's a trained diplomat. I don't expect him to speak in that like man. I will be in total shock to see him talking about fellow Nigerian in such a negative way. It is wrong. Yes, any Nigerian can petition anybody around the world, but you have the upper voice. You have the upper platform to correct, to change the narrative. And once that opportunity is given to you, make use of it. Choreograph your speech and deliver it in such a powerful way that will change the mind of the foreign government, not for you to be throwing your family member under the bus. That's what I'll say.
All right, round up that space, Bishop, and then we go back to the interview. Bishop, you're up next.
Okay, very quickly, two things. Number one, what Lai Mohammed did was perfect order. That's my view. And Lai Mohammed did not go there to go and address the world because of Peter Obi. That is very incorrect. He went there based on the narrative that was already gaining ground about the election. And it was in the course of entertaining question that he addressed the fact that, look, people were heating up the polity because of their reckless statement. Like the statement that was attributed to, what's his name?
Ali Baba Ahmed.
Baba Ahmed. And that it was in that line that he made mention of those that don't utterances, they of treasons in them. So for me, there was a need. People were picketing London House. They were picketing White House. They were picketing everywhere because of an election that they won. And you are in court. If you are in court, you have already submitted to the court. Why don't you let the court, the course of the court or the case, why don't you let it run its course? Why going about threatening fire and brimstone? Now, having said that, my disagreement with Peter Obi on the issue of the obedience is simply this. He justified what they were doing and he defended them. He tried to deflect first by saying they are infiltrators, and he came out openly to defend them, that they are angry. It's because they are angry, they are jobless, that they were doing what they did. I think that was not good enough. If you like,
but are they not angry? Are they not angry?
No. Let's. Otherwise, we'll never get back to the interview.
No, are they not angry?
I'm going to
what are you telling me? Yes, are they not angry?
I'm not going to dignify you with a response. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm saying it justified it that they are angry. Let me tell you, if everybody thinks by being angry is enough reason to put the house on fire, are you the only ones angry? Are you the only ones?
Have anybody put the house on fire? Have anybody put? Is what happened in this country not enough to put this country on fire? But people are still holding calm. Look, and you are still justifying it and say what he said is this, what he said is that. Are people not angry? Are people not angry? The past 8 years of this administration, are people happy about it?
I don't look. It's your
People
opinion.
are just expecting something new, and you will expect them to keep quiet. So what is happening in the country today? Are you happy about it?
I'm happy about
it. Are you happy that for the past years you have not been able to have 24 hours electricity? Many things have not been many things have. So see, yeah, I don't get it when people are justifying things that are not supposed to be justified.
Hold on.
You're telling me that people are not supposed to be angry in this Nigeria.
You keep quiet for me. You spoke for over 30 minutes. I wanted to
No. Oh, hold on. No, let's not go in that. We are not going in that direction, please. Just round it off, and then we move on.
Why wouldn't you let me talk?
No, it's letting you. No. Can you settle down, please? Can you bring the octane of your voice down as well? It's not a fight. It's a conversation. No, please bring it down a little bit, please. Just for the benefit of the audience. Otherwise, they'll think we are fighting here. Ekene has the right to push back against what you're saying, and then you counter what he's saying. But bring it home so that we can get back to the interview.
Even if you want to interject, why wouldn't I land my thought? When I want to interject, you let other people land their thoughts. So why is it not possible for me to land my
all right, go on and land the thoughts then. The floor is yours.
In my view, and I said that was the first thing I said, in my opinion, it was not right for him to defend and justify it by saying it is because they are angry that they did what they did to Wole. Simple. That is my view. That is my perception. If it is not for the other people, it's okay. It has come and gone. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Bishop. It's not anger, it's passion, and that's what we want to see. Somebody that's passionate about their country. But is Peter Obi equally passionate? Let's hear him. Hopefully, we hear the yes that is bit now.
You're watching Arise Prime Time. 20 more still ahead as we continue our chat with the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi. Stay with us. Welcome back to Arise Prime Time, where we offer perspectives on the news and talking points of the day. I'm Charles Aniegolu. Now, the saga of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election was for the opposition Labour Party and its leader, Peter Obi, a tragic affront to democracy and the electoral earthquake that crumbled their hopes, shaking the faith they had that the election would be the turning point that would change the course of Nigeria. Well, the winter winds may be howling for them, but for the president-elect Bola Tinubu, his APC party, and their supporters, it'll take more than that to dampen their spirits as Inauguration Day draws near. For them, it's a legitimate ballot that culminated in victory for Mr. Tinubu, never mind the fact that that victory is dogged by major national and international concerns about legitimacy and by the APC's legacy of expanding insecurity, growing poverty, rising unemployment, an inflation rate that has ballooned in the last few years, and a currency that has plunged in value, giving way to much harder times, especially for those on low incomes. So as the rival sides step up their preparations for the legal conflict ahead and the courts become the new front line of their quest for legitimacy amid all the other controversies that are swirling around the leading presidential candidates, where does Nigeria's hottest political issue go from here? And the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is still with me in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us.
Thank you for having me, Charles.
Now let's turn to the president-elect Bola Tinubu, whom, from what I read, you recently visited or were shown on social media to have visited. That suggests that you're making reconciliation moves. What are the reasons for that? And what would you say to your followers, the obedience, who might, in a sense, feel betrayed by that move, if it did in fact happen?
Charles, it did not happen. I've never visited him. I didn't. These are one of the things I'm telling you. They've turned the whole thing into a joke. So what it is now is, what are we going to do to crush this person? What are we going to do to label him this? If it is not to label him tribal bigot, religious bigot, if it's not sticking, maybe we'll find his family, maybe have a love child somewhere, maybe all sorts of things. You know, duplicated identity, everything. Because I've been to the UK about 3 times this year, you know, this issue. So it's all about, oh, let's go to Washington and announce to them that is treason, that is involved in this, involved in that. Charles, I did not visit anybody.
Okay, well, that's a clarification.
So my followers are saying, will remain steadfast in the cause we've chosen. And that is to do the right thing. We went into election with a strong faith in the law that was signed by Mr. President, with a strong faith in the statements of Professor Mahmoud, which was said globally, said it in Washington, said it in Chatham House, in places where even other electoral bodies don't come to say anything. He said it all over Nigeria. Even when people doubted it, he said nobody should doubt it. It's going to be this real time. Why do we have to go through that? Just why do we have to? Why is this country built that things must be wasted?
So why do you think he said those things and did something else?
We spent nearly $1 billion for this mess. We could have just saved the money. After all, if the university striking lecturers were giving 400 billion, there would have been no strike. We'd have just asked Mr. President, you're going, please appoint somebody of your choice. You would have saved everybody, the parties that were running around, all those monies people use for campaign and everything, running around, even those who shared money for their primaries, they would have saved all that money, even for the forms, and use it to invest in the 2 critical areas that is keeping this country underdeveloped: education and health. If we have put 100 billion in primary health care that have just collapsed, and we have the highest infant mortality, surpassing India, that is 1.4 billion people. Nigeria have surpassed India in infant mortality. If we had put 100 billion naira on that, it would have made all the difference. We didn't. We put it in the election. And then we came up with this.
But why do you think he went to all those places, Chatham House and all the places around the world?
I don't know. That's what
and said those things and then did something else?
Yes, that's what I'm worried about. And this is not being said by somebody who is uneducated. It's been said by a respected professor.
But does that give...
That questions the entire... You see, whenever I talk about that, the educational qualification is not a measure of integrity. That's what it should be.
Yeah, but you're suggesting that it was necessarily something that had to do with integrity. They're arguing that it might have been, or that it had something to do with technical glitches.
Which technical glitches? You had three elections in the same day. The other 2 went through the same promise you made. The most important election in this country is the election, the presidential election. That's where we have issues. That's where we have our problems. That's what we need to solve. That's where we need competence, capacity, integrity, and everything that character, everything that is required to move it forward. And that is the only one that have glitch. Which glitch? Can they explain the glitch? Have they ever explained it to anybody? INEC is still uploading the result to today. Does it make sense?
Well, presumably that explanation they'll be forced to make it in court. And of course...
No, it's not even making it in court. You look at the country. Charles, we have a country. We're not the only country globally. There's hundreds of countries globally. Why must our own be always a problem?
Well, you and your party, the Labour Party, are now preparing to enter into a storm of the unknown, into legal, uncharted territory. You've filed a legal challenge in court. What is your sense of how it's all looking as your appointment with that tribunal draws near?
Well, the court will decide. I believe the justices also are on the spot. It is for them to interpret the Constitution, whichever way they do it. I've done it before. I've challenged similar rascality in my state. I've challenged it when I was impeached. I've challenged it when there was issue of tenor interpretation. So I'm challenging it again. And the judges are also on trial. Because on trial of interpretation of our Constitution, of the law, of the process. Like I said, what we are challenging is not just about who is there, who is not there. It is the process. Just the process through which people get to anywhere is far more fundamental than what they do thereafter. I recall asking one of the professors a few days ago, I said, can I be a professor? Can I start writing I'm a professor without having to do the necessary work of being a professor? He said, no. I said, okay. Who said I'm not probably more intelligent than most professors? But it's a process. And it's that process that I want people to respect. There's a law. That's why we went through that electoral law that we celebrated. And that's what we're challenging.
Well, obviously, there's a lot to go through. I mean, the case is in court and we'll have to wait to see how it goes. But let me turn to the internecine crisis that is leaving or tearing your party, the Labour Party, apart, or appears to be doing so, with public fights over the chairmanship, jockeying for position, etc. What's really going on in the Labour Party?
There's nothing happening in the Labour Party. I like what you said. There's nothing wrong in Labour Party. It's the same rascality that is going on all over the place. The chairman of Labour Party is Barrister Julius Agore. That I can tell you.
But you have to admit that all this wrenching, wrangling, and sort of petty fights and quarrels over positions, etc. I mean,
which position are they fighting?
Well, I mean, we see it virtually every day.
Because people are paid, people are hired, being paid to distort facts and everything. For example, Charles, I've never met Mr. Papa. And supposedly, you can say that I'm a meaningful figure in Labour Party. I'm the presidential candidate. So, but I've not met the other party chairman, and he's not looking for me. So, there was a purpose. It's because of the transactional politics we do, where rather than spend our energy and time trying to do the right thing, we spend our energy and time trying to do the wrong thing, paying people to do the wrong thing, paying people to create, because we live off this confusion. In Labour Party, we don't have an issue. The party is intact, the party is working. The party was founded by Labour, NLC, TUC, the Labour organization. They founded the party. That's why today I had to quietly go and join them solidarity in what they're doing, because they are the owners and we'll be working seamlessly in as it's supposed.
Well, I mean,
but you have to have all these problems by paid agents and everything. And that notwithstanding, because we're a family, we're even trying to bring everybody, even those to say they've paid you, maybe you've done the job they want you to do, please come, let all of us be a family.
Right, because I mean, I'm sure you know that people, I mean, it doesn't inspire confidence in the public when they see a party that they believed in was going to reshape this country and repurpose things. I mean, you know, they were entrusting this country, or were planning to entrust, at least some people, this country to your party. I mean, and to them, and people have made a lot of comments about this. I mean, it seems like you're no different from the other parties that you criticize.
Because those who live off the confusion, who are already in other parties, will not go away without tearing away, trying to, you know, create confusion everywhere. That's what it is. They're not going to keep quiet. I've said it before. Whenever I talk to you, I say to them, don't think these people are going to go away saying, no, we're happy. No, they're not going to do that. It's impossible. But if we stay on doing the right thing, eventually we'll win. And that's what we want to continue doing.
Right.
And I assure you, that's where we are.
Well, let's talk about one more apparent scandal.
Okay, so we all know what that one more apparent scandal is. So we wait for that one. That's the big one. I suspect I haven't watched it ahead as well. Like I said, it's just somebody sent it in that he said that this has to be a talking point, and certainly it has to be a talking point. So to what Peter Obi has just gone through. So the main thrust of his narrative in that section was that the IREF did not upload. So and that seems to be the hub of their petition, which a lot of people find somewhat frivolous, because that's just that's administrative stuff. It doesn't it doesn't impact meaningfully on anything, results being uploaded or not. But then he's saying that is a fault line in the process that is being challenged legally. But he also went on to this trap line that we're hearing often from that space, that the judiciary is also on trial, that they are challenging the process. And when Charles asked him about the goings on in Labour Party, he made it categorically clear that he was backing the Aburi faction of the Labour Party. Because make no mistake about it, have no equivocation, as Thomas will say, Labour Party very much are fractionalized. So let's kick this off with Simba, or Simbi now, as has been redubbed by Zeta. Simbi Atu.
Go man.
Simbi Atu. Yeah, so yeah, let's hear from you.
Well, my own take, I think at this stage, we should have gone beyond this high level of a thing that is still. I thought when he was asked that question, what is supposed to be telling us that figures, he's supposed to be giving us figures. These things were rigged against me in so state. This is what I got from my own calculation, and this is what they're giving me. But when he started talking about all these high level of a thing, and that is the only thing that it made me to wonder whether he actually understood even the Constitution and even the electoral law that he's claiming to know. Because if you know all these things, you know the Constitution, and I don't think he should be emphasizing this uploading as the only reason why he was denying as the winner of the election. I don't think that has enough justification. And you know, look at the way he was even talking. He was saying that qualification does not confer or integrity. And he was attacking the personality of the INEC chairman. I don't expect that one from a presidential candidate, because if you are denied and you are already in court, you should not be attacking the personality of a person like that. And he kept when he went on also, he was talking about the issue of the party chairman, and he said that the other party chairman, he never met him, he never came to him. Hey, do you expect a party chairman to come to you, or you came to you are the one that went and joined them in the party? And if you look at the way he was talking, he did not even, to me, what I feel is my own personal feeling. It's like he just talked, he said the party was created by Labour, and he's not claiming, he's not sounding like somebody who actually see himself as part of the party. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. So I think that is the only thing I want to say about what
and it seems to have picked a side, because I think 2 days ago or so, because this Apapa guy, he's actually recognized as the Labour Party chairman by INEC, and for no other reason than
one man. INEC did not recognize him.
No,
INEC did not
hold on.
recognize him.
Hold on. Let me land it, and then you'll see that they do. He is actually recognized by INEC as the Labour Party chairman for no other reason that there's a court injunction in place preventing Abure from parading himself as the Labour Party chairman. So if the chairman is unavailable to carry out functions for whatever reason, in this case legal reasons, then it automatically defaults to the next in line, which is Apapa. And I think Apapa actually invited Peter Obi to an NEC meeting just a couple of days ago. So he is reaching out to Obi, of course, but Obi seems to have picked a side, which is the Abure side.
I think he picked the side that would favor him. I think that's what I can say about that. And he still brought down to how the whole thing, how he got to the party, he got the presidential ticket of the party. Everything seems to have been shrouded in a lot of disarray. I don't understand, because if you are picking, you have 2 party chairman, and you pick a side with somebody, you got your ticket, and you are saying that the other one, you don't recognize him. He's even the candidate. He's not the one that is now taking side. He's picking the one that we pick among. I don't understand what is actually going on in the Labour Party. I'm very sorry to say.
One man.
Yeah, he cannot come in. Yeah.
You know, I'm an opposition. So whenever you people speak as an opposition, I must come and interject. So in the case of the court case, he talked about. For me, I've made my decision on the court case, and the people saying that he should be coming out with the numbers to present on the television. Then after presenting it on the television, what is he going to present on to the judiciary? So for me, in that aspect, I've made my decision. Whatever happens in the court case, let it be. And I don't put so much hope on that. You understand? So the only thing I know is that I cannot say that he didn't have a case, because I also doubted him when he was the governor of Anambra State, when he was about to go for the first case. Somebody like me never believed that he's going to win, especially the last one that that Andy Oba won an election, and he went to challenge it in the court. So somebody like me never believed him that time, and this time is now on the higher level. So I still don't believe him in that aspect. But whatever that is pushing him, I will not stop him. Let him go. So that is my take on that, and I've already made my decision. So in terms of crisis, somebody saying he's supporting Apapa Abure, who would you expect him to support? Let's be sincere at ourselves. Abure was in fact, where was this Apapa when all this election campaign was? That is my own question in all these things. I think the man is from Oyo State. I watched their campaign in Oyo State. Where was the man? Then after the election, now you now go to the court to say that you remove Abure. Who will even me as an obedient, I will not accept that.
Our Papa is original member of Labour Party. Peter Obi.
What did he do? What did he do in the campaign to show that he's one of the party?
You cannot know. He's not the one contesting election, so you can't know his activity and the role he played. So this
anybody that said he's a member of a party, anybody that says he's a member of the party have to contribute, especially in your state.
Who told you that he did not contribute? Who told you?
I did not see him in Oyo State campaign.
In Oyo State? Did you live
I saw that. I watched the campaign now. I watched the campaign.
No,
I didn't watch it.
You didn't.
The only thing I know is that I did not saw him in Oyo campaign. I did not saw him, and he also confirmed it. He also confirmed it in Channels TV that he was not there. That he was in Abuja. Something happened. That is why he was not there. Shehu asked him the same question on Channels television.
It doesn't mean that he didn't play a role. It doesn't mean that he didn't mobilize people to come and vote for Obina. So why are you people using?
Well, for me, I don't expect him.
He's the real original member of the party, and not.
I did not say that he's not the member of the party. I did not say, and all of them are member of the party. And like somebody like what I call Arabambi, endorse a candidate of APC in Ondo State.
Where did you see him endorse a candidate of APC in Ondo?
That means you have not been following the matter now.
Who did he?
You should have watched it in Channels TV when they were arguing it.
Who did he endorse?
And he never denied it.
He didn't endorse anybody. What he did,
I told you he endorsed candidate of APC in Ondo State.
That is not true. You people have.
That is true. I'm telling you that is true. Go and watch it. I watched it. It is not that they tell me. He didn't deny it. So it's nothing like that. It's not true. You can go and search the interview on Channels. It's not even far.
He didn't do that. What he did.
I told you he did that. Don't tell me I say he did. If I don't see it, I will not. If I don't see it, I will not talk. I don't say what I don't know. That is me. Anything that I'm not sure of, I don't say it.
Okay, they have.
He didn't, and he never denied that.
They are winning you guys in the court, and they will win to the ground.
I didn't say that they will not win us in the court. Yes. I didn't say that whatever that happens, let them settle it. But I'm saying what is on ground.
And all
I'm saying what is on ground. The only thing I know, the Abure you want. I saw Abure everywhere in the campaign. I saw him in Alaba. I saw him every places. I saw him. So you now expect him to say because you go to court, you got this, then I remove Abure, and you expect him to come on Channels television to say I remove Abure.
Why do you want to see Apapa when they were neglected? They were sidelined.
That Apapa in an interview, Apapa said, even the Apapa self was expelled from the party. Some is that 2014 or so.
You don't get what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Abure, you are claiming that you saw every year he came to Alaba. Abure and his team.
The only thing I know about a party is all about commitment. So I never saw that commitment. So for me, I don't care what is going on the party, but I'm saying what I see and what I have heard according to their interviews.
You don't even know anything.
So whatever they settle.
You are just Obi. You don't know anything about Labour Party. You don't know where Labour Party is coming from. You are just there for Obi there. For Obi. You don't know anything
most of us that are supporting him. Most of us that are supporting him. Are we members of Labour Party?
You are not a committed member of Labour Party.
We are just following them.
So you guys
yes,
don't know
we are following them
about that party. So
and I've watched the interview.
People that really own the party, when they are talking, you people should not call them. You should not call them traitors. They are not traitors. They are the real founding member of the party, and they stand for the party and they are working for their party. But when you are carrying out this campaign for Obi, you people sideline them. You didn't want them in, and then you are saying you didn't see them anywhere.
Who sidelined them? This Alabambi, is he not the publicly secretary of the party? Who sidelined him?
Look,
he was his public even during that election. I was watching the time. I was watching the time he was the publicity secretary of the party. I know the time he was I saw him. So who sidelined them?
Wait, they were fighting.
And at a point in time, you begin to come up with the stories that this happened. They bring money, and that led to this Okupe. He first of all carry Okupe matter on his head. At the end of the day, he now succeeded in they spell that one in the party. That one as so at the end of it, so after that one is not okay. You still came up with another court that Abure is not the chairman of the party. What are you telling me?
Yes,
he was a publicity secretary of the party.
Wait, he's a publicity secretary. All the corrupt practices that were being perpetrated in the party then, they were fighting against it. The money that were flowing from one place to the other, and all this crooked manipulation on documentation and all these things, they were fighting against it. That this is a party we are portraying to the Nigerian people as non-corrupt party, but this set of leadership that Obi
he's now doing that. He's now doing that at that time at the detriment of the election.
It's not detriment of
what are you telling
election.
me?
They are standing for the truth, and they are standing for
which
their
truth
party.
is he standing? The other day they asked the other guy, that of their lawyer, they asked him on Arise TV.
He
collected money. He said, I was watching the Arise interview live. The other youth leader was telling him, don't let me open your nyash. Lufai was asking them, boy, open your nyash. They begin to open their nyash. Their lawyer was not able to defend himself. He was he
defended himself very well. All this holla, well, not the holla. Now because they don't present document, fact, and everything at the law court, that the judge saw that yes, what your chairman did was nothing but fraudulent acts. That is why they took him out. That is why you people are just unhappy with these people. They got all the facts against it, and they got to bring all those
even if they got the fact, let's say the man is corrupt or something like that. But they told them that if there is any issue in the party, you are not supposed to go direct to the court. There is an organ in the party which will first report the issue. Then if that organ did not treat the matter well, that is when you have the right to go to the court. But you never use that organ. When you say you obtain your
who told you
they never used it now. When they asked them they never used the organ.
They didn't want to listen.
I listened to them very well. They never used that organ. They never used that organ.
They were sweeping everything under the carpet. They were thinking they are nobody, and these people are just non-entity. There's nothing they can do.
When they asked them on a live television, did you use the organ? They never defended it. They never said they used the organ.
Organ? So, which organ? Organ that
the first organ they're supposed to use in the party to treat the matter that said the man is corrupt before you go to court.
Which corrupt organ are you talking about? The organ that manipulated election results, primary results. They forged documents to take out the real winner of primary, and then presented a candidate that never contested for primary. Those are the ones that is sent to INEC with forged documentation, forged affidavit, forged everything, sealed. They forged
sorry, who are we? Is that Patrick? That's usually Patrick. Who are we hearing in the background? Yeah, go on. Yeah, it's always Patrick.
So they forged all these things, and you are saying that that's the organ that they have to report to. Organ that is fraudulent, corrupt, and nothing but corrupt people, set of people. What are you talking about? These are the people that are really standing upright, and you people don't want to support. You don't want to support the truth. You want to support corruption.
Which truth am I supporting? The other party the other people are supporting. Are they not corrupt? Are they not corrupt? What I'm saying is
forget
this.
about other party. Let's talk about
what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying.
Party that is corrupt.
What I'm saying is this: that the first organ they're supposed to use, they never use it. So that is my stand, and they never defended it.
And
the
say
Arab,
your organ is corrupt
Arab and B, whatever they call him, the leader of that group, as a publicity secretary, what they went to Ondo State and they endorsed an APC candidate, and he never denied it. So those things are fact.
You are presented at the court now. That are fact.
That is it.
Why are they? If
even the Abure they are talking about the police. Abure has went to the police to present himself, and
he
nothing
will go
happened.
To jail now. He will go to jail.
Why didn't they catch him now? Why didn't they catch him?
Oh, don't worry.
If they know the matter is too strong, Abule has went to the police to present himself, and nothing happened.
Before they put handcuff in his hand and take him to jail, they first of all
the NLC chairman and the TUC chairman, they went to the Labour Party office, their headquarters, to give an order that they don't want to see somebody like our papa close to that office again.
Are you saying they are powerful than the court?
They are the owner of the party.
Are you saying they are going to violate the court?
They are the owner of the party. You can run your party the way you want to run it. Hence you have the constitution. Their constitution is there. You never follow their constitution. You first of all follow the constitution of your party before you go to court.
Against the court order.
They have their constitution. As far as you don't follow the constitution of the party, you don't have any right to go to court. They have the constitution of the party.
Do you know what court represents when court give an order? Do you know what it means?
Not when you have not followed. It is there in their constitution. So you first of all, and another court also gave order from Edo State. Another court also gave order from Edo State that they don't have the power to remove Abure as the chairman of. So what are you going to say in that court case, that presentation also? That said that they should not remove Abure. Nobody should say Abure is not a member of the party.
I don't want to.
Another court from Edo State. So what are you
doing? Let me just come in. I think Ekene don't verse today. Normally, Ekene does not talk like this.
He said the party have to disrespect court order, and they have to do things in their own way. I don't know.
No. What I'm saying, Adanioko. Can you hear me? What I'm saying is that Ekene doesn't normally talk like this. He's just, I think he's angry today. But I've been trying to even check my phone. That Arab guy happened to be a friend that I knew in Abeokuta, but I lost his number. I'm trying to get some of my friends to connect him. Maybe we can invite him to the platform.
Please do. Please do that.
I'm just trying to look him up again. Because since my Nigerian phone, I've not been able to. But I was definitely get him. Is it the typical Abeokuta guy? The point is, Abeokuta new now. Abeokuta guy, Now, but what I'm saying is this. The issue Arabambi brought up was even not just a party issue. It was a criminal issue that he was even trying to raise. So you don't expect him to go to the party to address that. You understand, Ekene? He was trying to bring up some issues.
No, I don't understand that aspect. How can you have issue with your party?
He brought it up.
You just jump the party and go
to
court.
No.
I don't understand.
When you have a criminal issue, when you have a criminal issue, you have a duty. There's a duty. For example, if I be your brother and I commit a crime, do you know that you have a duty, not a right or a choice? You have a duty to bring that to the attention of the police. Maybe I killed someone and you are aware, or I did something that is a crime and you are aware. You have a duty to bring it to the police. If you don't, you can also be charged for concealment or something like that. So that's the point. So the guy said, look, I'm bringing this to the police. I'm bringing this to the notice of the court or the government, so that when issue comes in the future, they won't say you were part of it. So that was the argument. I saw that interview. So it's not as if he's bringing it up. But my fear there is even that the candidacy of Obi might be threatened. It looks like there were some things that they did. because at that time Obi joined the party. I think I don't know whether the window was already closed or not. I don't know, but I think they did some back end transactions or job that made that look very clear. But let's see how that goes. And then if you look at Labour Party and the people that are there, you will know that they have a lot of skeleton too. Someone like Okukwe, apart from the fact that they charge him for money laundering, Okukwe, you would know that Okukwe is somebody that is that does not have that does not have integrity politically now. How can you
Okukwe is
suddenly
like
now
FFK.
become FFK is like FFK exactly. Okukwe does not have political integrity now. People who are outside Ogun State might see him special. That's why people like Canada and will stand up to him. You understand? They will stand up to him because they know him, and he's nobody to them. So it's to now start making him look like he's somebody that is special, somebody that said Nigeria cannot even have a modern train. That's the kind of, now he suddenly have a vision for Nigeria. 8 years ago, he was saying no. It was telling Mokpe in a just a standing interview. The lady was asking. He said no, that's not possible. And now he has a vision for Nigeria. No, that's crazy. Now that's to tell you the kind of people Obi would have brought into his cabinet. With that, just like Reno said, Nigeria really dodged the bullets by not voting for Obi. I'm telling you. Kene, in short, you should just appreciate God that they didn't vote him, because it would have been a
I
terrible
appreciate God I didn't vote
case.
too.
That they didn't, Obi didn't win. You should appreciate God that he didn't win. I'm telling you.
Are you trying to make me feel angry or what? Are you trying to make me feel angry or what? I will not feel angry.
No, I'm trying to make you laugh. I'm trying to make you laugh.
I got
See, you don't laugh now.
I got it. Anyway,
I know say you don't vex. I know say you know they talk like this. You know they talk like this before, but something don't vex you today. So you ready for anybody?
It don't do too much. I mean, it don't do too much.
He doesn't used to talk like this now. If you notice.
No, it's usually quietly. You know who Ekene reminds me of. And we have to bring him back. Saki Fada. If you push very hard, to get a reaction out of Saki Fada, you would try very hard. As same with Ekene. But let's listen to the last phase of hopefully the interview. Hopefully this now the Yes Daddy space. So we listen to this, and then when we come back, I want you to lead the reaction to it. We kick it off with you, Patrick. But let's listen now to Yes Daddy, No Daddy, 3 bags full. Daddy. So yes, Daddy.
And that's what we want to continue doing.
Right.
And I assure you, that's where we are.
Well, let's talk about one more apparent scandal. That's that audio leak. You might have talked about this before, but we want to sort of hear it from you again. That audio leak of what appeared to be a private conversation between you and Bishop David Oyedepo, in which you appeared to have described the elections as a religious war, and which has been seized upon by your critics as an example of you promoting a religious agenda. Did that conversation take place, or was it an outright artificial intelligence fabrication, or somewhere in between?
Charles, whatever you call it, whatever anybody wants to make of it, it's fine with me. All I can tell you is that, Charles, I'm not a religious or tribal bigot.
But you did have the conversation.
No. I just tell you, what they make about it is their business. I've shown you several examples this evening of things that was said about me that is false. From dual citizen, from detention, from treason, from this. So whatever they make it, let me tell you, I'm not a religious bigot.
Right.
I'm not a tribal bigot.
But did that
Go
conversation
and
take
look
place?
in the history of this country and ask yourself, how many people have been opportune to serve privately and publicly and surrounded themselves around with Nigerians? I've said it before. I was governor of my state for 8 years. My ADC, which I mention every day, who is the closest person to me, is from Kano. They said, I demolished mosque in Onitsha. I made Muslims to carry ID card. My police commissioner was from Kano, was a Muslim. My ADC is from Kano, was a Muslim. And I'm asking his people to carry ID card, and I was demolishing where they go to worship. Now I went to celebrate Salah with the people in the mosque.
I saw the pictures.
And they said it was me who rebuilt the mosque when it was destroyed under another governor. So I built the mosque, but I was being labeled as the man who demolished it. Where do you start? These things, like I said yesterday, development it doesn't know religion or tribal. All these people are saying, let them show me the road they built. That I've never seen a road constructed where only the Muslims are allowed to pass. Like I said, those who are talking about religion in this country, can they show me where Muslims buy bread cheaper? So we can go there and buy the bread. Or show me where Christians buy bread cheaper. They only use this. People only bring issue of religion and tribal because they're not competent, because they don't want to serve.
Right. So that conversation didn't.
So for me, Charles, let me even assume it happened. Do you think I can just pick a phone and say religious war? No.
Well, we know there's artificial intelligence
that
manipulates.
There must have been a conversation.
Yeah.
But
we want to be clear on what you said and
Charles,
what you didn't say.
Charles, even subsequently, I was even begging the bishop to help me to ask his people to vote, which is what I was doing for 6 months, begging. I wasn't saying snatch it, kill it, take it, force it. I was even begging, which shows that I continue to look for vote by begging. It shows there's so many things you've tried to do, but everything it's easy to manipulate. Let me tell you, those who have been manipulating people in Nigeria have been doing it, but it's coming to an end because even those that are manipulating are not dying of hunger. So they will soon know who is a religious bigot, a tribal bigot. I am not one. I've just given you an example that I built mosque. To today, no non-Muslim governor have sent more people to Mecca than me.
Right.
They said it when I went to Akka. It was them who I was saying it.
Well, I'm going to assume.
When I do pilgrimage,
right.
I send people to Israel, I send people to Mecca.
I'm going to
because
assume.
I believe
right.
that this is the way to go.
I'm going to assume that you did not say that the election is a religious war, because you haven't answered that question. But if you choose not to answer it, I will assume, based on what you said, that
I can never say it's a religious war.
Okay.
Because it's not.
Right. So that clarifies.
If there's a conversation, even if, Charles, just like what's happened to me in London, even if I was stopped, you can call it I was stopped or even detained. But to go and say, oh, he committed a crime, he did this,
and he was arrested as a result of it.
There's conversations around the election where a conversation can come and I say, listen, this looks like these people are trying to do this. But I did not campaign that is a religious war. What for? I'm surrounded by people. If there's anybody who where a president and vice worked as brothers, it is me and that. And he knows. And I will always tell him that we must pull these people out of poverty. I came to you because you're a young man. For the first time in history of Nigeria, we had a presidential candidate, vice presidential candidate, a party chairman. There were people born after Nigerian independence. I said, with three of us, we must save this country. And he knows my commitment to it. We must do this, we must do this. I can't be doing it with the background of a religious war.
We've got
or even
about,
tribal one.
Right. We've got about a minute and a half left, sadly. How would you describe your mood and your state of mind as Inauguration Day approaches? I mean, you clearly are not the one who will be sworn in, even though you believe that you won the election, but was, as your party put it, rigged out. What is your mood as that date
Charles, have you seen my mood change? No. I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. I'm desperate to see a good Nigeria. And I'm saying, for me, and that starts by the process through which people get into office. By paid agents and everything. And that notwithstanding, because we're a family, we're even trying to bring everybody, even though
which has been seized upon by your critics as an example of you promoting a religious agenda.
Eventually,
your leak of what appeared to be a
all right. I moved it back only because I suspect we may listen to it again at some point. But just the one thing that that's been established there, from what Peter Obi has said, and I suspect, like I said, that we will probably have to listen to it again at some point. So did the conversation take place was the first question that Charles asked him. I will not answer was what Peter Obi said. I am not a religious or tribal bigot. And then he talked about building a mosque in Anambra State. He says, let them show me the road they built only for one religion. Again, Charles asked him, did the conversation take place? He again refused to answer. And then he said, okay. And then Charles said, okay, I will assume. So Peter Obi has admitted that that conversation took place, but is telling us that the interpretation of that conversation is different. So the first thing to address, all those, and by the way, Emmanuel, I know you are listening, and you, Uptown. So all those deep fakes and deeper life and deep dive and deep under, just all these things that you made up, your own man now, he has told us now, and we will listen to it again, I suspect, that the conversation did take place. And then he was trying to justify the content of that conversation. But Patrick, there it is. Yes, Daddy. Patrick. Patoski.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Simba described the man clearly that he, in his conversation, he brings in the irrelevance. In this case, maybe deliberately. I want to believe he did that deliberately. From what he has said, the conversation actually took place. The conversation actually took place. And I'm sure he actually came out to say that conversation actually took place because he doesn't want to put the bishop in a very tight corner. Because if they interview Bishop today, that's if he ever granted an interview, and they ask him if the conversation actually took place, Bishop will say yes, it took place. Because that one has no political benefit, or he's not trying to please anybody. He will say yes. And so many times, Bishop had publicly felt that it's like a religious war, that the Christians have been victimized. He's a religious leader, I can say that, you understand? But if Obi says no, and maybe down the line somebody interviewed Bishop, and Bishop said yes, that will put him in a more terrible position than just saying. So in this case, he's saying, that was not the way he said it. That was not that it was like they took him out of context. Like as if something had happened before he said that, he was just trying to be very evasive and very, I really felt for him. If you see him when he was answering that question, And that guy really put him at the spotlight, put him on the spotlight there. He was really, you could feel that. Yeah, I really felt for him sincerely, I must tell you. Because that was a tough one. If I was the one, I didn't know what I would have said. You understand? But maybe I would have lied or something. You know? I'm a human being. I'm not saying I'm perfect. It's possible that I would have lied.
Can I interject?
That's tough.
Nothing
That's
tough there
tough.
now.
Can I interject?
You are not
agreed.
to be now. That's why you will know it's not. He didn't
Can I
say yes. If you say
Oh,
was
he
it, did
agreed
you have
now.
that
He
conversation?
agreed now.
He didn't say.
He agreed
He
that
didn't come out and say yes. We had that conversation.
Yes,
But did
to
he
me,
mention that it was a religious war?
What he meant was that the conversation actually took place, but they might be discussing something before they brought out that
Ekene, he didn't admit. He
didn't admit directly.
He didn't
Yes,
admit.
but he said let's assume the conversation took place.
Let's assume. They ask him a question.
So for me, that means that he admitted.
Ekene, please. Ekene means if somebody said let's admit, that is not admittant. That doesn't mean it's admitting.
Can I interject?
Does that mean that he never agreed?
Everybody will go to school. That is not admittant. He didn't admit there.
Can I interject?
Thank you.
Zita, yes, you can interject, madam.
Thomas, are you the moderator now? Is one man still there?
One man still there. One man still there. Yeah,
okay.
no. One man still here.
I must say, I like the way he roamed around that question. You know me now. I'm very objective. I like the way he roamed around the question. And
sorry, I'm still here. I stepped away from my system for a moment, but carry on. Sorry.
Okay, let me repeat what I said. I said
no. I was hearing in the background, but carry on.
Okay, so one good thing he did not do that I like he did not try it this night was saying that it is AI generated, doctored, or deepfake.
Do you remember how many excuses we had? It was copy and paste. It was artificial. Some guy did a 2-hour video on artificial intelligence. Do you remember how Emmanuel was banging his head against his computer, telling us that we're all dummies? Did you not hear him say, praise the Lord as I know God? And the man himself has admitted now, Emmanuel, come here, come and take your flogging. Back to you, Zita.
So I must repeat, I like the way he roamed about it. From the one, I told you people, it wasn't doctored, it was a real conversation. The recording was from the receiving end. But to me, just as he said, if you listen to him, he said, I was only begging for vote. I think that answers a lot of the question. I was only begging for vote. From the one, I told you people that thing is just a political strategy, wants to swear the man, to cajole him. But the structure of the sentence was strong. Yeah, to people like me, it doesn't really mean anything. People will take offense at it, yes. But how are his handlers going to manage it in future if it comes out again? How are the people who are going to throw it back at him, how are they going to handle it? Now, that was why anytime I hear any of his supporters saying it is doctored, it's not doctored, I said they are handling the matter from the wrong angle. Technology has way gone beyond that shenanigan. So I like what he did today. He roamed around the question and then said something. I was only begging for vote. I think that settles it. Thank you.
One man, can I say something?
Yes, Daddy, you can. Yes, Daddy.
I thought I've said something about this right from the first time, if you can remember. I told you that this thing, I don't have any issue with it, whether he said it or not, because he is a Christian. Adebayo was first a citizen before he became a bishop. So even if you went to Adebayo to beg for vote or to say the church should vote for me, I didn't say anything wrong there. Any other person can see it
Who is
any way they want
Adebayo?
to see it. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We know.
Carry on.
So whatever they want to paint it, however they want to paint it, I didn't say any wrong thing in the statement he made. Whether they say he's doing a religious war or anything that he's doing.
Oh, no, nothing wrong in the statement that this is a religious war. There's nothing wrong in it.
For me, he said the full conversation never came out. But the conversation happened. It happened. But I will not admit that is the full conversation. But let's say that is the conversation that happened. He did not do anything wrong
to release the full conversation since then. What is it that is holding him back?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. But just he said that he has defended himself and said the people that brought the first one, the people that brought the first one, maybe they should go and bring the second one. Maybe they should go and bring the full. Because if for me, if it's somebody like me, I don't have time to go and be saying, let me bring the full conversation or what.
That's the best. That's the best response. I love that. They should be the one to produce the full conversation.
They should be the one to produce the conversation.
No,
you are very right.
Who should?
You are very right.
Who should produce this thing? Who?
The people that brought the first one now.
They should go and bring the remaining one now.
Do you think so? Do you think so, Patrick?
Yeah, I think so
too. Is it not the person under pressure that needs to clear his
name? No.
Why
He doesn't have to.
Why would he be under pressure? The man has told you that he's begging for vote. What pleasure again do you want him to be under?
What else do you need? Exactly.
What else do you need?
Ekene, I support you in that one.
No,
I support you in that one.
You are supporting a liar like you, but a fire. You are supporting.
No. I'm supporting him in that one. It's true now.
Somebody did something.
Oh, Patrick.
Somebody did something. He came out and accepted that he did something.
One voice. Yeah.
So Patrick, for that statement, this is a religious war. So it doesn't sound awkward to you?
No, you see, you have not asked the question you asked Ekene that time. You said that why hasn't Obi released the full conversation? The people who is dropped him, who used backdoor to hear what he was saying without his right, who infringed on his right to make his personal conversation public, should be the one that will bring it up.
Obi have just
Ekene is right in that one.
He didn't deny it.
Sincerely.
Okay, he didn't.
But he didn't want the duty to bring the conversation now.
I don't have
duty now.
Hold on, please.
Yes,
please,
now.
One after the other now. One after the other. Please. Thank you.
Obi is not denying. He's confirming the confirmation. The conversation now. So what is the issue? So what we have been saying against this guy, which obedience have been defending, that it was a doctor. This Obi never said the tape.
Well, he didn't admit to this though. We're just admitting that
he did.
So his indifference, it means he's admitting to it. Is that what you
No. Like I said, we probably have to play it again. But at the latter end, he actually admitted to it and then addressed the content.
There is nothing there now. There is nothing there that he begged the man for vote. Are they not human being? See, I don't know. My own is that I don't see how this issue as anything. Because for me,
can I interject?
There's no small thing of this being in politics.
Can I say something before I go? Ekene, there is nothing wrong in what he did to people like you and I to us is just a political strategy. Then, when a politician says some certain things that might be misunderstood, it is left for his handlers and his supporters to manage that space and manage it properly, to be able to sway the people towards the narrative they want them to believe. But I noticed that his supporters are not doing that. They're still hammering on it was
Mama
doctored.
Sita,
That's what
Obi doesn't
everybody is
lie.
telling you.
It
Doctored
won't
is
condone
a
somebody
lie.
lying on his
He
behalf.
did not admit his deep fake. They cut it, they join it. That is not the route, you people. Because look, Ekene, let me tell you, in politics, I've told you people this. One man, sorry, I'm taking you guys' time. I've told you people, you guys this. In Virginia, in the United States, it was a strong Democratic candidate. Democrat, very strong. He came out. He was running towards the goalpost. What made him fail? He just said parents should not come into the teacher's space to tell them what to do in the classroom. Youngkin picked it. So you don't want parents to decide what is good. And he ran and overtook that man and won that election. So when you are a politician, you mind what, I was even surprised Obi said that, because he's been in politics for a long time. Maybe he did not learn from other people's experience. There is nothing wrong with it, with me, with you, with some people in the platform. And it's just about begging for vote, trying to garner vote. We politicians say all manner of things. But you guys too should help him to manage it instead of all this deep fake. That's what everybody is complaining. You had one man say. He said that Emmanuel came here and said he's a system engineer.
Yes.
Whatever. And then
Oh,
Madam
God.
Sita, Madam Sita,
For
under
me,
which
I'm not in that
application.
aspect.
Madam
I'm
Sita,
not in that
Let me
aspect. I never
finish
defended
now.
that video.
Let me
Madam
finish.
Sita, Madam Sita. Do you remember what Dino said? He said, "You say it, you die. You don't say it, you die."
So I asked him which application he used in watching that video. He said he doesn't need to use an application. Some of us use a synchronized application to YouTube. The moment you send a video to us, you just dump it in that application and we know what is going on. So that's not the issue. It's not issue for you, Eken. It's not issue for me. But those Northerners, is it an issue for them? Yes. So that's why we say manage that space. Not saying, oh, this I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. One man, una good night.
All right,
He
thank
has
you,
made,
Sita.
he has made
I'll
it.
speak to you later.
He has made his point clear, and the people that were accusing him for religious bigot or whatever, for me, the instance he gave rebuilding their mosque and all those things, me, I witnessed those things. So anybody can nail him whatever they want to nail him. So for me, I know him very well. I know when he rebuilt the mosque. I know when the war broke out in Anambra between those. So how he protected them. So all those things, people can say whatever they want to say about the man. You understand? So I'm supporting him because of my conviction. So the only thing I know, the man going to beg for vote in a Christian side doesn't mean anything to me. Then if he doesn't get Christian vote, which vote will he get? For the first time.
vote. You gave Babalawo vote.
So, what are you telling me? That is the first place he needs to go and beg the vote now. After begging there, before he will go for other places, you need to get his support base first before going out. So I don't see anything there. Even if he called the whole bishop in the country and tell them to support him, there is nothing wrong in that. It's election. So that is me. I know for him to give you those explanations he gave you about how he handled Muslims in Anambra State, which I confirm, which I know. The mosque they are using today, it was not in his regime that they destroyed that mosque, but he came on board and rebuilt it for them. So what else do you need to confirm? He sent them to Mecca, did everything for them.
If I may, do you guys mind if I come in?
Yeah, before you come in, sorry, Bishop, do you have access to the private chat? I want to send you a message, Bishop.
Okay.
Can you access the private chat on your system? Do you know where the
Yeah,
private chat
I believe
is?
so.
Oh, all right, say something there, then I'll send you a message. Sorry, back to you, Diwali.
Okay. You know, he did not admit or deny the authenticity of the video or the audio. Let me put it that way. But you know, in politics, he doesn't even need to address it. Politicians like to evade, like to be parry question. They will say something and they will dodge the question. But you know, I subscribe to what Patrick said. But you know, you say it, you die. You don't say it, you die. All these things may not be relevant for now, but I can assure you, like Barry always say, I can assure you, in 2027, if this man is going to contest for any public election, they will bring it out in truth. As a matter of fact, it will become the headline of the attack from the opponents, not necessarily APC. The reason why I'm saying this is that in politics, you have to be measured when you are responding to a burning question like this in the public. I'm not a practicing politician, but I've watched them. It doesn't even matter whether from the third world or from the advanced democracy. Politicians are the same. Lie and lie and lie and dodge and dodge and dodge. For those who think Peter Obi is not going to lie, I'm sorry, that is not true. Politicians don't answer questions truthfully. Now, like Patrick said, he's caught in the middle. If he denies it, and then Bishop Oyedepo says, well, it happens, guess what? You are dead. If he did not deny it, now he's being criticized on this platform that his silence or not answering the question means he admit to it. So opponent will say it that way as well. So what I would say is that he shouldn't have, in the first place, let that conversation take place in such a way that, because look, come to think of it, we're in 2023. Why do we think politician runs abroad to hold meeting? Why? There's no other safe place.
Which conversation are you saying it shouldn't have allowed you to take place? Which conversation?
On the phone.
Oh.
On the phone.
It didn't know that it's going to be recorded now.
I mean, if a Yahoo boys could tap people's phone and invade their privacy and steal all their information, you should know by now that there's nobody's number is safe in Nigeria. Not even talk about it. Even here in America, they can invade your phone and tap and log you out.
He
but
was
then,
not desperate. That was
yeah, but you know, I expect at that level of his, politics to have at least know that some things it's not to be said on the phone. Politician has public channel, they also have back channel. Most of the time, things happen through the back channel that you and I don't know. When he was asked earlier if he visited Tinubu and he said he never visited Tinubu, look, politician has back channel. I could remember very well when Barack Obama won presidency. All right. During the primary, Hillary campaigned for him, but not like he was fully, with the campaign. But after the election, guess what? Hillary moved back. He stepped back. She stepped back. But somebody broke out that peace between them. I said, look, why not be the secretary to this administration? At first, she resisted it. But how the meeting took place was what makes it dramatic. Do you remember? I mean, can you imagine? In the middle of the night, she was smuggled out of the site of Secret Service and was taken to a location. Barack Obama too was there. And eventually that meeting took place. And they broke up peace between them and they settled it from that day. On that day, she agreed to become Obama's Secretary of State. That was a back channel. Now, in some instances it happens, but he doesn't need to admit to it. And that's exactly what he did. But for that audio to have taken place shows that politician will be politician, but now he's finding it difficult, to address it, because if he says it happens, guess what? You give admiration to the opponent. If you say it doesn't happen, of course, opponent already believe what they believe. He's a seasoned politician, I want to believe. But let's say this way it is. It happens, but guess what? People not even looking at everything that he said. It was that religious war that people are now holding on to as a weapon. I think Governor Obi has a lot to learn. And for his supporters, I'm sorry, perhaps some of them might be new to politics and probably, they're just having baptism in politics, but this is a learning process. Politics is about curves. You have to navigate the curves, and he's navigating it. If the court, upturned the election, good for him. But there's a lot of things that have been, today we are talking about what happens. I mean, he's given account, but even the interviewer was struggling with his answer, and he's trying to put it in a perspective and trying to put it in a context that people will understand. But it was a little bit, not actually. It was trying. It was doing what he needed to do as a politician, but not actually addressing it. So
But the
now you are
interview
being
at a point make him look good.
Of course, that was what that
Adewale.
interview was
The
tailored
guy was
towards.
trying to make him look good. Yeah, exactly.
But
You're
the
right.
interview itself was tailored towards laundering his image. I mean, even if he's not privy to the question before, the interview was made in such a way that he would find it easier, for him, because most of the questions being asked were open-ended questions. So they will be able to at least hold that line of how the interviewer is trying to, drive the interview. I mean, that is the way, for channel that support his candidacy anyway, indirectly.
I expected Charles to ask him if he had received his invitation to attend the inauguration.
No, those are mundane things. You expect him to say he's going to go.
He did ask if he was going to be. Yeah, I think he did.
I think he also answered that with what is it called? Ruben Abati.
No. Well, the question he asked that will he be attending this thing? I mean,
inauguration.
Did he even say anything about that? Did he answer? I don't think so. He didn't ask.
Him attending that inauguration is acceptance of.
Let's wait now.
Sorry, Ikene, hold on. Give me one moment. Let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Sorry, I've been looking for the window to do it. Just to acknowledge the super chatters, Alexander Gomez as ever leading that space. Ken Unyenwe comes in. Anybody that understands Edo, please tell me how to pronounce that name. Prince Daddy, who has been joining Ayo frequently, does that as well. Ayo, of course, always the champion of that space, so Ayo comes back in. Prince Daddy still keeping pace with Ayo, but Ayo streaks away again. But does he Prince Daddy still keeps pace? But Ayo takes the trophy as he always does with the let me just bring it up. Ayo takes the trophy as he always does with the buy the coffee thing, and that there is Ayo who as ever keeps it 100. He did it yesterday, which we didn't acknowledge, but we are acknowledging both yesterday and today. So thank you, Ayo. So the super chat spaces is still open as I hand over the conversation to the excellent guardians of the mighty Thomas. So Thomas, to you. Thomas, I like Bagbo. Thomas.
Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
I like Bagbo. Thomas, I like Bagbo.
You remember from the Bible now, Thomas. I like Bagbo.
Sunday school.
One man, you got me there. That is what they call me all through my secondary school. My secondary school, my institution is Thomas. I like Bagbo. So you didn't get it wrong. You get it right.
For those who doesn't speak Yoruba, Thomas, the doubting Thomas.
Doubting Thomas, yes.
But this one, no the doubt. So this one, no the doubt. Thank you, one man. Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone, please make sure you join us tomorrow. You know the conversation carries on, and it cannot carry on without your company. So to you, Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Guys, I'm not really happy with what is going on here. If you guys remember the hell we went through with this audio people, many narratives. It was doctors, it was nurse, it was engineer, there is no narrative we didn't hear. But Obi is just a liar. Do you guys think his political career just ended with this? For me, with this audio, his political career is done and dusted. That is just for me.
No.
So you just concluded his political career. So if he didn't admit, or if he didn't say it now, will you also call him a liar?
That guy is a fraud, man.
How is it a fraud?
No, but I mean, Kene, you are right.
If he didn't say it now, you will also call him a liar. He said it now, yeah, you also call him a liar. So which one is he going to say for you to say he's not a liar?
Ekene, please, did he admit in this video? Yes or no?
For me, that explanation shows that he admits. And what I want to say is this.
No. Please. It's your own explanation.
Actually, he admitted. If you read that explanation, he admitted. He just didn't admit directly.
No, Patrick. Yes,
he admitted. Wait, now he admitted that the conversation took place. After this is explanation, nobody will be in doubt. No, wait now. Thomas, Patrick, let me finish now. Thomas, make I finish. Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
You see, after listening to the conversation, anybody who is able to process information very well, we know that what he said is that the conversation took place. But whether he said it was a religious war, indirectly also said he indirectly said it took place, but that it was misquoted, as if there's a context to it that was not present in that.
There was a conversation before that line.
But from what I saw in that telephone, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the train or conversation was edited. It looks like there was a flow, because there's coherence in the discussion. You know, maybe they mastered it very well. If there was no coherence in the flow, then you could say, oh, maybe there was a problem. But I don't think there was any problem.
Okay, can I have a minute, please?
Yes, let's hear from Bishop.
Okay, back to my first reaction when I had that conversation. Actually, the conversation took place and it hurts me. It was unfortunate. It was a terrible mistake. A mistake by for saying it. I think it was just in the heat of the moment, and a terrible mistake by whoever leaked it. I would have preferred we don't have such thing, such a tape leaked, especially considering the fact that the election was already over. Sometimes, even when you are playing in a match, there are certain things you don't wish happen to your opponent. I really did not like the fact that that's leaked. Obi, with his passion and commitment, has a lot he can contribute to Nigeria. Maybe not now, in time to come. Personally, I really would not like that tape to have come out. I was not happy about it. My first reaction there was that why should this thing be? And I still feel that way now. It's a sensitive topic, religion, especially in a certain section of this country. So if
Badewale, let me ask you, Bishop, don't you think that it was in reaction to the way the obedient were doing after the election, that was what wanted those people to say, let's just give them this, and maybe they will just keep quiet?
I don't know why they did it.
It made them to keep quiet a little. If you know,
but it was we will say that some people liked it, but for the polity, for the kind of things we're trying to avoid, like I said, it's me personally. I really did not like it. I would have wished that did not come out. That after the election, we come together, everybody come and contribute their part. There is no enemy, no lasting enemy in this. I did not like it. That's just my view. At some point, I really wish it has not that it did not happen. That's me. That's my personal view.
Bishop,
yes, sir.
Hold on, Remy, please. Bishop, you are spot on. In our private life, we make some
conversation that doesn't need to leak out. Do you admit that?
Exactly. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. It was
Yeah.
just spur of the
So
moment. It's not
I
like it
agree with
meant
you.
like let's go out
I
on a
agree with
war.
you.
It was
Yes.
just like a first pass that shouldn't have come out. Even everybody we make it, and that's why me I did not like the fact that tape came out. I really did not like it.
Yeah, let's
He
hear
has
from
a lot
Remy.
to contribute to the nation building.
Yeah. Come in, Remy, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas, and good morning here from everybody. I've been listening to the conversation for so many hours. And
Good
also
afternoon. Good afternoon from Australia.
Okay, thank you. And also listen to.
Good night from here, from United States.
So I listened to everybody. To be frank with you, I think that conversation 100% took place. Obi was selling the narrative of religious war to all these Pentecostal or religious Christian leaders all over the country. He was banking on Christian vote to become the president of Nigeria, thinking the Muslims will also vote for Tinubu ticket. That's why he said it's a religious war. Let the truth be told, he said it. And he knew down his heart, because everybody have a conscience, that conversation took place. But unfortunately, it got out. And the reason why they released that audio video to me is because after the election, the obedient people did not keep quiet. They kept on discrediting the election, telling it was a rigged election, so many irregularities, and we are talking about IRF, which IRF is not even important in this election, to me categorically, because at the court of law, they will resort to the manual form EC8. That is what the judge will rely upon, not what you post on the internet. And I was expecting from Obedient and the rest of them that they should disputed the result collated from the polling unit against what is there on the IRF. I was expecting them to tell me that, oh, we won this state.
Remy, could you please, with due respect, I want us to stay on the topic of the OB. I don't want us to go to election. If you can do that for me, please. Thank you.
He was selling that narrative to garner more vote and to get the vote of the Christian. But unfortunately, Rome was not built in a day. I am a person that believes in a person that work hard. I believe if you prepare hard for something and you work hard for it and you touch where you're supposed to touch, no matter what happens, you might be the winner. And I think Tinubu really worked hard for this election. It didn't start 8 months ago. It has started several months ago. I'm even a little bit disappointed in Atiku, because we remember in 2007, he used the platform of AC to contest the election against Obasanjo that time. And I should also give it to him, he's not as vocal or continue to propagate that I am the winner of the election. I was even surprised that Obi want to jump from third position to first without even thinking about thinking about Atiku, sorry. Who would lead you by as many as 800,000 votes? Talk less of Tinubu that won you with almost 2.7 million.
Let me interject there. I mean, sometimes people talk and I'm like, it's the same people that want to justify Hopus. I don't know what is wrong with this country, to be honest with you. We are here.
The issue with you, this kind of you, is that you are not objective. Most times you are
I am actually
you
objective.
are not, because nobody is talking about Uzodinma, because you don't know.
No, you are making a statement that the person that is God told.
Rely on. You don't know what the judges rely on before they proclaim Uzodinma is the winner of the election.
Okay.
Until today, you guys did not accept him to be the governor of that state.
It's still the same way that you don't know what is gonna go on when P2B will be declared.
You people.
Remy, hold on. Des, can you repeat that, please?
No, he's saying. You want me to repeat it? He's saying that.
No. Hold on, please. Everybody, hold on. No laughing.
That's you better not speak that one. That was will remove you.
I am here to make people angry.
Hold on, Des. Your last statement. Can you please repeat that?
I'm telling Remy that the same way that we don't know how Hope Uzodinma got there. It's the
No,
same
that's not
way.
your last statement.
It's the same
That's
way
not your
Peter
last.
Obi will be declared. That is what I said.
Declare as what?
As president.
As the president now. I don't
Of
understand.
which
Okay, of
state?
course, you will be declared the president of your
Which
Biafra
state?
land or
Which
Anambra
state?
state.
Of your state now.
Please,
Yes, I'm dreaming,
if
Abi.
you, no, please, yeah, that is
You
your,
don't,
but
you don't play with such thing.
Okay.
I don't even know what
But
to
it
say.
will
Okay,
Just,
it will happen.
can I finish my
yeah,
thought?
Rennie, can you give us some serious talk, please? Thank you.
Okay. So as I was saying, he knows that that conversation really took place 100%, and he was backing on Christian votes, and that is why he's begging all the pastors or bishop or wherever all over the country so that they should vote for him. That is the major reason. And when it was leaked, he knew it was true. Why his supporters are trying to do whatever, spin it or whatever they like to do about it. The truth, in this particular interview, it did not really come out actually to say that that it didn't come out to say actually the conversation took place. But from his response, we can know, because when people continue to say Hazumi, let's say I say this and I say that, we are not that.
Remy, if I don't know, maybe you've been listening to us before now. That's where I asked, did he admit on this video? No.
Yes.
But when it's explaining, you can detest, you can use your own IQ to know that this conversation took place. I just want us to separate it. He didn't admit, because the guy keep on asking him, did the conversation took
He didn't
place?
say yes or no. He didn't say yes or no.
Yeah, yes, that he didn't
But his
admit.
response shows that the conversation took place. And me, I understand it
Fine,
like that,
that's
that the
what I want
conversation
to,
took place.
yes, that's
So
what
that
I
is
want
it.
to want us to
But
separate.
in the long run, thankfully for us, it's in the court of law. And the Supreme Court or maybe Court of Appeal will advocate over it, and they will declare the winner. So what I want to say is that if you guys lost, don't cry any wolf that we don't believe in the judiciary. But for me, if Tinubu lost, I will take it. It's so simple. It's just an election. It's a game. There will always be a winner. If he lost, we go our own way. But if the judge also pronounced that Obi does not have a case, I hope you guys will not cry or say you want to burn down the country. But if you want to burn down the country, maybe you start.
Nobody will burn down the country. No. Don't go that side. Nobody will burn down the country.
That was your narration when the election result was released. I just want you to take it as an election. It's a game. No matter what happened, there must be a winner.
There must be a winner. Nobody will burn down the country. That one, I'm sure of that one. So even in the space, I know what is going on. So the issue is that everybody knows that for Obi to be declared winner after Tinubu has been sworn in, it's a hard nut to crack. So, like what I said,
maybe that's your personal opinion. Maybe
so everybody is not laying their hope on that.
There's a miracle somewhere that will upturn the
That is a thing. That is a thing. So if that miracle will happen, let it happen.
Okay. So, and everybody have entitled to their personal opinion.
It's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. It will be the president of Rotary Club of Anambra. It's going to happen. No problem.
Thomas.
But there is what I want to say, Thomas. Saying that his political career, this and that. I don't believe in that. Nothing happened
that
to
is
his
my opinion. That is my opinion now.
It's not that is not that opinion.
Don't
I don't
worry,
think.
Obi will be the president in 2027.
See my conclusion in the whole thing. Whether he use religion, say anything. See, there is nothing the eye see that makes it breed blood. And there is nothing we have never seen in this world. You understand? So when that even if we will contest in 2007, we'll still find a narrative to cover that space. We are all of they are still politicians.
I mean, this one, this one is even dying down. I don't think you're gonna hear it anytime.
This thing is nothing for me. I don't see it as anything.
It's not. It's really nothing. And to be honest,
these people that are taking it too far. I don't even see anything.
Let me say this.
Hold on, please. We are going to take it far. because when the audio leaked, we know all your. Can I please finish, please? I don't. When I'm please, when I'm talking, I don't like people cutting me off. Let me finish, then you come in. Thank you. So why we will discuss it and we keep on discussing it is when this audio leaked. We know all the narrative of obedience. Some says it was doctored. Some said the video even the audio wasn't took place in the first place. Some said we have many narratives, but the person in the picture has came out now indirectly admitted that it happens. But sometimes I just find it crazy. You guys just glance through things that somebody should be mad with. Come on, guys.
Let me even go somewhere because I know they were on a day. See, whether on like it or not, this country has been in a religious war since it was claimed to be formed.
Even there is more of this thing from the opponents that we saw online. So among the other side. So what are you telling me? Is it because we didn't bring that one? So when that time comes, we still find the one to match it up. So you cannot tell me that it doesn't happen in the other side. It happened in the other side very well.
You can leak the video if you have it. That is why this is the beauty of democracy. They leak one the way you are supporting. So if you
for me, I don't have time for that thing.
There's nothing. No, let's not go
for a Christian to vote for you is nothing. For Muslim to vote for you is nothing.
Let's not go far.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. I don't want two voices at a time. Please.
Let me just
let's hear from Des. I don't want two voices once, please. Thank you. Des, coming.
Yeah. Like I said, the country has been in a religious war since it was formed. Let's not deceive ourselves. Nigeria has not gone to that, got to that stage that we're gonna start living like United States. So most of these people are not educated, and most of their teachings, they just adapt to it a lot. A lot of them adapt to it, and whether we like it or not, we are two different. Christian and Muslims are really different people, if not educated. That is the truth. But let me go far from that. Let me enter the politics of it. If you are saying that you're not gonna stop talking about Obi saying religious war, indirectly, that we don't even know how he said it. Now we're seeing a presidential candidate that mocked the whole of Christian association, bringing out fake bishops in an organization wherein it is like a mockery of a whole race, actually. And you're saying, okay, it's okay for him to do that, and someone saying this is a religious war.
How do we get to? How do we? Hold on, Remy, please. Hold on, Remy, please. How do we get to bishop now? How do we get to bishop?
We're still on religion,
it's
right?
Still the religion now.
It's still a religion.
I want to quickly ask Dex a question before you continue.
Yeah.
Dex, you call this bishop fake. Do you notice that all these bishops you call fake, they did a press conference? Why they tell where they were worshiping?
No, come on.
Listen.
No,
it
come
was
on.
True. It was all over.
Can you please let it finish?
Station. It was online. Why should you call it? Everybody start from somewhere.
The Christian Association denied them. The Christian Association denied them.
So what are you saying?
Remy,
please.
Let me finish with what I'm trying to ask you. Some of them might not be as popular as those ones that like Bishop Cooker or whatever. But Bishop Cooker also start from somewhere. They told us that this is where they were worshiping. The same kind you are talking about that they said deny them, the same kind was accused that Obi gave them 2 billion naira to get their support. So when you speculate or when you are trying to spin around, you don't have the only story by yourself. So,
Remy, let me
so don't
finish.
say these things
Remy,
like this, okay?
first of all, do you know what is funny is that there's a saying. I don't want to talk too much because whatever I say, you're not gonna even you wanna be in the opposite side. You
Yeah, the same
cannot.
thing with me. Whatever I
No,
say,
let me
you want
say
to
now. Let
be
me
the
finish.
opposite
Let me
side.
finish. Let me finish. You cannot wake someone that is pretending to be sleeping, and that is how I see a lot of you here. I cannot keep explaining how things are and trying to open your eyes when you're pretending
You
to
are
be
not
sleeping.
opening anybody because you are a bad loser.
No, listen.
You're not
When you
opening
are
anybody's
trying
eyes.
to,
You are a bad loser. Just take it.
okay, fine. When you are trying to be where you want to be, you don't want to go out of there. Whether you're burning or whatever, you remain there. It doesn't matter to me. It's your own. But let me say this, yeah,
You
before I
think
close,
you know
because
how
I'm
to
feeling
twist
sleepy.
your word. Come on, man.
Remy, calm down.
You two
Um,
calm down.
um, Nigeria is in a really bad state. Let's be
Hmm.
honest with ourselves. Sometimes Madam Zita come here and make statements. I'm like, is this woman still talking about
Des,
the?
Des, Des, hold on, please. Are you a Nigerian?
Am I in
No,
Nigerian?
it's not in Nigeria.
Are you a Nigerian?
No, I'm not anymore.
I'm
I
in
So if
was.
you
Nigeria
are
You
now.
are not
not, then
anymore.
what
So
are you
why
discussing
why are you
about?
speaking about Nigeria?
Let me finish now, Thomas.
No, 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 no,
Let's
no, 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 no.
establish that.
Don't tell me
Let
no.
me finish now.
Des,
Anybody
please.
from foreign
Hold
can
on,
make comment on Nigeria. It doesn't matter.
please.
No.
Hold on, please. Please. I'm not you. This my section. Don't batch Nigeria in this section, please.
I'm not batching
Please.
Nigeria actually.
No. You are.
No. I'm trying. Let me.
No.
You haven't really allowed me
Thomas,
to land now.
Thomas,
Allow
you
me to land
cannot,
No.
you
first.
cannot tell him how to talk now. Let him say whatever.
One man,
Yeah.
Ajabaja de Koko. It's
Yes.
not in Nigeria. He
Not
told
mean
us
that it's
earlier
not.
on.
Yeah, Desmond is not.
But he's in Nigeria now.
No. It's not
He's
in
trying to.
Nigeria.
I know what he's doing,
Hold
but
on now.
but
Can I
but
speak, please?
Angelica,
Can
But
I
Thomas.
speak, please?
I want to say something. Des, I want to say something before you continue. See, whatever that is happening, the only thing I will say is that what I used to say: the people that support the Bat should go and pray for him that he succeed. That is the only way that you say that Obi may not be popular in 2027. But apart from that, as in, you don't expect Tinubu to come in now and did the same way Buhari did, and you expect him to win, or you don't expect Obi because of this tape, Obi will not be popular in 2027. So the only thing that will make Obi not to be popular is the performance of Tinubu. Now you people are already saying you did this one, import doctors and all. That is why I said you should focus on praying for him to succeed. That is the only thing.
What
What
about
makes
you?
government?
What about you? Are you not praying for him?
Yeah,
I've
of
already
course.
said it here, and I'm praying for him
We are
now. I said
praying
it
for
here
him
now.
now.
Let us
I
not
said
pray
We are,
it
for
here
him
now.
because he's the leader
no,
of the
we are
country.
praying
If
for.
Nigeria is better today, everybody will be
I
happy.
said
No,
it here that I'm praying for him to succeed. Didn't I say it here? Did I hide it?
Are you
I
sure
said
you
it's
are
my
you
country.
praying from
Why wouldn't I
the
do that?
bottom
Why
of
would
your heart?
must it be only Obi that will make the country better? That is not a mod.
I don't
let
know.
me say something. I believe
It's not a mod
Ajalikoko
that is
might
it
be
is more
the
it must be Obi. But for me,
Ajal.
I have the right to defend Obi.
I
That is
think
my
the
own. I have the
reality
right to
is
defend him.
coming down
But it's
now.
not
I
a must
believe.
that he will be the one to make the country better. So the only thing I'm saying that Obi will not be popular in 2027. Why you are not talking about the performance of Tinubu, how he will improve on what Buhari did? Because that is the only thing that will know that will make him popular in 2027 and diminish P2B.
Can I
That's the only
quickly
thing I have to
give
say.
you a response on that?
Yeah. Let's hear
Please.
from Remy. Hold
So
on, please, Remy. Hold on, Remy.
To
Let's hear
me,
from Remy. Remy,
I
hold on.
am a very optimistic person. And I believe that a nation was not built in a day. A nation is a continuity process. Buhari has done his 8 years and he will be leaving this month by the grace of God. Whatever you have against him, he has tried in some aspect. 8 years ago, we don't have the second Niger bridge. Today, we have it. 8 years ago, we don't have a rail from Lagos to Ibadan. Today, we have it with all the train station. There are some roads that were not there 8 years ago, I mean, federal road from even from Enugu or maybe Kano, Kaduna, or maybe in the other part of the region. In some aspects, he has failed woefully. I admit he did not try his best about the economy of the situation of the country and in terms of insecurity. But you cannot take it away from him that he did not do anything for for most of the region of the country. So Tinubu coming in now, he knows that he has to outperform Buhari. That is a must because Nigeria are more politically conscious now. Like in the west, southwest of Nigeria, if you don't perform as a governor, they will boot you out and they will vote another candidate. And you can see from the result of the presidential election, PDP won in Osun State. Did we cry? Did we say it must be Tinubu? Tinubu also lose Lagos State. People take it like that. If Obi has lost Anambra and also lost Enugu, what are you guys going to be saying? Are you going to be saying it was rigged? No, let me finish. Are you going to be saying it was rigged? For me personally, I'll tell you about my opinion. I think when Obi lost this election, the only reason why he lost the election is because Atiku participated and so many other factors, and he did not penetrate the core north very well. If he really wants to be a president of Nigeria, you have to penetrate the core north. And the statement released does not really help his cause in the future. I can guarantee not only that one video, they have several videos in their hands they can use against him in the next 4 years. If he's not building on how to spread his tentacle to the core north of Nigeria, I will be frank with you. There is no
many videos was released about Atiku. Many was released about it. It's not only this one now. We stopped in Obi to.
Let me finish. Atiku 2019 got almost more than 10 million votes.
Let me say something, Remy.
Do you think Atiku can come back in 4 years and want to contest again and win?
I agree. I agree with you.
You will not say that he didn't do well in this election because I know that many videos was even Tinubu said many videos were released about him before the election. So those ones
are. With you, Remy.
So the question I'm telling you, do not get it. If you want to win, he has to penetrate the core north. If it's
no, that one I get that. I get the one that
we get that one now.
Penetrate. I get that one. That one is not disputable.
Remy, you said Rome was not built in a day, right?
Even what I'm looking up to now in Obi's agenda is how to move the chairmanship of that party to the north. That is in my mind now. But if I have the position to tell them now, I will tell them try to move that chairmanship of the party to the north to start the to build that.
Thank you.
That is my. I have that in my mind.
Please.
In my mind. So
can you hear me?
Yeah.
If you can hear me, if I said hold on, you can hear me, please. Please now help me here, please. Thank you. Let's stay with the conversation we are having. I don't want us to deviate to another thing. Let's bring Prince Daddy. Do we have Prince Daddy? We don't have Prince Daddy. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let me continue.
If we don't have you, if we don't have you, we'll have to kick somebody out.
How you doing?
People.
Hello?
Let
me continue. Okay.
Oh, no, hold on. Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, can you please, what is your take about the audio we just hear? Up to you. And without interjection, please. Thank you.
Actually, which audio is that?
The video we just watched, Peter. Maybe you didn't watch it.
Oh, the one woman has been playing about on a rise.
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard bits and pieces of it. Peter B didn't come out straight to admit directly, having had that conversation with I guess Daddy G.O. if he was talking about religious war or not. But I must say though, is it a Kenneth right? Is it still on the platform? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Can I say I give him a lot of respect though? He's a strong supporter of Peter B. Or is an obedient, and he doesn't come out so obnoxious when he's talking about Peter B. He supports his man strongly. I mean, he comes from different angle to support him. Of course, I don't think it's always right, but in his own right, he has that chance to do so. So it's good. I mean, for what I've heard about obedient people, they're not very nice. They don't like to engage at all. They like, just like, I guess, um, Professor Walden Shinka said, now they're fascistic in most of the ways. They want to shut you down. But kind of engages now. It comes back. It does. You don't have to agree with him. It comes back strong, and that's okay, which is good. I mean, this one man's platform is great. I like different views. I don't have to agree at all. Um, but it's okay to hear different views and see where people are coming from and what they think.
Prince, do you think with the Obi didn't admit frontally on this video, but his narrative shows that the audio that was linked was really true. So what do you think is going to happen in his future, in his political career? Thank you.
Oh yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, I think we talked about the other day. I know we had this. Is it Emmanuel, the computer scientist that said was doctored or whatever was saying? But we all know, just like somebody said earlier, the conversation was so smooth and there was no like chopping up the conversation. It was nice and smooth. It was like a normal conversation, and we all knew that it was not a big deal. But trying to make it more like it's fake, that was a problem. And I guess to your question about Obi's political future, um, Obi his supporters. I mean, if you look online, they're still there, strongly behind him. I don't think Obi can do wrong. Obi can do wrong. I'm sorry, Obi cannot do wrong. Um, I mean, he may lose some people. Again, I think, just like Kenneth said, perhaps. Um, it depends on Tinubu's performance. If he does very well, we might as well put Obi in the back burner. He's done for 2027, so to speak. But if Tinubu lacks in his governance, then maybe Peter Obi may raise head again. But if you look at the landscape of the people, let's say the southeasterners, personally, I've always liked Kingsley Moghalu. I thought he's a great guy. Only if you can wait till it's like to the next 16 years, perhaps, you'd be a great candidate to come from the East. But as for Obi is light on substance. We all know that. He's light on substance, but I must give it to him. He's probably the foremost politician in Nigeria that has this barometer of the people. He knows how to play the game and appeal to the sentiments of his supporters and people in general, actually, because he always comes out as a nice guy that understands everything. And one man was saying earlier when he was talking about shipping or shipping in Nigeria. We bring things from overseas and we ship things out. He talks in a simplistic terms when it comes to economics. You can tell that this guy is not strong in economics and finance, but I must give him credit. I must give Obi credit because Obi himself says that he's a trader. He doesn't claim to be anything else.
Do you think is always speak on what people wants to hear?
Oh yeah. Well, if it's right or wrong, he speaks he speaks and also plays. Say, there's one thing to speak, but play the part is huge. Obi does that very well. And to anyone that maybe if I was 21 or 18, maybe I might have fallen trapped to Obi's shenanigans, so to speak. but at this age, Obi cannot play nothing past me. I studied Obi. This guy is very light. He has nothing to offer. He spews the numbers. He talks nice and loftily. He has no substance. Come on, Obi don't have substance, And I think Reynold Mockery, not a big fan of his, but he said he's glad that Obi did not win or become the president. And I think it would have been a disaster because I don't think he has that capacity to be able to, to manage such an heterogeneous society like Nigeria. Nigeria is so diverse. He does. I don't think he understands the North at all. He does not have that strength. And even the Southwest, I don't think he understands the Southwest that much, But Obi,
well, please, daddy. This guy is very
Yeah,
funny.
but he has a long
Do
support
you?
base in the southwest too. So in terms of southwest, leave that one.
Well,
You
that is
see, his
true.
support,
You're right, but
his obedience support started from southwest.
yes,
So you
just like
cannot
I
take
said
it.
earlier,
Just calculate it very well from the people that gave him strong support. Just know where he started. Everything
I,
started from southwest, even
I
before to
agree
the
with you.
southeast.
I agree with you,
So
Kenneth, and because we have a very young population, right? And again, the young ones can be easily persuaded of food. That's what I'm saying. So yes,
No,
it does have a strong support.
no, I don't like that word you use because when you say this, it's almost as if I'm 18 or something. What are you even saying? You say this like in a sense that everybody that is supporting Obi is young and probably can be fooled into anything. I'm not young, brother, and I'm a very obedient person, and I don't think he can fool me.
Well, no,
So
I'm not sure how zealous you are or how critically you analyze Obi's position in a lot of things. I'm saying though, just like I said earlier, if I too was that young, I would probably fall into that trap. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying factually that if I were, I would probably be somewhat like leaning towards him.
just say whether you're 18 or 15, you cannot because you just don't see him as what you want to see him as. I don't know. Just say it don't say that is the age or whatever. It doesn't matter how old you would be.
But
Well,
Des, you can't
you
you can't
can't
tell
tell.
him how to talk now.
No, I'm not
Exactly.
That
saying
is
the
You
it.
way
can't tell him
the
how to
way he
say it.
no, the way he said it is almost like every obedient is like 18 or
No,
17
no,
or
no. He's
19.
telling you the ones that fall in that category of age
Okay.
can be fooled.
Okay, okay, sure. Okay, let me hold on.
let me give you an
Let me
example.
break
Do
down
you know that?
quickly. Let me break down quickly
Some,
for Dash.
Hold
okay,
on.
okay.
Let's hear from Prince, please.
Okay,
Let's
you
hear from
see,
Prince.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that because my older brother, right? Okay, in Lagos, right, is an obedient. Okay, my older brother. Okay, my middle younger brother is an obedient. I'm kind of in the middle. So w- trust me, I would not be talking disrespectfully to my brother. It's not going to happen. So I wasn't talking about such people. Okay, my brother's way out there, is way advanced. I'm not even talking about him. For whatever reason, he chose to want to support Obi. It's fine. Some people, it's not about Obi's great competence because we had a debate about it. It's about Obi is a fresh guy, so to speak, is a new guy on the scene. We don't want Tinubu, we don't want Atiku, we just want something new. So that's another constituent right there for people that support Obi. So I'm not talking about everybody being 15 or 18. I'm just saying, okay, you can break all your supporters into different categories. It's fine. You perhaps in a different category also. So I'm not saying all OB people are just like not smart. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that hey, the younger people, I see them all the time. They talk passionately about OB, which is fine, which is great. Just like I like Kenna right now. I'm not saying it's 18 or 21. I'm just saying that hey, the way it comes also strongly for OB, I like that because when I support somebody, also I come strongly. I come strongly and I support that person, but I also admit the person's shortcomings also. That's what I'm saying.
Prince, I have another question for you. Do
Yeah.
you think, in your wildest imagination, do you think Obi thinks the Christian vote can make him the president of Nigeria?
That's a fascinating question. You would think being a polished politician, he would know better. So I'm not sure how he did his calculus. I'm not really sure. I think I'm not sure because anyone that knows Nigerian politics knows that you need a strong support from the north and
But
from the.
if you can remember very well, because of his campaign, some Muslim, what are they calling it? Is it Alpha? I don't know how. They endorsed him in the course of his campaign.
Well,
A group of them when
that
he
is
went
fine.
for campaign. So
Say
it's not only the Christian. The only thing is that the endorsement,
what
how
they're
the weight of
endorsing,
the
but what
endorsement.
is that political capital?
Yes,
So
their
what?
political this thing. So it's not that he didn't meet the Muslim; he meet them very well. So that
No, I know he met the Muslims. I'm just saying that does he have the spread in the north? Does he have that political? The people that he goes to, okay, do they have the political capital? They don't. They don't. Of course, he did some campaign in the north, but he does not have that strong support. See, there's a difference between Obi and Tinubu, for example. Tinubu has a foundation, a very strong one at that, with the Northerners. Obi just trying to pally around and just do political rigmarole. It doesn't have that foundation. I think you also would admit that. So it's not a knock on him. It's just a fact.
And he's not a Muslim.
Can I
The
interrupt?
fact he's not a Muslim is a very big fact. How
Oh,
can you expect
Can I
him
say
to just go
something?
to the mosque? Yeah.
wow, Rational Man, you are there. I said maybe you left us here. Let's hear from Rational Man. How are you?
Listen, I can hear all of you, all the thing you guys have been saying.
Yeah.
See,
Let's hear from you.
we need to analyze this situation objectively. Sometimes we say certain things without taking into cognizance some factors. I don't know if you guys listen to this guy, one of these their talk head on TVC. What's that guy's name? That journalist, that veteran journalist that was reporting on these Boko Haram issue in the Northwest.
Oh, BKO.
Huh?
BKO.
What's that full name again?
Babatunde Otitoju.
Now, somebody was asking him a question, and he was saying, the person was asking him, can you swear, knowing that you will meet your God on Judgment Day, and that Tinubu won that election?
He said it would.
Babatunde Otitoju said, I swear that Asiwaju won that election. I swear by God that, Asiwaju, maybe not exactly, maybe he didn't say God, but he said, I swear, or I said, I can tell you by God that he won that election. And then he went further to say that what propelled Asiwaju to victory was those Muslim votes. I want you guys to listen to what I said, and you can go and confirm it. It says those Muslim votes from the north was what propelled Bola to victory. That's what a veteran journalist said. Now, let us now analyze the whole situation very well. There were three major Muslim candidates. Besides one of the candidates among the major three candidates that went with the Muslim tickets, and there's only one major Christian candidate. So the stage is set already for that election. That was why I believe that Tinubu did not win that election. I strongly believe that Tinubu did not win that election. Because these three major candidates, Muslim candidates, they will massacre themselves. Each other's votes in that space. None of them is going to come on top. But Obi understanding the whole thing very well.
I'm sorry, Rational Man. That's a simplistic way to look at it. I don't understand. Could you break it down?
Either you say simplistic or whatever. I think I'm not speaking French. I think I'm speaking English to people that can understand. I just said it now that there are three major Muslim candidates: Atiku, Kwankwaso, and Tinubu, who of course went with the Muslim, a stronger ticket. Now I'm going by what Babatunde Otitoju said. What caused Tinubu to victory? That is his own analysis, which of course I to some degree I see eye on eye with him. I agree with him on that, and I've said it on this platform.
But Rational Man is a Batify. You can say that.
Thomas, either is a Batify. I'm going by what he said, and I've said it on this platform before that was what caused. That was what actually happened when people say why Obi could not win or could not garner any Muslim votes. He could not. He could not, because there are three strong candidates in this election. So these three people, they are only banking on that northern votes, which of course they got. How can you expect him, a Christian, to get that vote? So the only option that he has, being the only major Christian ticket, major Christian candidates,
is to use the religious tickets.
No, all of them did. They all did. Don't give me that to use the Muslim ticket or to use the Christian ticket. They all
But
did.
the one that we are
Listen,
analyzing.
let me land my point. I don't want to go into all this back and forth. We've often do that on this platform. I don't want to do that anymore. So I just want to explain why it seems that he could not win the Muslim votes, because the three major candidates in that election, they massacred the votes from the North. So he was left with just fringes or whatever among the Muslims that will vote for him, and maybe some of the Christians there from the North, which they've often referred to as minority there. So the only sure banker for him is the Christian vote. And so that is how it played out. So that was why I said I don't believe Bola won this election, because Muslim vote alone cannot constitute a victory, considering the other two candidates that are in this election.
But
So can I ask a question?
Hold on, please. Before you ask your question, are you telling me Christian doesn't vote for the rest of the candidates?
No, I'm not saying they don't vote. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
they do.
Well, of course,
They do.
but the person that we should expect that should get the major vote, considering the area where he's from, the southeast and south, and some middle belt area, the Christian from those areas will vote for this guy. That was why I said
and they campaigned for him rigorously. Those Christian
campaign for him. So my point is this: we shall see how the court plays it out, because already we're seeing on the IRF, which some of you are saying here, somebody was saying here, they'll go by the Form E, whatever. No, the guidelines say
this your analysis make a little bit sense. This your analysis make a little bit sense. But this is that
I've often said it on this platform.
I will not base on that. Let's just wait for the court.
Yeah, people don't just see that way.
You make a little sense.
That was what transpired during this election, this past election. So that was why I said I don't believe Tinubu won this election. Do I think Obi won it? Well, I think he did. But
my observation is that Obi might get the majority vote, but I don't think he has the spread. That is my observation.
He doesn't have the spread. He might not have the spread. But
so if he didn't have the spread, hold on, Rational man, please. This is not a monologue; it's a dialogue. So if you are saying something that we
if you want to speak to
no, hold on,
Did I give impression as a monologue?
No.
Me. I don't really go by this.
I've been trying to interject you to push you back. No, to push you back, you don't want to respond to me, which is not fair. If he didn't add the spread, so how do you say
he won
the election?
Yeah.
How will you, if you don't have the spread, how will you win?
Hold on. Now, this is the point. Like what played out in Abuja, where it stifled them from having 25%. With the three major candidates in the North, Muslim candidates, I know they will stifle each other of 25% from each side. Now look at the result from.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rational man, but quickly question: Kwankwaso and Atiku and Tinubu, they don't have the same weight when it comes to their political capital in the North. We all know. Okay, are you telling me that the Northerners voted for Tinubu over Kwankwaso, a Muslim, because it's just that they like Tinubu, or what?
They did not say that again, please.
I'm trying to understand your rationale, because they have three Northerners. You said there are three Muslims. You said
three Muslims candidates, not three.
Okay, three Muslims, but Kwankwaso and Tinubu are not in the same category when it comes to the national political capital. They are not. Even Atiku, and I've always said about Atiku, is just an incompetent politician, really. And that's the reason why. And the number shows, by the way, because, see, I said it earlier, and I think you were on the platform when I said it, that, hey, with a three-way candidate in this election and even future elections, none of the candidates, the person that wins does not have to win any state to win the presidential election. All you have to do is do very well.
5%.
Do very well.
Okay.
And with this three-way horse race, and that's what played out. But the notion that
Let me ask you a question. Have you seen what is going on the IREF?
No, if you have 25% and don't have the majority vote, you will not win. No, you must have the majority vote.
Yeah, you must have
So
the
that's why
majority
that
vote.
is where the runoff come up. When you have the 25%,
well,
you
with a
don't have the
three-way horse
majority.
race, right? You cannot. It is possible not to win any single state and still have the majority, okay, and become the president. All you have to do, see, and it did happen in this election. See, where Obi did terribly, okay, in the north, Tinubu did wonderfully, even though it was coming second most of the time, because Atiku, right, won majority of the votes, especially in the northwest. It came first, but Tinubu was right there behind him in a very strong second place. And where was Obi? It was non-existent. That's my point there.
Yeah,
Now,
Prince Daddy, I just want to add to what you have been saying. When you also look at the North Central, four states in the North Central, Tinubu won convincingly. I'm talking about Kogi, Kwara, Niger, and he also won Benue narrowly. So, and the other northern.
He did not win Benue.
He did.
He won Benue.
He did not. He did
He
not.
did.
Go check the IREF. The one on the IREF.
He did.
Go see the one on the
He did
IREF.
according to INEC, but what popped out in IREF just recently showed that he didn't win.
Who told
But
you
he
that?
won.
That's what I'm saying. Even at
It
Adamawa
has
State.
just come out now. It
Go see.
has just come out. It is out there now. It is out there now in IREF. It's very clear. That one they don't argue it. It's very clear in IREF.
You are kidding yourself. You guys.
Well, you can say that. You can say that.
Another thing I want to tell you this is this: the conception that most of you guys always think, if you get a Christian vote, we will win. You always have the premonition that Christians are more than the Muslim in Nigeria, which you are totally wrong. Number two is that Tinubu is a Muslim, Kwankwanso is a Muslim, and Kwankwanso is from the north, and Atiku is also from the north, and Tinubu was very competitive in northeast and northwest. Obi was nowhere there. He didn't get nothing there.
The issue, Tinubu played that.
Can I make a final comment before I leave? I beg. Let me say this. We are all fighting here because of what I don't even understand, and the truth we're not facing is, I think Remy was saying that Rome is not built in a day, but the truth is, we used to be Rome. That is the truth. Nigeria used to be Rome. So many other African countries relied on us. That is the truth. I remember my dad telling me he
Sorry, so what
wants.
you are saying
Let
is
me finish now.
No,
Remy,
I won't allow
first.
you
Calm
that.
down. Let me finish.
If Obi has won, you will not be telling us this story.
I'm not talking about
people that always
politics. Let me
protest.
finish. No, let me finish.
Please don't go that route at all.
Please, now, can I finish my statement? My dad told me he took 300 naira to fly to UK once upon a time. 300 naira. You can imagine Nigeria of then. Like P2B was saying how much he bought a car of 2000 something. That is what Nigeria used to be.
And
that
those days
now,
to use a new car is just it's a little thing.
It's a little thing.
They don't use Tukumbo then. You
that
just go and
now
buy new one.
Egypt
But now,
Egypt is denying Nigeria entry, ordinary Egypt. And we are saying we are giant of Africa, Ethiopia, and we are coming to claim we are giant of. We are still. What we are doing is living in this past glory, and we are thinking that we are still Nigeria. These politicians have really.
Yes.
Let me finish.
We are still the best in the Africa. There's no doubt
It
about that.
says you have to go and tell that to the people.
You are not in Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria?
Let me finish now, Thomas. Stop saying that. I'm
you are not in
saying that.
Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria?
I'm saying that.
But I'm in Nigeria.
With what is happening here, we have seen countries that doesn't even respect us anymore. You know, and we are thinking that we are still these giants. We have seen countries that are like, what is Nigeria going to look in Sudan? Sudan. Some people even commented Nigeria is going to Sudan. Nigerians. Yes. Why do you people? Why do you people talk like some uninformed individuals sometimes? What do you mean?
let me
What
say
do you mean?
this.
What Nigeria go? Why do you guys commonize
No,
countries
listen,
when you don't have any information
listen.
about this nation? What do you think Sudan is?
Can I
No, no, no. What do you think Sudan is? What do you think Sudan is?
No, listen. Why I said that, a comment in Twitter. If you check it, people they say Nigerians are going to Sudan. I don't know about Sudan. I don't even care about Sudan. You know.
So
No,
they
the way you
cannot
say
go
it,
to
But
Sudan and
you say
study,
it
right?
as if it's
Because
some
Sudan is
trash,
nothing.
as if it's some
no,
trash
no,
place.
Yes.
no. Nigerians are going there to school, to work,
And
and
so
all that
what?
stuff. Why?
Hey, that
So
no,
what?
there's
What's the big deal about
Nigerians go
that?
That's the
everywhere. They
question.
go
But that's
everywhere.
the
Go to
question.
Iceland, you find Nigerians there. They go Iceland.
Listen,
Yeah, I know you know Iceland is
No,
cold.
no,
British,
no. Let me say
British,
something.
Irish, Americans, everybody go anywhere to study. It's called education. Look, when you
But
want to study, it's your
there are
choice.
times many countries come to Nigeria to study now. Those days are gone now. Who comes to
It's
Nigeria
your
to study
choice.
anymore? There used to be a time. A lot of
There used to be a
big
time.
countries
How many of those people come here to study again?
come here for medical checkups. I'm telling you
Kenneth,
the
if you
fact.
have something and if you don't maintain it over time, it's going to rot.
That
That's what
is the
happened.
issue
Like
now.
that is
That
the
is
issue,
what
and
I'm
people don't want to admit
saying.
it now.
People
The people don't
are
want to
here
admit it.
making it like we are still the same people. We are not. We are deep. We're supposed
We
saying Rome
know we
doesn't
have
build. Rome is
problems.
Those things
not
used
built
to
in
be
a
here
day.
before.
But we are not. We are no longer Rome. We are falling apart from the Rome we are. And we are saying we are building Rome. We are scattering our Rome and making it probably. I don't even know what to make this.
What do you
It
mean
is
we are
because of
scattering our
you,
Rome?
Des
Yes,
and
yes.
Ekene, that is selling that
No,
kind of narrative.
let me hold on, please. 1 second. Can I quickly say something, please? You know,
No,
these
man,
are the
listen to me. Listen to me. I'm in the country.
Hold
Apart from private
everybody,
school, apart from
everybody
private school
hold
in
on.
this country,
If I
there is
said
no school
hold
doing there
on,
is no
I
school
said
doing good in
hold
this
on.
country.
Hold on. Please. If I said hold on, you stop speaking. Please. Please. Let's hear from progressive. Please. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is this, right? When people make some claim, it's as if there are some Nigerians who just intentionally don't want to make Nigeria work because of their political decisions or their political choices. When you live in a democratic society, you must understand that people have rights to choose when it comes to their political affiliations. It doesn't mean that you that is not aligning with them, or they that don't align, or if you don't align with them, makes you a better citizen. No, it means that you are of a different opinion than from these people. And it means that these people have their own beliefs and how they feel that the country works. Just because you think somebody is the right candidate doesn't necessarily
Do you
mean that
know
the other person's candidate
progressive?
is not right. Hold on 1 second,
But
1 second. Let me say something.
nobody said that now.
Progressive.
No,
I
no,
never
hold
Nobody
on.
said
said
that. Nobody
if
said
you
that.
Hold
Nobody
on.
listen
said
to
that. This
me,
Hold,
one.
that is why I want someone to
Nobody said
listen to
that.
me before you come and say
If
something.
you
I
if you
hold
said
on. I'm
if
going
we
to.
are
I'm not
if you were in this
Eh?
conversation before,
That is
Yes,
your
hold on 1 second.
narrative. You think Obi is
Hold on.
better.
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish what I'm trying to say here. So this idea that
Progressive.
some people
Continue.
know, yeah, this idea that some people know better than others, and this is what I'm trying to say. Every time we have a political discussion, they will tell you, "Oh, Nigeria, people used to fly, people used to buy this, people used to buy that." But what they don't tell you is that the country has also gone through military journeys. It's like they just wrote those off. Do you understand? Do people even understand the damages that different military administration has done to that country? Look, all my time, all my age growing up, I spent more years under military government than I did under democratic government. So some of the glories that you are talking about of Nigeria, don't forget at that time, there were people who were still living in poverty. There were people who could not afford those brand new cars that you are talking about now. There were people who could not even live the life that you think people should be living at the time. So the struggle that you are talking about at every particular time in Nigeria, that struggle has always been there. Go and look at it from time. Just because some section of the public, or it's just that when you're affluent or when you are a civil servant at that time, you had access compared to somebody who is, say, maybe a bricklayer or a market seller. At the time, we understand food were cheap, things were different, but don't forget the journey that the country has gone through. Don't write it off completely. The country is
progressive.
coming back,
Can
and
I
some of you
interject,
didn't
please?
don't see it, but I see it.
I agree. I agree.
Progressive. I agree
And,
with you. Let
quickly,
me
if I
let
may
me
add
Can I,
interject.
quickly,
in
see,
addition to what Progressive said, please, people, please. I spent some couple of years in China, and I was opportune to see the development that took place in that country. Within a decade, they took over the world market. Everybody was manufacturing in China, including the biggest economy in the world. I'm talking about the USA. Today, China is a big power. It took them 25 years of lockdown of their country to achieve that, whatever they have achieved over the years. Today, they are still a big power. And the progressive have put it rightly. Every country have to go through a journey. The narrative I don't want people to be selling here is that Nigeria have problem 30 years ago.
doomsday. Yeah.
Okay, let me say, let me reply you on that China aspect. Let me reply you on that China aspect.
Let me
Can you
finish.
give me?
Let me finish,
Okay.
please. Let me finish, please. The country you are living today, because all of us were in abroad, can you tell me inflation is not happening in Europe, in America, or Asia, or anywhere you find yourself? Is it the same price of what you are buying, your daily necessity? Is it
No.
the same price 6 months ago compared to this time? Things continue to evolve. We have new players. We have, with all the problem Nigeria have, is it considered to be the biggest economy in Africa? Can you tell me Lagos or Anambra, it is same, it looks like 20 years ago compared to this time? So let's give credit sometimes. You
Let me
cannot
say
just
this.
come
Okay, let me say something. Let me say
And
something.
before
Let me
can
say something
and
concerning
Des,
that China.
I was
Let me
going to
say
say
something.
quickly. Well, you guys
Let me
going to take over,
reply.
but
Let me
quickly.
reply her. Let me just
Oh,
reply her.
you
Just a
will,
minute.
But
Do you
quickly, let me
know?
say this.
It's
You
just
said
a minute
Nigeria.
now. It's just before I forget what I want to say. Just a minute. You said that China this and that. I want to confirm to you that for the past how many years, still the same price that I buy goods in China is still the same price that I buy it today. Nothing has
No,
added. Instead, it will continue
I don't
to
agree with you.
reduce.
It can never be the same price again because
I'm
inflation
telling you
was
for a
our
fact.
concept. Can
I'm
you
telling
tell
you
me?
for a fact.
I will ask you a question. Can you tell me which city you are buying those products? Are you traveling to
Guangzhou.
China or somebody buying
Guangzhou.
Guangzhou? You buy it in Guangzou?
Yeah.
Listen.
So it's
How
almost see, it's the same price I'm buying. I'm buying. Even most of them are still reducing money up to today. And the price I'm buying it in many years ago is still the same price.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't believe
The thing there is this. The thing there is this. It's the dollar rate.
So,
You should wait against the dollar because if you have to go to China to buy your product or your goods, the dollar rate you buy, say 7 years ago, is that the dollar rate you're buying now? Because you have to pay more in naira.
I'm not talking about the dollar rate. I'm talking the dollar issue is about the exchange rate in this country. So I'm talking about the price they give me.
same thing also in China. The dollar
I'm talking about the price because you know we are not selling the same price we were selling many years back now. But I'm telling you the price they give me is still the same price they give
But
me
if you have to
today.
buy in dollar, you're
Well,
not buying in yen.
I can see where you're coming from, but even though
Yeah.
sometimes sellers can sell to you at the
It's when
same
you
price.
convert, it's when you convert in your exchange that is your dilapidating exchange. It makes
I
your
think
own to
that
go up.
you are just taking it to credit. I'm just trying to equate that even China, it takes them so many years to develop as that. And you are trying to say we are just giant for nothing. What about America? America and the West,
Remy,
they source out their
Ajali Coco. I
products
don't know if
to
Ajali Coco is awake.
so
He would probably be in a position to tell us. I mean, I remember when I was small, we have tap waters. I mean, the roads were good. So I don't know if a lot of people lived in Nigeria when they were young. I don't know.
we have
You
tap
didn't have tap water.
I like to say that Nigeria right
Are
now
you
is
serious?
operating in an inverse economy. You can't see, even though the government is regressing, you can't tell me that the Nigerian people are not progressing in all fields. It's an inverse economy.
A lot of people
We
went
are
to
not progressing.
free
We are not.
education
Let
in
me tell you this
Nigeria, and
aspect.
you are saying,
Let me
what
tell
are
you
you
this.
guys talking about?
Let me say something like this China thing of it. Let me tell you, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, Ghana don't go to China. When they calculate it, once immediately they enter Lagos, Alaba, and buy their goods, they tell you they no need going to China. But today they have left our market totally. The price is nowhere. The price is nowhere to be found. We are like their China. We are like their China 5 years ago, 8 years ago.
Have you
Yeah.
ever lived in China?
I've not lived in China.
Thank you.
And I don't want to live.
So what you are saying,
I can say,
what you are
Remy,
saying is totally wrong. a lot of Ghanaians also bought it. They will buy a lot of product from China and ship it to Guangzhou, Beijing, Tianjin, all the seaport. They also ship it down to Ghana. So all what you are saying here, don't sell a wrong narrative. You don't live in that country. People just buy product on your behalf, and then they will send it down to you. So don't sell it.
Because I don't live there doesn't mean that I don't have my connection there now. What it doesn't mean that I'm telling you what is happening in our business. It doesn't mean that I don't have any my connection. Yes.
Remy, sometimes you make.
I'm telling you because of the how price is now, they don't recognize us as buying goods in our market today again. They prefer going direct to China. But before, I'm telling you, as of 8 years, 7 years back, 9 years back, there nothing will make them travel to China because the price here is very comfortable.
Okay, let me address Remy. Let me address Remy. As someone who has done cross-border trade before, in Benin Republic, in Togo, in Ghana, people come from there to Nigeria to buy goods. So Ekene is right in what he said.
No,
if you do not have, hold on, Remy. If you, Remy, do not have that knowledge, say you don't have that knowledge.
No, but it's not in absolute. Rational mind is not in absolute. I don't think Remy is saying people don't go to Nigeria to buy, but he's also saying that they go to Ghana to buy, they go to China to buy stuff too.
They can, but there are certain things that
I'm telling you what is on ground. Do you know how many quantity of goods as of 9 years back? Do you know quantity of goods we ship from Alaba to Ghana? As of 9 years back, do you know the quantity of goods we ship from Alaba to Ghana before? I'm not here. I know what I'm talking.
Well, you have to factor in also that, like the years you're talking about, for sure, Nigeria is a big market for Ghana. But you also have to factor in that the Ghanaian economy has improved also, and they become competitive. So therefore, they don't have to rely. They can go directly to the source.
Privilege. That is what I'm telling you. We gave them that privilege for them to improve. Our dollar, everything begin to depreciate. They now begin to find way.
I want to understand something. I want to understand something quickly, right? On one hand, the complaint was that we are not manufacturing in Nigeria. On the other hand, again, we are saying that people are coming to buy goods that we were also importing into Nigeria. I'm trying to understand the logic.
Let me break it down for
the logic behind this argument. So the goods Ghanaians were coming to buy in Nigeria. Were they manufactured in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to answer that question? You want me to answer that question?
The progressive are manufactured in China, and the biggest importers are Nigerians. Nigerians will take their samples to China, and they will produce in large quantity. It's an heterogeneous market. Some want inferior quality at a lower price. So they will buy this product and ship it down to Nigeria, and from Nigeria, the neighboring countries can buy from them. I think that's what Ekene is trying to say.
Yes, and the price was very comfortable because our dollar exchange is very nice then. And I'm telling you that the same price we are still buying those goods then is still the same price we are buying it today.
If you are talking about dollar,
but the dollar exchange has made the price unbearable here in the country. That is what I'm trying to tell you. So they are not finding it comfortable, and their own economy has also improved that they can now go and get it direct from China. So no need of looking towards our
right
again.
And their currency also is stronger to the naira. So that's a factor also. The Ghanaian currency, the cities is stronger also compared to when we were talking then 10 years ago. These are the factors.
Guys, if you guys don't mind, can we just redirect back to the video, because I want us to end it with that video. Don't let us to the I don't know if anybody have any conversation on that video, because there's a lot to back out. Yes, I want Progressive. Let's hear from you. Did you listen to the video?
I've not said anything on the
video. The interview with
I watched the interview.
So what is your take? There's many things to unpack on that.
Thomas,
yeah,
but the Progressive met me here now.
Okay, let
Rational mind, go on. I think you came purposely for something else. Yes, you can hear. Let's hear from you.
You mean me?
Yes.
Well, not really, not quite. I mean, it was
Yeah,
what
yes, yeah.
people were
Because I
talking
was
about.
thinking you are that quiet. I even thought you left us. So
No, I
let's hear
was there.
from
I
you.
was listening. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Well,
hear from you.
I think for me, I just don't want to interject anymore, people like I used to anymore. It's of no use for me. Anyway, yes, I think Obi did very well. I took my time to listen to that interview. He did very well. However, people wants to see him, and I think some of the people here, I think like Kene and Des and the rest of them, they did it very well. One of the things that really brought me here was Jale Koko when he was challenging Kene. That was actually what brought me here. I could not stomach what I was hearing from Jale Koko.
Do you see I'm right? Something brought you. I know you now, my brother. We don't did this platform so thin. I know you now.
So,
I know.
anyway, I
Yeah,
wish
continue.
if Ajale was still awake, maybe we'll be able to.
Ajale was busy with some business. Ajale is with
He's
us.
always a businessman. He's always making his dollar on the side. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he did very well. However, some of us wants to see it. I think he answered the questions.
Sorry, National Mind, before you continue, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
okay,
go on, Remy. Yeah.
So the question is, before this interview, when you listened to that leaked audio the other time, do you think it was fabricated, or do you think it was
Doctor, it was fake. It was what
fake
do you think? Yeah.
Because I remember your position that time. So
sorry, if I may ask you, what was my position? Maybe that way.
I won't tell you. I want to see
Remy, National Man want to play smart. He wanted to play smart. Yeah.
Your position was that you said it was doctored. That was your position.
No,
so let me.
I want to
there you go.
Some of
there
you claim,
you go.
Hold on. Some of you claim.
National Man, we have your boss today. We have your boss today.
You don't, Thomas. You see, only one man can bail me out. If only one man can remember. In fact, I'm glad that one man still has all the video up there. The very day that thing came up, we had a session here. And when one man asked me what's my view on it, I did not come from the premise of being doctored. I speak about the matter, and the way I spoke about it was that if he does it, how about Tinubu? That's what I said that very day. So subsequently, when I heard that they said people were saying that it was doctored, that I said, okay, it was doctored. Maybe that was the subsequent one you heard. But the very day when it came out, when the whole internet was buzzing with the whole noise was just going haywire on on the internet. That very day we had it there, and I came from the angle that, well, if yes, he said it. So what's the point? There's not a big deal about it, because the situation at that time was what necessitated, no doubt what probably necessitated that comment. That is, I'd never even come from the angle of being doctored or not doctored. I said that you need to understand the situation at hand. We need to go to the context. That was what I said that very day. The context is what matters, because this guy was the only Christian guy who is the major candidate against these three major candidates, and one of them is running on a Muslim ticket. He was busy paying mullahs, paying what's it called, afars and all of them, all those all their whatever Muslim clerics, paying them to pray for him. In fact, there was one what's his name, Kano State Governor did that. He himself was present. Even Tinubu was present there. They were praying for him. All the imams and all of that, they were all there praying. And we had maybe not Tinubu said it outrightly. We had what's it called, the likes of El-Rufai and what's his name, Ganduje, making it sound like the Muslims are the majority in the north, and then making it look like what are they? The Christians, they're not much. The Muslims are the majority. And whether we started comparing state by state, comparing Kaduna to the whole of Southeast states. I mean, we know all these games they play. So that's how I came. I said, if I were to be a candidate and I saw that I'm the only Christian candidate, I will go that way. I will follow that direction too, because I see that these guys, it is only me in the midst of these guys.
So we can actually assume or say that he said religious.
It's a religious war. Yeah, that's what I said already.
100%.
It was a religious war.
So you accept 100%.
Hold on. Don't get me wrong. He never said it.
100%?
Hold on. He said it. Hold on. He said it, and I heard him say it's a religious war. I said, going by the context, it's not a big deal. Like I'm also surprised that Madam Ahai, what's his name? What's her name?
Well, it's not a big deal to you, but when you say that,
hold on.
I said this, no. I just want to be. I don't want to be a monologue. I just want to be.
It's not a monologue. You've been asking me questions, but when you keep constantly interrupting, this is the same you that was saying that you don't like people interrupting you.
It was not a big deal to you. Listen, I would just a second. It was not a big deal to you that he said that he said it was a blah 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 blah. But it's a big deal to you when Tinubu met the Mulans and the other people, right?
It wasn't a big deal. No, it wasn't a big deal.
Then if both of them is not a big deal, then let's squash it. Then let's squash it.
It was because you people, when I say you people, you Batified, we're making it issue. We're making issue out of it. We're making molehill out of it.
And you obedient are also making issue out of Tinubu meeting all the Muslim Mulans.
And it will still happen again in the next election. So
it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen again.
You
will see it now.
You accuse me of being a spinner, but you are the same people that are spinning.
I'm not a spinner. I'm just trying to counter you because you are so I have to say you are so biased and partial in your analysis most time.
Thank you. And then you are not, right?
I am not.
I am not, right? You are the most rational person here, right?
I gave it to B for using.
You are the most rational and balanced person here, right?
Yeah, right. I gave it to him for using the religious angle, but it was not enough for him to win.
Thomas, can you moderate it? But I think Remy is taking a lot of rational man's time.
Yeah. So anyway, for me, that was the angle I came from. I said the context, because this guy, if I were to be the candidate too. And I look at, I have no option. I see no pathway for me winning this election, except I have to go religious too. I have to appeal to my Christian base because I'm a Christian. So let me go that. Then maybe that was when people start saying going to churches, because we saw Tinubu and all these northern governors. They were all assembling all their mullahs and their grand caddies and whatever they call them to come and pray and do whatever.
For rational mind, hold on, please.
So if it is
hold on, please. If it is Tinubu that we saw, can you count? I even lost count how many church Peter Obi went. If it is Tinubu that was joshing from Kano to Kaduna, going to all their big mosques and saying, Muslim, take your country back, will you be saying the same what you are saying now? Thank you.
You see, Thomas, I don't want us. I don't know. Maybe sometimes when we hear things, we just want to hear what we want to hear and what we don't want to hear, even though when we hear it.
No. We are interrogating the section.
I know. Let me learn. You see, when you interrupt me like that, I've never even learned my thought. So
when
I said we are selective in what we hear. I remember some weeks ago, I think it was on a Saturday. I remember I was somewhere. I was talking here about this same matter, this same question you're asking me, and this other guy, what's his name? This our young friend from Lagos. He goes by this name. He's an obedient. I've forgotten his name anyway. He's not Des, but the other guy. The other guy that Des was with in Lagos. He took a video. Uptown, yeah. And he came here and he gave a very good submission as to how we should understand. You see, this is the same thing we're saying here. You see, when we take things out of context, sometimes we just we forget the context of things, and then we just want to understand it the way we want to understand it. And he came here and he explained it that in the context of what he said, he was not addressing a church when he made that statement. And it was true. There were the Christian clergy people that were going to see Tinubu, see Kwakwanso, see Atiku, asking him about what is there for the Christians.
Hold on. Let me learn. I'm very sorry. You are getting away. Hold on, please. You are getting away with some things. No, I will not let you get away.
You asked me a question.
No.
You asked me another question.
Hold on, please. You said he's not addressing the church, but every time he say that, he's in church.
Okay, hold on.
You are contradicting yourself.
No.
I can't let you escape that.
He did not say it only in church. Even when he was having his rally, he would say, take your.
He even said it in Alaba. He said it in Alaba. Anyway, so he's saying it.
He said it.
When he went to Alaba, he tell church Church, take your country back.
Hold on. That's what I'm
He
saying.
tell us to take our country. He said it everywhere in his rally. So there is. He said it is his campaign slogan.
Rational mind, please hold on. Please hold on, please. If I hear this word, take your country back, it gets me crazy every time. Who collects your country from you? What are you taking back?
Politicians, evil politicians,
Oh my
politicians, they
God.
collected
That's
it.
all right.
So we want to collect it back from them.
Thank you. Ekene, thank you. The rational might continue.
That is the fact.
You see, the point is this. I don't know. I understand, Thomas, you live in a country where they speak English, just as I live here together. And you and I were raised in a country where we both speak English. So when we say context, you should understand what I mean by context. Like I've said to you now, everywhere he goes, he used take your country back, take your country back. He said it. Now, in the context of where somebody played that video that very day, it was in the context where he was addressing these clergy people, the Christian clergy, who went seeing each of the candidates and asking them what plans they have for the Christians. And he was saying to them in that context that take your country back. And even maybe if he used the word church, take your country back, he was justified because he was addressing a Christian group. The same way he said it when he was invited in Kano. Hold on, please. Let me land this point. When he was in Kano too, he was addressing those imams that endorsed him. He says, "Take your country back." So what are we talking about here?
Rational mind, I want to quickly say something to you. I understand what you are trying to. I understand you are trying to put a little bit of spin on it, but let's understand one thing, right? When you want to govern a multi-religion country like Nigeria, there is this sensitivities that this level of sensitivity that you, as somebody who wants to become a leader of a country that is multi-religious like Nigeria, you must take into consideration. So when you go into a church, if that premises was not in the church and there were just people who are gathering there and then you have religious leaders there, and he said to them, you people have to take back your country, that is different. But one, this guy was inside the church addressing the congregations, and then he used the word church, take back your country. I want you to listen to that word now. Church, take back your country. Nigeria is not a Christian state. Nigeria is a multi-religion state. I want you to.
He was addressing the church now.
Yeah, but you can't say that. You can't say church.
Why won't you say that? Is it not the church he was addressing? I've just told you that everywhere he goes, he makes use of that statement.
The country is not a Christian country. It's as if the Nigeria was a Christian country and it has been taken.
He made use of that statement in all his campaign premises.
No. This is where you are.
He has said it to anybody he wants to say it to. So there is nothing like he said it to church especially.
Listen, politically, you can say youth. You can say youth, take back your country. You can say elders, women, take back your country. But you cannot say church.
Hold on.
Church. Listen to this. I want you to say church, take back your country. Do you understand?
There's no point you repeating yourself. Like I've heard you, my friend. I've heard you've said this so many times. You see, the point is this. We only want to see what we want to see. Do I think that statement can arouse some people, can make some people start viewing him with suspicions? Of course, considering the kind of, like you said, the progressive. Nigeria is not is not dominated by one religion. There are many religions, especially the two major religions, which is Christian and Islam. Yeah, so the other parts will be viewing anything that those other people do with suspicion, especially when it comes to this issue of power. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Do I think Obi is naive? Yeah, I think it's naive in some ways. But then if we can understand the context of certain things, and I don't mean we've not seen a pattern with him. It's only when he's in a church that he does this. Then I can say there's an issue with this. That's an issue. but it goes
He made this
everywhere.
statement in Arewa Forum. He made it in Arewa
Everywhere
Forum.
it
So what
goes.
else are you? What else are
No,
they
I don't
talking
know what
about?
we're talking about here. So if everywhere it goes, it's a pattern. There's a pattern to
Eh,
this.
but rational mind,
Oh, oh my!
religious faith,
What do you know? What are you not understanding on this? You said they made it in
religious
Arewa
faith
Forum.
is
Arewa
I
sensitive.
Forum
think
is not inside. Arewa Forum is not inside a
No,
mosque.
no, it's
Thomas,
not a
Arewa Forum
must.
is a forum
he's
of
Thomas,
being
people who
economical with
gathered.
the truth.
It's a
Thomas,
forum of
Hold,
northerners.
hold on. Let's Ajale Koko,
Thomas,
rescue me. What am I listening to from rational mind?
Thomas.
Ajale Koko, go on.
Don't mind them. Why didn't they say to Igbo people when he went to the east and said, Igbo people, take back your country? Why didn't he say that?
You want me to answer your question?
Why didn't he say Igbo,
You want
take
me
back
to
your
answer your
country?
question? Are you done?
Only in the church you can say, Christian, take back your
You
country.
see,
And they
that's
want to
another
justify
error. That's another
salvation
error.
of Christ.
That's
Why
another.
didn't he say Igbo people, take back your country? Why
Okay.
didn't he say that?
Can I answer your
In
question?
addition to Ajale
Oh
Koko,
God.
in addition to Ajale Koko, Christian, take back your country. The Christian voted for him. Did he win? He lost woefully.
Is that a question or is that a question or
It's
is
a
that
question.
Statement.
Why didn't he address Igbo
Yes.
people in
guys,
the
guys,
east?
guys?
Igbo people
Let's get
take
it
back
straight.
your country.
Ajale Koko, I hear your question. I heard your
Okay.
question. So I'm talking to Remy. Remy, your own is not a question. It's a statement you made. Okay, all right. So I know now. Ajale Koko, it is not true. I won't say you lie. And if you understand it to mean lie, that's another way of saying that you are lying. But I won't say you are lying outrightly. I'll say that it's not true that he goes to church only and say that. We're just giving you instances here of places where he said it.
Where are the places where he said it?
During his campaign, he said it.
He said
Take
it
back your
where?
country. Hold on. During his campaign, Ajale Koko, there are so many places. Hold on. There are so many places he went to campaign. He went to campaign on his campaigns. I mean, during his campaign, when he goes to campaign in his rally or whatever he does everywhere.
In all the town hall meeting,
He said
everywhere.
Take back your country.
He said it in Alaba when he visited
Let him
us. He said
talk
it
now.
in
Let
Arewa house.
Rational Man
Hold
talk.
on.
You just like to
Ekene,
let
thank you,
man
Ekene,
talk.
for backing me up. I appreciate that. But I just want to answer Ajale Koko. He said it everywhere he goes.
What did he specifically said?
He said, take back your country. In the Arewa, in the Arewa congregation, I mean, in the Arewa meeting that they had, where all of them were congregated in.
How did he say it at Arewa?
Well, now,
specifically, tell us how you said it.
I can't give exactly the. I can't say
Did he
give
say
exactly.
something like that in Arewa?
He did. I remember he said
How did he say it?
How?
What did he say? What did he say specifically?
Ajale Koko, I have my own life to live. I have so many things I do. I can't be carrying everybody's while I put for my head. But I remember he said it, and somebody has come here to corroborate it.
Rational mind.
If you doubt it, go and bring the evidence. Go and bring the evidence.
When he was in church, he said, "Christian, take back your country."
Of course.
When he was in Arewa, what did he say specifically?
He says, "Take back your country." That's what he said.
Why did he say Awusa people take back your country?
Here you go. Thank you very much.
Why did he say Fulani take back your country?
You see.
Why didn't he say that when he was in Igbo land, that Igbo people take back your country?
Thank you. That's a good question you ask. For the same reason that you are arguing about this issue of Christian, the same reason he did not, maybe probably did not say that. Because if he had said that, you people would have said, "Oh, you see, he's going tribal, using his own people as a bait to want to gather."
Really?
Hold on. You see, I'm not here. Listen, I'm not here. I'm not a spokesperson. But one thing that we like to do here, all of us, is that we like to beat on one person. Just the way I beat on them.
Don't defend indefensible. You are just defending
No.
this thing.
I'm not defending indefensible.
This guy won election only in the
go by pattern.
dominated
if I see
places.
a pattern, I've often said that on this platform. Maybe I was wrong first start using that word. If I see somebody has a pattern for something, that is how I hammer that person. If it's only in churches, it says that, then I'll have issues with that. But it doesn't say that only in churches.
So rational mind, a quick question.
So it is not a problem.
He
call
on the Christians in the church that Christians
I don't know what to tell you
back
about
your country. But
if I were you, rational man, I will agree. Yes, he told the Christian to take back their country.
He cannot tell people in Igbo land.
He has told the Christian to take back their country. There is nothing bad in that place. So nothing there.
Hold
Yes,
on,
there is
hold on.
nothing bad in it,
stop
but
this, man.
at the same time, that means it does not mean
Remy,
Muslim
please
vote.
hold on. Rational mind, I think you are not tolerant tonight. Please, just be tolerant, please.
I am. It's just
Please.
because when people
No,
you don't like
you are
say,
not. You are
like you
not.
say,
You are
hold
not.
on, Thomas.
You are
Like you
not
say,
tolerant.
you don't
No.
like people when you say when you tell people to hold on, and people don't hold on and they keep talking. And I
No,
mean,
no. Rational mind. There's something about this platform, when
I
you
know.
are talking, people would like to push back. It's just a pushback. You still have the floor.
Yeah,
So
you
they
see,
will. Yes.
Thomas. You see, if you notice, I've been away for some time. Not because although I've been busy actually, but
That's what I said. You are not tolerant today. I never know you like this. You are not tolerant.
It's just because I don't want to be doing this this toxic politics anymore. I'm tired of
But you are in this space. We have to interrogate you.
That is
You are in this
why.
space.
That is why I put up that defense. Like I don't want to go there. If I've given you my explanation or my answer to your question, and you still don't want to reason with me on that, I don't think there's anywhere there's anything I want to say about that.
Rational mind, can we assume or agree with me that Christian take back your country and religious war from Obi, that he based his campaign on ethnicity and religion?
It was a religious card, man.
Hold on. Now you see how you people go against yourself. Angelica could just present it to me now that why didn't you say Igbo take back your country, which means it's not ethnic then, right? And then if you're basing it only solely on religion, then I mean it means that it's just
no,
only
we have to base it on ethnicity too, because you have to look at
no. What you just said now, he said, church, take back your country. He wasn't addressing his own ethnic group, which is the Igbo. So I don't know what you're talking about now.
No, my question you don't understand. I will rephrase the question for you. Listen carefully. I asked you, Obi said, church, take back your country. And in a conversation with one of the bishops, he said it's a religious war.
Okay.
So that means he based his campaign on religion. And when you look at the outcome of the election, you can see, because you said you follow a pattern. If you follow the pattern of the election, so why is the result in the Southeast different from other parts of the country, which are evenly spread?
Okay, I think I've answered that question before. I don't know
you
why.
You can answer it again. You can clarify it again. It's a very good question.
You see, when people ask questions like this, where you ask questions, I just feel you just want to overstress me.
No, I'm not overstressing. You said you follow a pattern. The pattern of the election result showed that the result were evenly spread among the parties. In one region of the country, it was only for one person.
Remy,
it's a very simple question.
I've said it before when I was talking about this interview you did today. I said that my stand then was that when the video was released of when he said, yes, daddy, if I were ever making joke that very day, I was saying that something. I remember saying something, and one man was saying that, money, that kind of a thing. You know this thing, you know how these people say it. I was like, yeah, yes, that, I mean, like, so yeah, let me not go into that. So I remember saying that I just came to my mind. I said that, and one man said something like that. He pushed back.
Please, can you just answer the question straight ahead?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make you that go and check what I said before. What I'm telling you is what I told you. What I've just said is that I've said that my angle where I came from was that if Tinubu and the rest of them could use religion, and he sees himself as the only person who is fighting against his tide, he has to go religious too.
Fine.
So if he went religious,
if he goes religious, right?
If he goes religious, if he goes religious, then no problem too.
So when you look at the pattern when you look at the pattern of the result, why is the Southeast different from the rest of the country?
Why was the Southeast?
Yes, different from the rest of the country. The pattern, you mentioned pattern, and I'm telling you the pattern of the result show an evenly spread result, and only in the Southeast that it was skewed only to one person.
Yeah, it's because these people felt that it's their turn. You know what is going on in that state, in that area, because they'll be agitating, that they'll be marginalized.
So you do not believe that other people that were APC supporter or PDP supporter were probably tweaked or not allowed to vote, or they were threatened?
Wow. If you have any evidence as to that,
I can confirm to you that most of those people we are calling APC voted for Labour Party in that presidential.
There were so many
bring it, no problem. Bring it on.
There's so many videos, and they show us in this. Listen. There were so many videos, and they show us on this platform where they said they are shooting guns and they were
Hello,
not. They
Remy.
didn't allow them to
Remy,
vote.
Remy,
Yeah.
Remy, hold on once. I think that part of your question, in honesty, is not that it's not fair to rational mind to ask him such question, because one, you have to first of all present some level of evidence before you can ask rational mind such question, because one, it's almost like you are insinuating something happens when you haven't really present any form of evidence.
No,
so
no,
for
no,
me,
no. My
I don't think
question
it's a fair.
to Progress. My question to him is: it talk about pattern, and when you talk about pattern, the pattern should be all over the country. And when you look at the result of the presidential election, they were evenly spread among 2 or 3 political parties in all the part of the other region of the country.
No,
It
that
was
is
only,
not correct either.
listen. It was only in the southeast that it was skewed against one person. That shows that the other political party in that place, they don't have chairman, they don't have party supporters, they don't have nobody.
Remy, look at it. Remy, look at it. Remy,
it
look
has
at it
always
like
been
this.
there now. It has always been there when it was PDP and APC now.
Remy,
When
look
it was
at it from
in
this angle.
2019,
Where I am going,
how many votes is APC getting from the southeast?
Where I am going is this. When Adamle Koko said it's about religion and ethnicity, when you look at other parts of the country, especially the southwest, our people, I'm a Yoruba guy, we do not care. We vote on our conviction. So we voted for Obi in Lagos and he won. We voted for Atiku in Osun and he won. And we do not complain. What I'm trying to say is that there is a level of freedom for people to pick their choices in the other region of the country, especially in the southwest. But when you go to southeast, they did not give people that kind of freedom.
But that you cannot substantiate that. You cannot substantiate that argument.
Substantiate it very well because there are so many videos.
Look, Remy, you know me on this. You know me on this platform very well, and there are things I will not. There are things I will not support. This one, for me, I've heard a lot of people say it, but one thing for sure is this: you have to understand the situation at hand at the time. If you have a situation whereby in that region they feel like, you know what, this is their own person, and they needed to support him wholeheartedly. So, I'm not saying that the election was perfect in that region, but I can see. Look, to be honest to you, I expected Obi to even get more votes than he did in the southeast. I would like to.
You even hear David Umar. He come out to say that even his family conspired against him.
Progressive. Why did Tinubu don't get more votes in Lagos?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. The situation was different. Tinubu, there was no agitation for a Yoruba president.
Southeast election was rigged for Peter Obi.
No,
There's
listen,
no doubt.
the election was manipulated everywhere around the country. So let's forget that rigging side. Let's just look at the reasons. Let's look at the reasons.
Thomas, let me address Thomas and Remy on what you said now. Look at 2015 election and 2015 election and 2019 election.
2019.
Now, how many? I mean, we keep saying that Buhari said when he went to New York and he was asked a question and says, "How can I give position to people that gave me 5%? 5% of the votes." So meaning that they've always voted in one.
It was almost the same thing anyway at that time.
It was the same pattern. So what are you talking about?
Almost the same thing. Even in 2019.
So what I can deduce from what you have been saying is this. I would say my people are very liberal. It's a good lesson for the Yoruba. It's a very good lesson. I hope in the next 4 years they will vote with their senses also.
Do you know why people voted Tinubu out in Lagos?
No, I don't care.
Because people like me, people like me we are sick and tired of it.
If Tinubu have done the same thing to the southeastern,
if he has something
we
to
will not have winning Lagos.
Okay, Remy, hold on 1 second. Take Lagos out of it now, right? I think we are just focusing on Lagos. Take Lagos out of it. In which other southwest state did Labour Party get more than 10%?
I don't know, but like Oshun
Exactly.
now, PDP won in
No
Oshun.
other place
that
now.
was a contest between PDP and APC. I'm asking Labour Party in the Southwest, take Lagos out of it. I'm not sure they got 10% in any other state in Southwest.
No, they didn't.
They did not get.
Exactly. So
About
it's
20-something% in one of the Southwest states. I'm not sure whether 25% or not up to that.
which party?
I think he got one, maybe Ondo or Oshun. I don't know.
Which party?
No other
Which party are you
state.
talking
No
about?
other.
No understand. No understand. Only Lagos he
I'm
won.
saying outside of Lagos, Labour Party did not get a 10% in any other, not
Get up to
10% in
15%
any
in
other
other
state.
states. Hmm.
So then you go to the north, go to Kano, go to Kano, go to Katsina, go to Sokoto. What were their performances there?
Okay,
It was
okay,
it
progressive.
was down.
All this analysis you put on, we are saying now. Now, when you look at the totality of the result, can you now categorically say that Obi won this election?
No,
Yeah,
I've never said that. I'm not one of those.
I'm
Look,
not
I'm not.
talking to
I'm
rational
just
mind or
trying.
any obedient. I'm talking to progressive.
I mean, what I'm trying to make you understand is this premise that because Peter Obi won overwhelmingly in the southeast, that there must be some level of shenanigans. Yes, I understand the election was not perfect anywhere in the country. There must be one or two things that happened there, but I still feel that was the reflection of the people from the southeast.
Yes, I understand you, but there is a lot of harassment and intimidation there too.
That happens everywhere. It happens everywhere across the country.
So if it happens in southeast, then nobody should come here and tell me that we're irregularity in other regions. So
look, people will have their own opinion, but that happens everywhere. But I am saying that number of votes that the Labour Party got in the southeast, I just personally think that was a reflection of the opinion or the position of the people for that presidential election. I just personally feel that way, and that is what.
Yeah,
If you look at this election,
quickly, yeah.
If you look at the election across the country, if you look at hold on, let me 1 second. If you look at the election across the country, right? Look at places like when we were analyzing this election, when polls will come out, and I will tell people that I don't care what anybody say. Tinubu is not going to lose Ekiti and Ondo State to anybody. In fact, I did not see anybody coming anywhere near. And there were reasons why I was saying these things. Because these are not states where you have a lot of non-indigens. Let's put it that way. So in a place like Lagos, it is understandable that the Labour Party could be strong in that place because you have a lot of people who are not indigens, who are not Yorubas. And Lagos as well is a place where you have more intellectually aware Yorubas that have traveled a lot, so they don't really care if you are an Igbo man or Hausa man. They don't really give a damn. They'll just vote based on who they think is going to do the right job. So when you start going in,
Quickly to the point. Quickly to a progressive point. It's the analysis you just gave about the Southwest. The same thing applies to the Southeast. I mean, I said, Obi was supposed to win overwhelmingly in the Southeast, and he did. So those numbers were not strange, but nonetheless, it didn't mean that there weren't any election maneuvering or intimidation there in the Southeast. It did occur, but I don't think anybody's questioning that Obi won the Southeast overwhelmingly. And in the case of Lagos, I was talking earlier that my older brother and immediate younger brother, right? They were pretty much obedient, and from my own, in quote unquote internal poll, talking to people, friends, colleagues and whatnot, I look, Obi was gonna. I said this was my exact saying that if Tinubu won Lagos by just one vote, just one, he should be glad, because I knew that about 20, perhaps 25% of the people, especially Yorubas, were going to vote for Peter Obi, and it did happen. It was close, so it wasn't that surprising. And given also that there's a huge southeastern population in Lagos, so Obi winning Lagos was not too far-fetched at all. But just like you said, the way Peter Obi won in the East, right? Ekiti and where was the other state, Kwara. There's no way the obedience of Peter Obi was going to have any headway at all. So everything that happened in this election was almost predictable to some extent. But to Rational Mind's point earlier about Peter Obi winning the election is quite confusing to me, and I wish he can explain further to help us understand how Obi would have won the election.
No, Obi did not win the election. Let's that one for me.
Can I
I'm
explain? Can
clear
I
about that.
explain?
Obi did not win the election because I've
Can I
always
explain?
I look at this election and I look at how the whole pattern form, right? If you look at states in the north where APC did not win, but they're coming second. They came out with very good numbers, even at second in Sokoto, in Katsina, in Kano. They had votes that you could put together. It doesn't matter what Obi came out with in the southeast, they were going to surmount those numbers from those just by coming second in some states in the north. So how do you then say they won there? I'm trying to understand. I want an explanation, but all I keep hearing is look at IRF, look at what happened in Lagos. That is all I look at what happened in Rivers. That is all I've heard throughout. But I want somebody to put it together and make it make sense.
Yeah. In addition, progressive, you also look at Kano State, why Tinubu was very competitive, winning over 500,000 votes there compared to Kwapanso. Even Atiku does not even have the required 25% there. And when you look at all the states in the northeast and northwest, which constitute majority of the votes in Nigeria, Labour Party was nowhere to be found. It was very competitive between Atiku and Tinubu, in which Atiku came first in nearly more than 10 states in that place. Well, Tinubu only won 4. But it was very competitive. Like Prince Daddy, or what is his name, he has hit the nail on the head. It was competitive throughout. The only place it was not competitive was in the southeast, out of the 36 states of the Federation. Even in other states, it was competitive. So I've already said there is no pattern for Obi to win this election. And the pattern for Atiku was a little bit clumsy, not totally clear because of what is happening in his party. It was only Tinubu that have a cohesive party, and the people are ready to work for him. With all that, you can also see, hold on, just one more minute, and you can also see that some Nigeria, although they wanted to vote for APC, but what happened in the latter part of before the election, a lot of people also changed their mind and they voted for PDP in the northern part of the country because of the cash crunch and all that policy that Buhari introduced that didn't sit well with most Nigerians. And I think at the end of the day, to be frank with you, objectively, I think Tinubu really won this election, fair and square. And
I think another thing again, if you look at the way the whole thing happened, right? The vote difference, right? Somebody could have won 5 states in this election and still won the election. Somebody could have won just 5 states and still won this election.
If it's very competitive throughout the Federation.
Yes, exactly. So the way the election panned out, somebody could have just won only 5 states and they would have still won this election.
Another thing that I want to take out from this election is that I'm quite happy that it really shows the beavers machine. Because before, we would have been churning out some 1 million votes or 2 million votes from all the KKK states. How many votes came out from them? If we put everything in totality, it's not. Some states are not even up to 700,000.
Yeah,
so
like Katsina was like 620,000, 700,000 votes.
So it came out, and even the Lagos that have a registered voter of more than 5 million voters. What is the total vote? It's even not up to 1.5 million for all the parties. And people are just trying to tell you, what is IRF? IRF is just a website. And I continue to tell people, at the court of law, nobody will rely on IRF. They will rely on the collateral result that was signed by the agent. If you listen to all the petitions that have been taking place in Nigeria, that is what they will rely on.
Why did the Tinubu rebuttal not reflect all of these things you're saying? That IRF is in the matter.
So that's what we are saying. When you look at Obi petition, I was thinking that when we read all the petition,
did you read Tinubu's rebuttal?
Listen.
Don't tell me to listen. I won't listen. I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Did you listen to Tinubu? Did you read Tinubu's rebuttal to this petition?
Yes, I listened to it. There was no case in it at all because that's what they are trying to say. Because Obi they said Obi only said in Lagos is challenging 84 units. And when you calculate the vote of 84 units, I don't think it's even up to 50,000. It's not up to that. 84 units in Lagos.
He's challenging about 100 or something thousand votes in Rivers. He's challenging about 20,000 votes. So all in all, we don't even have 500,000 votes being challenged at the moment by.
And
I
then
think
the winner is
if you look at the petition,
2.7 million votes.
Let me hold on 1 second. If you look at both petitions, I think Atiku's petition challenges more polling units than Obi's ones, and I don't know why the Obi's team did that, because if you look at Atiku petition, they actually specify a lot of polling units where they are challenging the result. And Obi didn't do that. And that is why I don't understand how you are going to an electoral petition tribunal and then you are not challenging polling.
Because INEC would not give him what he wanted.
Oh my God, come on.
So how did Atiku got his own then?
I don't know. Everybody's different.
Exactly. So it's called structure. You must have agents on ground. So PDP probably have results from their polling unit agents. So they are challenging those polling units, which they have results from their agents.
The progressive. The court has ruled. They went to court. Court asked INEC to allow us to inspect what we want to inspect that they have. INEC allowed them to do certain and left, did not allow them to have access to the rest. So how do you, because there's a reason why they do.
I think what you just said now.
Can I land? Let me land, please. Let me land.
It's not true.
You said what?
What you are saying now is not true.
What's not true about it?
If you watched Channels TV and other TV stations, there was a time that the team of Labour, they met Ahmud and his team, and they were promised that everything they need, they will be given to them. I don't think the legal team of Obi, before they file in their petition, tell us that they didn't grant them access to this or access to that. So I don't want you to tell people something that is not true here. And Progressive asked you a question: if PDP can get whatever they want, why Labour Party cannot get it? Is it not from the same source? Is it different?
PDP did not get it.
They didn't get it.
Yeah, did not get it.
So how come they challenged so many units according to what Progressive said, and why you guys did not challenge a lot of units?
What they are banking on now is the result they have with themselves. What they have.
Yes, thank you. That is so the result they have in themselves. That is what is important.
Is that not ridiculous? Result they have with themselves.
It sound ridiculous. Yeah.
No.
Is that tenable? Is that tenable in the court of law?
No, Thomas, listen. What I'm telling Thomas, this is what you need to understand is this. This is not a state election. It is a presidential election. Even if INEC had grant them, say, look, go and inspect. All those materials, don't forget, those materials are still at state level. So you have to go and inspect those materials state by state. So it even makes sense for you to look at the result from your own polling unit agent and challenge it and say, okay, if we go to court, the ones that are right, the ones that are wrong. So, but we know areas where we are going to focus our attention. So we don't go like we go on a fishing expedition. You understand what I'm saying, Thomas? So it makes sense that you pick result from your polling unit agent and say, okay, this one did not match what INEC announced. This one did not match what INEC announced. This one did not match what INEC announced. Okay, let's challenge this set of results. Instead, because even if INEC was to grant them inspection, they still have to do it state by state.
Exactly.
Unit by unit.
Agreed.
So that one is still not
polling booth by polling booth.
Yeah, it's still not easy. So you might as well just rely on what your agent submitted to you. So if you feel like there are infractions, you challenge those units where you feel like there are infractions. And then when you go.
So when I said that they're going to use what they have, I think Thomas and Remy, they laugh. Both of them laugh. Now,
of course, mutation room results.
Now, hold on.
Thomas, they are not going to present those. They are not going to present those results from the polling unit agent in court.
Progressive. A question for you.
I'm not even learning my point.
Partake in the election, please.
18 political parties.
And each one of them will have the result from the polling unit. If they have a polling agent there, right?
Of course.
I rest my case.
And the police who had their own copy. The police had their own copy.
No,
DSS
what I'm
had
trying
their
to say to
copy.
you. PDP will not go to court with those polling unit results from their own agents. They won't do that, no, because they know those will not be acceptable. It will not be admitted in court. They won't do that. But what it does was that it will give you idea of the polling unit to challenge. So when you are writing your petition, you say polling unit so number, polling unit so number, polling unit so number, in so local government, in so ward. That is what you will use to put your petition in. So INEC will now have to produce those polling unit results in the election petition tribunal to then check if it actually they have the right numbers or not. But you cannot just say in River State.
Progressive.
Hold on, Thomas,
yeah,
but you cannot just go like you cannot do what the OB is doing when they say in River State we scored 300,000. This people score 100,000. You can't do that. It doesn't work like that. You have to go. I think PDP is challenging about 19,000 or so of the 14,000 polling unit. That is what they are challenging. Don't forget that was what APC did in Osun when between Electoral and Adeleke. That was what APC did. They challenged 776 polling units, and then when they checked the result they checked the Beavers machine, they found out that they were overvoted in those polling units. So don't. But how did they do it? It's not just by strictly inspecting the materials only, but they relied on their own agents on the ground as well. That was why I just felt like the Labour Party for me.
They rely on their agents. Hold on. If they rely on their agents to compare with what they have, so why can't OB and PDP do the same thing?
But this is what I'm saying. OB did not. The Labour Party for me, they didn't have enough agents on ground. They didn't want to know that. Look. Rational mind. You remember after the election? Hold on 1 second. Did you remember after the election?
None of the party has enough agent to cover the.
Hold on. Let me give you an example. Did you remember after the election when they came out and said, "Oh, we won this election. This election was rigged," and then they said there's a platform. Anybody who have a picture of their polling unit result, they should upload it onto that platform. Does that sound like a party that had enough polling unit agents to you?
You know, APC had a workshop for like almost 2,000.
No, I want Rational Mind to answer that question. When a party came out and started sourcing for information on social media, does that party still?
Hey, I have a request. I have a request before I exit
Progressive in addition.
Excuse me, guys.
Sorry, Adewale, just a minute. Progressive in addition. There is one obedient guy that helped them to upload the result that come out to the IRF. And people were praising him. But when obedient see that they were losing, they continue to fight this guy. And the guy have to close it immediately. So they don't have the spread, they don't have enough agents. What they're just trying to do is just discredit the election.
Exactly, because I'm not making this up now. Rational Mind, you was aware that they came out and they were requesting for people to be uploading results on this.
I have a request though.
Yeah, let's Adewale, yeah.
I'm about to exit the stage, but what I know is that Bala Blue is going to become the president on May 29, whether he's fit or he's sick or he has syringes and medication around his table or the sick bed. Please do me a favor, Thomas. Can you play that Malema? That will be the way I will exit this.
Yeah. How do you know?
Have you bought your Asho?
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.
Adewale, thank you. That's your
Thank you very much. Me too. I'm gone as well. Good night. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. I'm about to shut
All
down
right,
as
Thomas.
well.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Thank you. May God bless
cool.
you all.
Thanks.
Yeah, Remy, thank you so much for coming. Prince, thank you. Rational Mind, thank you so much. You are not you didn't tolerate us tonight, but that's fine. We will manage it like that. It comes like that sometimes.
Maybe later, Sha. We'll see.
Later, yeah. See you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah. We have come to the end of the session again. I think we had a good conversation. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section.
Thank you. I'll see you later. You know where we are going? Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
I